This is Audible.
Quest presents an unabridged recording of Iron and Gold by J.A.Turney, narrated by Malk Williams. Part 1. The Northmen of Apulia. Chapter 1. Autumn, 1042. "Hold steady," the officer called. Tyche's arrow was the 9th ship to beach, crunching up into the soft, giving sand of the shore. Halfdan fought the urge to give commands. This was not his ship, not his crew, not his world by any means. He was a simple mercenary now, leading a handful of friends among a huge force of Byzantine soldiers moving to retake lost lands in Italy. His gaze darted to Ketil, who had been growing more and more quiet during the journey west from Constantinople. Miklagarda. Occasionally, Halfdan had caught Ketil staring at him, sullen, resentful. It seemed clear the Icelander blamed him for their predicament, believing Halfdan's decisions had dragged their band ever deeper into trouble. "I love the sea, but it'll be good to feel solid ground beneath the boots, eh?" he pondered, eyes sliding to Ketil, who ignored him as usual. His decision had led them to this, of course. Oh, they had gold. They had more gold now than they'd ever had. With the remnants of the haul in bags organized by their former companion, Halfdan, they were very wealthy men. But they'd kept the bulk of the gold concealed in their kit through the journey. For an unknown crewman to disclose his fortune was a sure way to be tipped over the side and left to drown. So they had kept hidden the riches they carried and lived as poor mercenaries. And, despite their wealth, they had lost much. Their fame, as champions of the Empress of Byzantium and members of the Varangoi. Their ship, for the Sea Wolf was likely heading north even now, somewhere in Russ lands, captained by the mad and dangerous Halfdan. Most of their crew, all dead or lost. For all they were rich, the 7 of them were alone, shipless, and at the mercy of their travelling companions. Halfdan glanced at Ketil again, the rangy Icelander's black cloak snapping in the breeze. With every mile of sea, it seemed all the rapport and trust Halfdan had built up with the Icelander since the day he had taken Seawolf from the man was ebbing away. Perhaps, now that they were arriving in the war zone, something would change. "Ketil may have strayed from your trust," a stoic voice murmured at his shoulder, "but he will come back, and the others remain your carls, Halfdan." Gunnhild was right. At least the others still seemed to trust him. She had been somewhat coy about what had happened prior to their departure from Miklagarda, but from what Halfdan had gleaned, it seemed that she had put herself at odds with the gods and risked everything she was for him and the crew, which was no small matter for anyone, let alone a Völva who walked with Freyja. Bjorn, of course, was ever at his side, and Ulfr was determined to stick with him until they could retake the ship he had lovingly built with his own hands. Leif and Anna, perhaps, were a little less tied to him, with her connections to the city they had just left and Leif's Eastern Russ origins, yet even they had made no complaint. In truth, there had been no complaint from Ketil, though Halfdan could sense the growing distance between them regardless. He clenched his teeth. They were rich, no matter the conditions, and he would reclaim what was theirs. They had tales to tell in the mead halls of the north, and they would have many more yet. Here in this crucible of war they called Apulia, he would make a new name for them, and Ketil would cleave to him once more. For all the trouble he could be, after all they had been through together, Halfdan could not imagine a world without his friend. His eyes drifted back to the land before them, dry, hot, and mostly brown, The countryside lay spread in an arc before the landing fleet. It was almost uniformly occupied, the Byzantine army of Apulia waiting in blocks and columns for the fresh manpower arriving from the east. Halfdan had learned a little of the situation in the region during their journey from men who had already fought out here. Once, long ago, the Byzantine Empire had owned these lands, and now they fought to reclaim them from the Northmen, Normans as they were known here, and other local warlords. Every small state seemed to have its own lord and government, and so the war was a complex beast with many faces, each of them bearing sharp teeth. The Byzantines had been faring well until the changes of emperor back in the capital, which had led to failures of command and logistics, leaving the army hesitant, uncertain, and poorly supplied. They had all but lost control of a huge island called Sicily to the south these past few years, and their control on the mainland had now devolved to strips of coastline on the south and east of the peninsula. The west was held by Italian nobles, with the hilly inland under Norman control. It was a mess. But when it came to war, a mess was a useful thing for a mercenary. It meant there was money to be made, and, for those with no national loyalty, changing sides when it was most profitable was always an attractive proposition. Yes, Halfdan could lead his friends to success here. The first ship to beach had been the flagship, commanded by the officer who had led this relief force from Miklagartha, a smarmy and unpleasant man by the name of Pardos. Unlike a northern army, which would beach as fast as possible and move on, everything Byzantine was slow and regimented. The troops began to assemble at the prows of the ships, ready to disembark on the work of Pardos, who even now was striding down the ramp, followed by bannermen and musicians and colourful courtiers, making his way to meet the great figure awaiting him on the beach. Halfdan remembered Georgios Maniakes from that dreadful day of the revolution in Miklagartha, and the sight of the giant brought back hair-raising memories. But Maniakes was a warrior born and bred, as much as any Northman, and if there was one person who could perhaps lead an army to recover the Empire's lost lands here, it was him. It came as something of a surprise when Pardos's hand went up, signalling the disembarkation of the relief force before he had even reached the enormous catapan on the beach. Halfdan had been warned by one of the officers that they would be unlikely to set foot on land for at least an hour. The commander would have to report to Maniakes and await the catapan's instructions for the distribution and settling of forces. Halfdan turned, brow raised in question, to Gunnhild. She had an uncertain look in her eyes, increasingly common these days, and something that Halfdan had never expected to see. Still, she shook her head. Something is wrong. The goddess whispers to you again. She clenched her hands on the rail, her fingers busily finding a substitute for the stout ash of her staff, lost in the east. No, but I have eyes and ears. This is not how this is supposed to go. Hardly a surprise with Halfdan Loki cursed steering our ship, grumbled Ketil behind them, earning a glare from both Halfdan and Gunnhild. Watch the two leaders, she advised, as the officers on the ship began ordering the army to disembark and drop to the sand. Halfdan and the others landed lightly, among the first of the newcomers to feel the ground of Apulia beneath their feet. Gesturing for the others to follow, he ignored any further orders issued behind them, shouldering the bag containing his gold and the rest of his meagre kit, and grunting under the weight. Something was definitely amiss. He could feel it. The Loki serpent mark in his forearm was itching. There was duplicity here somewhere, and it could only involve those two men on the beach. They were nominally two officers of the same nation, and should be bowing in respect and relief. Yet the way they were standing, the way they gathered their guards close as they moved, they looked more and more like two enemies, warily approaching a parley. "Why does Maniakes have his hand on his sword pommel?" Leif murmured. The two commanders met at the edge of the beach, where the sand gave way to dry, hard grass. Maniakes was already a huge, imposing figure, but standing on the slightly higher ground, he looked truly massive, towering over the oily courtier. 1,000 men? I expected more, he announced with no preamble. How does the Imperial Ignoramus expect me to reclaim his domain with this handful of soldiers? I expected twice as many ships or more. Pardos drew himself up as best he could, a mouse standing off against a wolf. His men moved a touch closer, and Halfdan noted that most hands had now strayed to sword pommels. Both Maniakes and Pardos were anticipating trouble. Georgios Maniakes, it is my unpleasant duty to remove you from command as Catapan of Italy. As these words, loud and officious, drifted across the sand, the entire army stopped moving. Eyes widened across the beach. Soldiers held their breath as one. Even the officers with Pardos appeared surprised by this turn of events. Don't be a fool, the giant snapped. This is no joke, Maniakes, the new arrival replied, his lip curling. I am but the messenger. The message comes from the throne itself. You are no longer Catapan. You, Pardos, scoffed the big man. You could not reclaim your undergarments after a difficult shit. The courtier recoiled, face paling. You misunderstand, Maniakes. I am not your replacement. The office of Catapan has been reassigned. Even now a ship docks to the north, granting your position to our former opponent, Argyros. He is to be your replacement. I am merely here to oversee the transition of command, and to ensure that you are on board one of these ships by sunset and sailing for Constantinople, where your presence is requested by the Emperor. Halfdan flinched. He remembered the horrible, foolish new Emperor, Constantine Monomachus, well, and he knew precisely how much love and respect there was between the fat ass that filled the throne and the great Maniakes. The general would be lucky to leave the imperial presence merely blinded. Execution likely waited. Still, Halfdan found that he was expecting Maniakes to bow his head and step down. It was the Byzantine way. Everything was rigid, ordered, and carried out according to law and tradition. It therefore came as a surprise when Maniakes snorted and straightened. "Get out of my sight," he snapped, raising a hand in warning, as though to slap the newcomer. "I have a campaign to plan." The smaller man balked. Facing off against Maniakes would panic most men, but Pardos knew that if he returned to the Emperor having failed in his mission, he would likely take Maniakes' place at the execution. He had little choice but to press his orders. Straightened, his expression hardening. "You no longer command here, Maniakes. You have no authority." "Fuck off, imbecile," the general sneered, and this time the hand came down, delivering a stinging slap across Pardos's cheek. The courtier fell back, and his men's swords slid halfway from their scabbards. "This is your last warning," hissed Pardos. "You know the officers and men will obey the Emperor's word. They will see me, a scion of an ancient house from the great city, bearing the imperial insignia and commanding in the Emperor's name, and they will obey me. Me, not some provincial general who rose to power through brute force and who still reeks of farms and horse shit." Maniakes stopped in the middle of turning to his men. Halfdan saw it. The moment the general had decided enough was enough. The young Jarl's eyes went to the soldiers behind the Catapan, and then slid back to those still disembarking. Pardos had miscalculated dreadfully. He believed the men here would fold beneath an imperial command. He was wrong. Most of the troops were Varangians or provincial local levies, or men who had been fighting in Italy for so long that now their main allegiance was to survival, which was clearly better offered by Maniakes than this new Catapan Argyros. Pardos was walking into a trap he had set himself.
"You smell shit, do you, Pardos?" the Catapan barked. "So do I, for your words reek of it as always."
He glanced at the men around them.
"Seize him!"
The courtier stared in disbelief as a score of battle-hardened Varangians swarmed past Maniakes and grabbed Pardos unceremoniously. His guards drew their swords, but before they could come to their commander's aid, they were surrounded by grizzled soldiers from the Catapan's army on the beach.
"You think I would walk back to that idiot's court and debase myself? I have seen a slew of feeble men on that throne in the past few years, but Constantine Monomachos is by far the weakest. No, he shall have neither my loyalty nor my head."
"Listen," began Pardos, a hint of desperation now in his voice.
"No,"
Maniakes cut him off.
"Hold him,"
he said to the soldiers gripping the courtier. As they did so, the Catapan pulled on his great leather gauntlets and turned to a Varangian standing close by, holding his horse by the reins. Rounding the beast, he crouched and collected a double handful of fresh, steaming dung. In moments, he was bearing down on Pardos, whose already wide eyes were now bulging in panic. "Wait!" It was the last thing he said, as before he could close his mouth again, Maniakes had rammed a sizable handful of manure into it. Pardos gagged, trying to spit it out, but one great leather gauntlet closed over his lips, holding them shut. The man gasped and vomited into his own full mouth, even as the giant held him. His other hand, still gripping more manure, came up.
"Now at least there's a good reason for his terrible breath,"
Maniakes said, raising a chuckle from the men around him. As his victim choked, drowning in damp horse dung, the huge Catapan pushed more into his ears, filling them both. Then, as Pardos bucked and thrashed, he smeared the last into his nostrils. The courtier's eyes were filled with tears as the reality of his fate was driven home. He was struggling, his lungs burning, unable to catch even a half-breath of air, dung filling his mouth and nose. He lurched and shook, held tight by the Varangians. Halfdan watched, carefully impassive. Pardos died slowly, in extreme pain. Maniakes holding his mouth and nose shut, sealing the horse shit in. Only when he gave one last jerk and sagged, dead in the hands of the soldiers, did the big man let go of him. He tumbled to the ground, dung dribbling from his face as his glassy eyes stared up at heaven in supplication.
"You realize what this means?" murmured a senior Varangian at his commander's shoulder.
Maniakes nodded.
"I have cut my ties with the throne."
"You could be a great warlord," another man suggested quietly. "Apulia is ripe for conquest, and it need not be for the eagle of the empire." Maniakes shook his head slowly.
"No, I am no traitor. I am a loyal son of Rome. I have not abandoned the empire, Alexios. I have abandoned a weak emperor. We need a new man on that throne."
Halfdan kept carefully still. He could see where this was going, and a glance at the others made it clear they were equally aware. Sure enough, moments later, a voice cried out in the Catapan's name. In a handful of heartbeats, the cry had become a chant. Maniakes' name echoed out across the shore of Apulia as the army proclaimed him emperor. The giant waited long enough for the chant to fade, and then climbed onto his mount.
"This land will wait,"
he announced in a powerful tone that echoed across the beach.
"We have garrisons to hold what we can, but there is a more important prize to be had."
A roar rolled across the beach from the assembled troops. Maniakes waited, face stony, for silence once more.
"These ships will join our main fleet at Bari. There we shall put to sea and make for Bulgaria. Nothing will stand in our way. Constantine is dull-witted and selfish, and should never have been given the throne. He has squandered the best of the empire, and has little strength to put in our way. The best and hardest men in all Byzantium are here on this beach. We shall march on the capital and take the throne from the fool. Let there be a new empire, a strong empire."
This last was shouted, and was answered with a roar across the beach. Halfdan looked around. The vast majority of the army was cheering and swarming toward the rebel emperor, but small pockets of men remained standing with their officers, less certain, less enthusiastic. It came as no surprise that the majority of those not flocking to Maniakes' banner were Varangians or local levies. The latter had no interest in the internal politics of the empire. They were only here because they had been called up for this war. And the former? Halfdan could understand well their reticence. "Why do they not join him?" Anna said quietly. "Even the Varangoi know of Constantine's failings and must prefer Maniakes." Halfdan turned to the former maid, who clung to Leif's arm. No wilting flower these days. Still, Anna was wary around so many warriors. "The guard gave their oath to the emperor. A Varangian's word is important, and they do not break it easily. They may hate the emperor, but they swore their lives to him." Maniakes was moving now, wheeling his horse and making for the distant walled city of Taranto, the nearest Byzantine power base, and likely the Catapan's current residence. The army moved after him, cheering their commander. Units freshly arrived from the ships joined those that had waited on the beach and followed in the wake of the rebel emperor.
"What are we waiting for?"
Ketil demanded, pointing after the departing general. "We are not going with him," Halfdan answered quietly.
"What?"
"Another imperial civil war is not for us, Ketil. We have other business." The Icelander blinked.
"Are you mad, Halfdan Lokiborn? You know Maniakes, and you know Monomachos. The giant can't lose. He will be the next emperor of Miklagorda, Halfdan, a city that overflows with gold."
"It is not for us," Halfdan said again. He glanced at Gunnhild, half expecting uncertainty, but her eyes were set, and her expression more so. She agreed with him with a silent look, and yet she still seemed passive, unassertive. Before whatever happened in the great city, she would have stepped in with some goddess-given wisdom. Now he felt it was her resolve alone that she displayed. That worried him a little. Ketil threw out his arms in exasperation.
"But we know Miklagorda. We know how it works and how to squeeze it for gold. And if we help put Maniakes on the throne, he will be grateful. He will be our pet emperor, Halfdan. Think of what awaits."
"I am," the young Jarl replied quietly. "Our path is not back to the corruption of that great city. North is where we are bound. Somewhere in the north, in the lands of our ancestors, lie all those things we vowed to find. Hjolmvigi, the death priest. Hardravi, who owes us all. The sea-wolf. Our time with the Empire is done, Ketil. Apulia will give us what we need, and then we make for home."
"No,"
Ketil snapped.
"No. You're being foolish. We can go north from Miklagorda too, but pick up everything we need on the way and depart with the thanks of an emperor. You're being stubborn."
Halfdan turned to Gunnhild. A silent request passed to her. She must intervene. She straightened and turned to Ketil. "Our path runs onwards from here, not back to where we were. Freyja wills it. The Norns—" She stuttered for a moment, a sign of nerves or uncertainty Halfdan was hardly expecting, but she recovered in an instant. "The Norns weave us a path through Apulia, and that will take us home to find all that we have lost." Ketil fixed the woman with a flat look.
"You no longer walk with Freyja. I've seen it. You've not cast the bones in a month. Your staff is gone. Something you did in the city has changed you. You're not a vulva anymore, Gunnhild of Hedeby, and I know it, even if you won't admit it. You cling to Halfdan, even though it's wrong, because you won't go back. You won't face the Empress who abandoned you, and you can't look upon the city where you drooled like a lusty girl over Harald Fairhair. Gunnhild hissed as the gaze of the wolves, shocked and stunned, turned uniformly on her. You will regret that, Ketil the Long-Legged, she whispered. It is the truth, Ketil snapped, turning back to Halfdan. She cannot guide you now, young Jarl. She cannot even guide herself. She is lost. You are walking into the unknown. Not me. I am for Miklagartha and the gratitude of an emperor. When I am dripping with gold, you will hear of me, for I shall have a new ship and a new crew, while you lie rotting on some Italian wasteland. Now, Bjorn took a step forward. You do not speak to your Jarl like that, he growled menacingly. He is not my Jarl, Ketil answered in a neutral tone. While the others stared in shock, Gunnhild's face remained carefully impassive, though it had escaped no one that even Bjorn had stepped in to defend Halfdan and not the former Volva. Ketil continued, his tone harsh. His low-key cunning allowed him to steal from me my ship and my crew. I have followed you, Halfdan, through some glory and some terror, but you are making a foolish choice now, based on your own desire for revenge and on the word of a woman who no longer has the goddess's ear. You have to see that I'm right, Halfdan, for the sake of us all. No, Halfdan replied, glancing at Gunnhild as he spoke, looking for reassurance in her eyes. He almost found it. No, Ketil. We go north. I will not. Our journey ends here then, Loki-born, for we must part ways. I believe only death and disaster lie in your path, while glory and riches await me back in Miklagartha. Halfdan realized that Bjorn was at his shoulder now, Gunnhild at the other. The pair had ever been his closest allies, the strength and wisdom upon which he had relied time and time again. His gaze strayed to Ulfr and Leif and Anna, standing slightly apart. What say you? Ulfr looked distinctly uncomfortable at this sudden division, and well he might. He had crafted a ship for Ketil, but had signed on with Halfdan. His loyalty at such a split could easily be called into question. Halfdan would have hated to admit how relieved he was when the stocky, red-bearded sphere stepped to his side. Somewhere north, Halfdan says we'll find the sea-wolf. I want to see her again, not these shaky, flat-bottomed sows the Greeks sail. I am with my Jarl. Then you too are short-sighted, Ketil said sadly. He looked to Leif. What of you, little Russ? Leif was clearly even more uncomfortable, suddenly having Ketil and Halfdan both looking at him expectantly. He looked back and forth between them, and then to Anna. Whatever he saw in her face resolved the matter for him. He turned back to them with a sad expression. My Anna is a daughter of the Empire. I owe it to her. If there is a chance we can have a grand future in Miklagartha, then I have to try. I am sorry, Halfdan. I really am. You understand? Anna pulled herself closer to Leif. Her expression offered an apology, but she nodded nonetheless. My heart lies in the east, Halfdan. You know that. Her gaze slid to Gunnhild. I'm sorry. I really am. Halfdan sagged a little. To be without the fractious Icelander was one thing. To be without Leif the Teeth was entirely another. The diminutive Russ had been their translator, their teacher, and their knowledge throughout their time in the East. He would be sorely missed. But Halfdan had seen Leif and Anna growing ever closer since their time in the city, and he knew now that they would never be parted. The Russ would climb Yggdrasil and conquer the 9 worlds for her.
Certainly he would follow Ketil back to her homeland. Halfdan sighed and nodded. I do understand, Leif. And Anna. I do. I shall miss you both, but I do understand. Ketil took a deep breath and fixed him with a look. I do not wish to part on poor terms. We have been through much together, and I have respect for you, Loki-born. Perhaps one day the weaving of the Norns will bring our threads back together. That day I will be grateful. Halfdan met his gaze. As will I, Ketil. I do not want you to go, and you will be sorely missed. But if you must, then I wish you good fortune. May the All-Father ever shield you and guide you. Ketil bowed his head. Good luck, Halfdan Loki-born. Do not let these Normans and Italians ruin you. The 4 remaining wolves of Odin stood clustered on the beach for some time, watching their friends march away, sacks of gold and belongings weighing them down as they trudged off through the sand in pursuit of the giant Maniakes and his rebel army. Do you think he's right? Ulfr said at last, quietly, as their 3 friends disappeared into the distance. No, Gunnhild said. Nothing good lies within the Empire now. They will find only poverty and death. This I saw when I still had my staff, and I said so even then. Disaster was all Byzantium had to offer us. If Odin is forgiving, perhaps they will survive and make their own way. But they will never see Miklagarthar again. On that I would lay my life as a wager. This seemed to satisfy Ulfr, and it certainly did Bjorn, who rumbled quietly and then turned to look about the beach. Groups of disconcerted, confused, and worried warriors were gathered here and there. We will not get far with just 4 of us, my young Jarl. There are others here, good Northmen, but led by weak Greeks. Halfdan, one eyebrow rising as he turned, realized that Bjorn was correct. They had lost a crew and a ship in the great city. They might not be able to take a ship now, but there were certainly men. Sweres, Geats, Danes, Norse, and Russ, all here with their Varangian kit, abandoned by the army, unwilling to follow a usurper against their emperor. One such bunch in particular was seemingly engaged in a heated debate with the Byzantine officer commanding them. Shall we? Determined, with the others at his back, Halfdan stomped across the sand toward the Varangian unit. Seeing their approach, the Northerners fell silent, frowning, and finally the Byzantine did the same, turning in surprise. What is it? Halfdan smiled. It seems the Empire has left you to your own devices. My friends and I are heading inland. Emperors and usurpers be damned. There is gold to be made in this land, and we will find it. I have a space in my hearth for any warrior with a strong arm, a sharp eye, and a thirst for gold and glory. Uncertainty painted their faces, but he could also see interest, intrigue, and even hunger here and there among them. The Byzantine officer, however, wrinkled his lip in distaste. Begone, mercenary! These men are oath-bound to the Emperor. We will not follow the general, but we must maintain our garrisons and control the imperial interest in this land until the new Catapan finds us. One of the Varangians behind him cleared his throat. I do not want to serve under our Gyros. He is not to be trusted. He has been our enemy these past 10 years. And now he is our Catapan, snapped the officer, and, turning to Halfdan, You will not take my men. They have their own minds, Halfdan said quietly. The officer drew a short blade from his belt. Bjorn made to grab him, but Halfdan held him back. If you intend to use that, be sure to make a kill with your first blow, for you won't get a second. You will not suborn the forces of the Empire to your base plans, the officer snapped and stepped forward, bringing up his hand, holding the blade horizontally in front of Halfdan's throat.
Step away lest I use this."
Halfdan was growing tired of this day, and of men changing his plans for him. He moved so fast that even Bjorn blinked in surprise. His hand shot out, grabbing the officer's fist over his grip on the hilt and twisting. In the blink of an eye, the blade was now pointing at the Byzantine. The man gave a shocked squawk, but said no more. The sharp blade slammed into its owner's neck and drove deep, slicing through windpipe and throat, lodging in the spine. The young Jarl let go, and the Byzantine spent a few gasping moments trying to pull his own knife back out of his neck before he collapsed, shuddering to the sand. Halfdan looked up into the faces of the gathered Varangians and frowned at the collection of expressions he saw there. Some were approving, some grinning, but many were shocked and had turned pale. He wondered at such womanish ideals for a moment, until they began to mark out the Christian cross over their chest with 2 fingers. He realized then that his arm was still up where it had grabbed the knife, and that his sleeve had slid back. The entwined serpents of Loki, a blessing or curse since the day of his birth, perhaps both, were on open display. He usually kept them safely concealed.
"Diabolos,"
one of the Varangians hissed, wide, fearful eyes darting back and forth between Halfdan and the fallen officer. There was another flurry of crossing, and many of the guardsmen began to back away.
"Devil spawn! Cursed ones! Pagans!"
Halfdan stood, impassive, arms still raised, watching them back away. Good. If they could not accept him, then they certainly were not men he could rely upon. As the majority of the Varangians moved off to join another unit along the beach, the young Jarl eyed those who remained. As he did so, one by one, they reached up to the heavy silver crosses at their necks and deftly flipped the pendants over, where they now hung as Mjolnir, the hammer of Thor. Halfdan nodded. 12 new men to add to his own. 16 was a small crew, but it was a start. Chapter 2. "Tell me more about this folk," Halfdan said, looking around the prospective campsite.
"Folk," replied the former Varangian with patience. "Folk de Corvodon."
Halfdan nodded. Of the dozen men who had joined him on the beach, Varlof was the only one who hadn't arrived on the fleet. He had fought in the area, and consequently he had a passing knowledge of the region and its people. In an effort to work out some sort of plan, Halfdan had quizzed the man relentlessly on their slow journey from the beach near Taranto.
"He calls himself the Lord of Genosa, but that's pushing it, really. He's more trapped in it than lord of it."
"But who is he?" Halfdan persisted, as he dumped the 2 heavy bags with relief.
"Nobody special. Just another Norman warlord. You have to understand, Halfdan, they don't have the same sort of rules here as we did at home. Here you can be a jarl if you can seize and hold a town for more than a week."
"But the big lords are further north."
"Yes. The most powerful is William Ironarm at Melfi."
Halfdan rolled his shoulders and started to rifle through the bags.
"Then we must stay on the good side of this Ironarm. Gold can be had here, I'm sure of it. But first we need to jam a foot in the door. The Byzantines are of no use to us now. We need to find a way in with these Normans, and a minor lord is a good start."
He looked around the camp again. Bjorn was busy arguing with Ulfr over a nice spot under a tree, while Gunnhild stood and glared at both of them. The others were generally settling for the night and sorting through their new acquisitions. They were at least well stocked now, which was a relief. They departed Byzantium in such a hurry that they had left half their belongings there. On the journey west, the ships had occasionally docked at ports, and the friends had managed to replace some of their missing gear, but it was only now that they were fully supplied. They'd been careful to avoid the city of Taranto, where Maniakes would be making his first move to gather and supply his army for his coup, but had managed to find everything they needed from the 3 small settlements heading northwest as they moved inland. Halfdan's prime goal had been to resupply and move away from the Byzantine-controlled coast. Then he needed to find an ally. That was where this folk to Odin could come in useful. "What do you know of the numbers at this Genoza place?" Varlov shrugged. "Not much. There won't be many, though, on either side. It's not a rich town, nor really important, just usefully placed. I've heard the Norman defenders referred to in reports as a handful. Probably not more than a dozen or a score, then. I imagine not. The Byzantine forces around Genoza will be more than that, enough to contain the town within a picket line, but the Catapan has not bothered devoting a lot of men to shifting the Norman garrison. It has been a low priority." "Take a guess," Halfdan urged, as he pulled out his sleeping blankets. 100 or so? Shite. Even with the Norman lord alongside us, 100 would be too many. There has to be a way, though." Varlov glanced at the entwined serpent mark on Halfdan's arm. "You'll find it." "There will be a difference between the 2 forces there," Halfdan said. "This Norman, folk, is fighting for his life and his property. If he claims Genoza and he's trapped, he will be like a cornered wolf. And if it is true that these Normans really carry the same blood as Hadravi, then they will fight like us and stand like us." A nod from Varlov. Clearly he believed so. "But the Byzantines are just a garrison sent to pen them in, a very small part of a very large army, with a small officer on his own, far from their leaders. They will be complacent and not inclined to push for a fight, I think. In such a situation, 2 of them are not worth 1 Northman." "That still does not even the odds." Halfdan sucked in warm evening air through his teeth. "True. I will find another way." Crouching, he pinned a curse brooch to the mouth of his bag, warning others not to go through his things. There was still a lot of gold in the bag, and though these new friends might suspect that Halfdan's party was well off, they could have no idea just how well off. Gunnhild had fashioned a little curse brooch for each of them to prevent people rifling in their belongings, and just in case the new additions were not put off by the threat of divine trouble, Gunnhild had dabbed a spot of poison on each brooch too. An unsuspecting thief would suffer for some time and be rather obvious. Across the camp, Bjorn was busy arm-wrestling with one of the newcomers, while 2 others swiftly built a campfire from the twigs and logs they found in the undergrowth. The wood was dry and old, this region having seen no rain for some time, and as Ulfr chipped his flint and steel together, the sparks took quickly, and soon a roaring fire filled the centre of the camp. As Bjorn and his friend finished their bout, the great albino winning as expected, the men produced the deer they had brought down a few miles back and began to skin and prepare it for roasting. Halfdan watched half-heartedly and almost jumped when Ulfr suddenly spoke right next to him. He'd not heard the shipwright approach. "Have you given thought to a plan? These seem like good men, but from what I understand we are likely to be facing odds of 7 or 8 to 1 if we go to help this Norman lord." Halfdan puffed out his lip and shrugged. In other times he would have consulted Gunnhild, asked her to walk with the goddess, but now things were different. Had she done something to distance herself from Freyja, or was it perhaps that Freyja just couldn't hear her in this parched southern world? Whatever it was, she had lost something that had been an essential part of her, and until she regained it, he was going to have to be twice as clever and twice as lucky. He straightened. "A plan will present itself in time. Of that I'm confident. For now I'm going to watch back down the trail we took. Will you take a place on the path ahead? We need guards. This is an unfriendly land." Ulfr nodded, clapped his hand on Halfdan's shoulder and strode off. Moving back to his bag, Halfdan picked up his shield, freshly painted with his 3 wolves during the sea voyage, and a chunk of flatbread, and waved to the others before striding out to take a watch position. They had chosen high ground for their camp. A considerably easier route had followed the farm flatlands up from the coast, but this land was still held by the Byzantines, and there would be questions at best if they bumped into the Empire's military. Thus, they had climbed the low hills to the north of the road, following a minor track instead. In the last of the evening light, Halfdan could see the sea in the distance, a shimmering whale road, almost flat as the glass windows of Miklagarða. He could see Taranto in the distance, and the mass that would be Maniakes' army. Closer too, the trees hid much, and he could see barely 200 paces down the slope before the path turned from view. He sat on a rock and tore at the bread, shield resting at his side. Stuffing the hard but nourishing morsels into his mouth, he tried to remember the names of all his new men and assign to each a trait. In any planning, it was useful to know what everyone was good at, so that assignment to a task could be swift and decisive. He had no idea how long he'd been sitting there before he heard the noise. At first, he thought it some wild animal, scurrying about in the undergrowth nearby, but then a shape moved between the trees off to the north side of the path, a shape the size of a human. The bread tumbled from his hands as he swept up the shield, his hand going to the hilt of his sword. He turned, feet planted apart, and peered into the darkness beneath the trees. "Be thankful I'm not an archer," Gunnhild said, with a strange smile as she emerged from the darkness. "With a literal forest for cover, you choose to face a threat standing in the wide open." He relaxed as she stepped into the light. Even walking without the goddess, she was impressive. "At least I was alert." "You need to be more so." Her smile was gone. In her hand she held a straight branch, perhaps 4 feet long, hefty, and with fronds still hanging from it. She used the overgrown stick to point back where she'd come from. Was she making a new staff? What did that mean? "There is company here somewhere," she said. He frowned. "Oh?" "I found a ruined building just 100 paces down the slope. It's been used as a base by a small group of armed men very recently. The ashes of their fire were barely cold, and I found a broken whetstone." "Byzantines?" Gunnhild shook her head. "I don't think so. Byzantines like camps and forts and move in units. Bandits, I suspect. Perhaps they were passing through and moved on. Again, I don't think so. The building has been well used. Let's warn the others." The two paced back up the track toward the clearing, identified easily by the flickering orange beacon of their campfire. "Maybe we should put that out," he suggested, pointing. "It's too late for that. They're coming." Halfdan turned, frowning, hopeful. "The goddess speaks?" "No. The wildlife does." As she lapsed into silence, Halfdan realized he could hear birds scattering in the treetops and the crackling of undergrowth. The fauna of the area was being disturbed by something in the woods. Damn, but she was sharp even. They picked up to a jog. Emerging into the camp at speed and breathing heavily, Halfdan threw out an arm. "Swords!" he called. All eyes turned to him in surprise, but before anyone could question the call, one of the new men let out a cry as an arrow thudded into his upper arm. Men dived for the ground and grabbed shields desperately as arrows began to thrum through the gloom from the darkened woods around them. The shots were sporadic, the work of just 2 or 3 men and loosed at will, unlike a military unit's volley. And now aware, Halfdan's men were getting to cover and defending themselves. Halfdan glanced across the clearing. All the arrows had come from one side. At least it seemed they weren't surrounded, but he needed to be sure.
Ulfr and Svein, take the far side and search for men. Make sure we're not flanked.
The two Northmen nodded at him and ran for the edge of the forest, axes out. As Halfdan sized up the situation, someone called a warning, and he turned to see an arrow coming straight for him. With a jerk of his arm, he pulled his shield up, and the missile struck the boss, hurtling off harmlessly into the woods. His men were now mostly in cover, shields up. Only Halfdan, Gunnhild, and Bjorn stood in the open. Halfdan turned to tell them to get down, but as he did so, he realized the arrows had stopped. There was only one reason for that.
"Here they come!"
he shouted. He and Gunnhild ran toward the shadowy eaves from which the arrows had come, and as they closed, the others all rose, weapons and shields gripped ready. The first bandit emerged from the woodland and ran straight at Halfdan, having identified him as the man shouting the orders. He was armoured with a shirt of thick leather over simple hose and poor-quality boots. He wore a cap of green felt and bore a straight, short blade pitted with rust marks. As he ran, he gripped the sword in a double-handed grip and tried to swipe at Halfdan's side. The attack was poor, the move of a low brigand used to fighting unarmed merchants or farmers. Halfdan simply leaned away from the blow and stuck out a leg, catching the man on his shins and sending him flying to the dirt, where he landed hard. Before he could roll over or rise, Gunnhild took one step toward him and brought her branch down, end first, on the back of the bandit's head. By the time the two turned back, more men were bursting from the tree line. They were not skilled, but there were a lot of them, and one thing Halfdan had learned by now was that numbers made a difference. A nagging thought occurred to him as he looked at his men fighting, and he turned, brow wrinkled. Bjorn was not there, and for the big albino to miss a fight was almost unheard of. He felt a chill as his gaze finally fell on his ugly friend. Bjorn was crouched over Gunnhild's bags, rummaging. With a sinking feeling, Halfdan nudged Gunnhild and pointed.
"He wants your powder, for the berserk to take him."
"Get out of there!" snapped Gunnhild, turning and striding toward Bjorn, but she was too late. As she closed, he rose and turned. He had two dark lines, glistening, smeared down his forehead, and a messy blob that had probably been intended as a Volknut on his cheek. His teeth were bared, gleaming tombstones in the night, with the odd, glaring gap, and his eyes were bulging and wild.
"Shit!"
Halfdan ran over and grabbed Gunnhild's wrist, pulling her back. Bjorn stared at the two of them, his eyes dancing with madness, bubbles of snotty powder forming at his nostrils and drool hanging from the corners of his mouth. "Back, everyone!" Halfdan shouted to the others, waving a finger in the direction of Bjorn, who was circling slowly, looking up into the night sky and issuing a low growl.
"What the fuck?"
a voice demanded, but something about the display instantly unnerved them all, even in the middle of a fight. All along the edges of the woodland, the Varangians gave a parting blow and backed away. The bandits did not press their attack. A couple followed the retreating Northmen, trading blows, but most of them were now looking past their former opposition to the huge, pale, white-haired thing standing in the centre of the clearing and growling at the sky. Just then, Bjorn let out a wolf howl at ear-piercing volume, eerily realistic. The Varangians, who had been backing slowly away from the bandits, suddenly broke and ran, more away from Bjorn than from the attackers.
"Bear shirt!"
someone cried. Bjorn's hands slowly lowered as his howl trailed off, and he stilled. Halfdan shivered at the sight. Bjorn was utterly lost to the effects of the powder now. As his gaze fell on the pair of them, Halfdan was painfully aware that Bjorn probably didn't even recognize his friends in this moment, and he most certainly wouldn't care. The great albino took a belligerent step toward Halfdan and Gunnhild, roaring. The young Jarl was under no illusion. Had the bandits not done something stupid just then, Bjorn may well have torn his friends to pieces. Thankfully, the bandits had no idea what they were witnessing, and one of those at the fore threw a rock, which bounced off Bjorn's shoulder with a crunch. The enormous warrior turned his scarred face on the bandits, and even in the gathering darkness, Halfdan saw the man go white as a sheet as he realized he had attracted the attention of what could only be a devil. Bjorn focused on the man and broke into a jog. The bandit, to his credit, stood his ground for a few moments, until he saw the great crazed Northman sweep a hand down as he loped right into the burning fire, lifting a blazing orange log. The bandit ran, but Bjorn was on him. Even as the hapless brigand fled, the big berserkir threw the flaming log. It smashed into the man, sending him howling to the forest floor. 2 men ran at Bjorn now, both with a short blade in each hand. They dived for this great maniac, 4 gleaming weapons stabbing repeatedly. Halfdan watched them hit Bjorn, saw their hands rising and falling, and feared for his friend's survival. But then there was a howl of pure violence, and suddenly one of those men was flying backwards into the trees, head at an unnatural angle, arms flopping, and the other was trying to run, while a great pale hand gripped his neck, holding tight. Bandits and Varangians alike watched in awe and horror as Bjorn, bleeding in 6 places, lifted the screaming, panicked man, turned, and smashed him head first into the nearest tree trunk. The skull burst like an overripe fruit, showering both Bjorn and the tree with unspeakable matter. Someone back in the forest bellowed an urgent call, and the bandits were running, then fleeing, back down the forested slope, cutting their losses. It was not over for them, though. Bjorn, howling again, dropped to all fours and ambled off in pursuit, like some great pale bear in the undergrowth. Halfdan watched him go with a resigned expression. "Should we not try and stop him?" Varlof breathed, stepping close and rubbing a cut on his forearm. "You can try, but I wouldn't advise it," Halfdan replied. The 2 men fell silent. Indeed, the entire camp fell silent. A gentle breeze shushed the leaves high in the trees, and the campfire spat and crackled. But every ear was on what was happening out of sight down the slope. Periodic screams and shouts of warning were interspersed with occasional clangs of metal and muted thuds, but above it all came the roars and howls of Bjorn as he tore the bandits limb from limb. "I thought they were a myth," Varlof said quietly. "More or less. I think Bjorn was born into the wrong age. Civilization and him don't get along." He grinned at his own comment. 2 years ago, he hadn't even known what civilization was. He turned to Gunnhild. "I think you might need some healing salves in an hour or so, and something to ease burned hands." Gunnhild's face was a picture of irritation. "Only that giant fool would ignore my curse brooch and go through my things. I shall be having words with Bjorn Beartorn about his behavior." Halfdan chuckled. "You might want to keep that pouch on your person from now on." As Gunnhild crossed to her packs and began to tidy away the mess that Bjorn had left, the rest gathered on the side of the fire where the few bandits' bodies lay. Ulfr and his companion joined them. "Nothing on the far slope, Jarl Halfdan. What happened here?" "Bjorn happened here," he replied with a grimace. As if to illustrate his point, somewhere in the woods, perhaps a quarter of a mile away, a blood-curdling scream rose, only to be drowned out by an eerie howl. "I've never seen anything like it," one of the new crewmen whispered, his eyes still wide. "And you never will again if I have anything to do with it," Gunnhild complained, tying the pouch of the precious compound and tucking it away at her belt. The enemy dead were gathered, just 3 bandits to show for the fight, and then cast down the slope to feed the scavengers of the wild far enough from the camp to stay out of the firelight. Gunnhild tended a number of cuts and abrasions, none of which would be debilitating. The worst was the arrow wound that had announced the attack, but even though the Varangian cried like a babe when she snapped off the head and pulled the shaft back through the wound, she announced that it was just muscle and flesh, and he would heal. She bound him with a honeyed poultice and told him not to be so stupid next time, which even Halfdan found a little unfair. It was not long before dawn when Bjorn returned, stumping up the slope like an exhausted bear. He was freezing cold and soaking wet. When quizzed on this, he was unable to explain it, especially given that every river or stream they had come across that day was a seasonal one, run dry until winter. On the bright side, the cold water, wherever he'd found it, had soothed his scorched hand. Gunnhild took the big man aside to tend to his wounds, and reported later to Halfdan as Bjorn stumped off, chagrined at the tongue-lashing he'd received. 3 stab wounds, none deep enough to leave permanent damage, and a lot of minor cuts. The worst injuries the big berserkir had seemed to suffer was from crashing blindly into trees in his wild pursuit, and he would be a colourful collection of purple and yellow bruises for days. Fortunately, his hand had been covered in dirt when he grabbed the burning log, and he'd only held it for moments before throwing it, so the skin was sore and red, but would not cause him long-term trouble. "So he'll be good by nightfall?" Halfdan asked. "We should be at Genosa then. We might need him." "He'll be sore and stupid. He's almost terminally stupid. But the worst he'll suffer is from the poison I had on the curse brooch. It'll have worked on him by now, and he'll be shitting fire for days." Halfdan laughed at that. Given the numbers that had been against them, they had come out of it well, and Halfdan was forced to admit that it might have been a much harder and longer fight without Bjorn's reckless decision. Slowly, over the following morning, the new men who travelled with them warily began to come closer, even nodding to Bjorn and nervously congratulating him on a good fight. As they walked, Gunnhild stripped the small twigs from her stick and peeled it of bark. "A new staff?" "Or a spear. I am uncertain." A vulva's staff or a spear maiden's weapon. He bit into his cheek. She was on the edge of something. Perhaps he could nudge her? "It's a bit short for a staff," Halfdan noted as they climbed the last hill, "but even shorter for a good spear." "Then we will have to see what it becomes, won't we?" Halfdan nodded. She was still quiet, somehow lost, but he could sense she was struggling with something, some deep decision. "It is my belief that the goddess will find you and tell you what it should be." Her response was little more than a grunt, yet as they walked, he occasionally caught her looking at him, narrow-eyed, appraising. As they crested the hill, their objective came into view, and he stopped and took a deep breath. Varlof, Ulver, and Bjorn joined the pair, the others falling in behind him and looking ahead. A cluster of tightly packed grey and brown stone buildings around the tower of a church formed a small town on a rocky spur, surrounded on 3 sides by the loop of a deep ravine. Even from here, Halfdan could see that the streets on the hilltop had been blocked with rubble, carts, and timber, forming defences for want of a city wall. Below Genosa, myriad caves opened like mouths in the rock, a veritable city of houses cut into the steep slope, leading from the town down into the ravine. And there, in the bottom of that defile that looped around the spur on 3 sides, small encampments gleaming with armour and bearing the banners and colours of Byzantine soldiers. Genosa. Now they could begin. Chapter 3.
It's sealed tighter than Ulfa's purse, Bjorn rumbled as they peered across at the town of Genosa from the ridge.
There is a way, Halfdan replied quietly, eyes still picking out every detail. Gunnhild told us to keep looking until we see it.
My eyes ache, and my arse aches from sitting on rocks, and my head aches from trying to think of a way through that lot. And Gunnhild is just telling you that because she can't think of it herself.
Halfdan smiled at the fact that his big friend's voice lowered to a hushed murmur at this last, in case he was overheard. Bjorn was afeard of no man born of woman, but Gunnhild put the shits up him regularly. Still, he was right that they were no closer to figuring out what to do. They had been at Genosa for 2 days now. They had been careful to stay back out of sight, moving warily around the periphery. Had the Byzantine besiegers been particularly careful and had patrols out, they would undoubtedly have come across Halfdan and the others by now. But they weren't, and they hadn't. Like all Byzantines, their thinking was rigid. To their mind, they had their enemy trapped in the town. The Norman wasn't going anywhere, but they needed to watch the town constantly. They didn't see the need to watch the countryside, since the lands down to the sea were all in Byzantine hands, and so they remained blissfully unaware of the dangers lurking in the hills and ridges around the town. Not that it mattered. The Byzantines so outnumbered Halfdan's Hirth that any attempt to break into the town would result in carnage and would be extremely unlikely to succeed. And so they continued to watch, to learn what they could. Halfdan could feel in his blood that there must be a way into the town, else he would have walked away by now. There had to be other minor Norman lords he could ingratiate himself with after all, but this felt right. There had to be something he could do, if he could just figure out what it was. And Gunnhild, too, for all the goddess did not speak to her, was convinced that there was an answer if they were patient enough to wait for it.
"We should just go," Bjorn said.
Halfdan grunted.
"No. This is a fool's quest."
"No. If we want to go north, and we do want to go north, we have 3 choices, Bjorn. We go up the east coast, but that's in Byzantine hands, and they're busy launching a civil war. Moreover, a former enemy has taken command there. That's just a mess and dangerous. Or we could go up the west coast, but that's all city-states with local lords. There will be no opportunities for us there. It will be costly and slow, and as Northmen, we will either be taken for Varangians or for these Normans, and I doubt either will suit as well. That leaves up the middle, inland, and inland is a war zone, dominated by Norman lords. A war zone is a good place to get rich."
"Or dead,"
noted Bjorn. "I plan on rich, and this Fulk to Corvodon is our way in. We need to help him so he owes us, and that means getting rid of his Byzantine enemies." Bjorn sighed and scratched his privates reflectively as he peered across the ravine.
"So we're back to the start. How to do it?"
Halfdan nodded. "Fulk is secure. The slopes up 3 sides of that spur are steep and covered with those cave houses. They have good positioning for dropping rocks and arrows on attackers. The only real approach is along the spur from the west, the gentle climb." They both thought hard on that. The western approach had been the first thing they checked. The Norman defenders had fortified that end well, with a ditch, rampart, and wooden towers, and behind that there was a wide open killing zone before the blocked streets of the town. The Byzantines had clearly tried the approach, and failed at least once, judging by the mess visible there, and had camped out of missile reach across the rise. Indeed, the Byzantines were organized into garrisons around the city, across that spur approach, and along the encircling ravine's base in small camps. Halfdan had pondered the possibility of overrunning one of the camps to reach the city, but there were 2 problems with that. First, they would just end up trapped like Fulk, and second, the Byzantines were organized and efficient with their signals. Each group was close enough to support their neighbours in case of attack, which meant that any attempt to overrun a fort would mean fighting 3 of the garrisons rather than 1. Varlov had underestimated the numbers clearly. There were, by Halfdan's best guess, between 250 and 300 men besieging the town, far too many for their handful to take on.
"How long can folk last?" Bjorn asked.
That depends on how well supplied he is. If his warehouses and granaries are full, he should easily see this year out and manage until next spring. I'm not sure what the water situation is, but there must be cisterns in the town. Bjorn nodded. They had learned the value of water cisterns in the Byzantine capital, where great columned rooms underground stored enough water to keep the city going indefinitely. They certainly don't get it from rivers, he noted, pointing at the dry, dusty bed of the ravine that had perhaps been a river so long ago no one could remember it. Indeed, the only water they'd been able to find, despite Bjorn having apparently fallen into plenty of the stuff on the night of his rampage, was a small seasonal stream 2 miles to the east, which mostly ran underground in the hills, but surfaced a couple of times. It was a matter of great irritation for the men, who drew lots 3 times a day and had to traipse 4 miles to fill the water skins. And that was another thing that was annoying Halfdan. He could assume folk had cisterns up in the town, and, though it was difficult, Halfdan and his men were managing to resupply from that stream. But it took a lot of water to keep a force the size of the Byzantine besiegers going, and Halfdan simply could not see where they were getting it from. There was certainly no water in the ravine. They weren't using the same stream as Halfdan, and the nearest alternative water source was, according to Varlov anyway, a small river at least 7 or 8 miles to the west. They had watched, though, and no party had been sent that way for supplies. "It's to do with the water," he murmured. "What?" Halfdan turned to Bjorn. "The answer. The plan I've been waiting to make itself clear. It has something to do with the water."
"My water wants out,"
the big man replied, and stumped away, unfastening his trousers. Halfdan turned back and watched some more. The sun was now setting on their second day in Genoza. He had to do something soon. So far the new arrivals were with him, but a Jarl only kept the loyalty of his men when he seemed to be winning. Gradually, the sun slid behind the western horizon, leaving the sky a deep, bloody red, which then slowly turned purple, then inky blue. Back beyond the ridge in a dell, the others would now be lighting a fire, far enough away to be hidden from Byzantine eyes. Food would be cooked and wine drunk. Most of the talk would be irritable comments about their situation. Halfdan decided he could wait to eat. He wanted to stay a while longer. Nothing happened. The Byzantines remained in their camps, loud and bright, with fires and laughter and food and wine, taunting the defenders with their leisure. After a while, as the veil of night truly fell, the camp's fires were allowed to die down, the music and festivities ended, and the army settled in for the night. Halfdan had almost nodded off with the inanity of his task when he heard footsteps and turned, hand going to his belt. Gunnhild was wandering across to him. In one hand she held her new stick. It was already starting to look impressive. Smooth wood, straight and keen, she had begun to carve patterns into it, and had hollowed out a socket of some sort at one end. It would be short for a spear if she attached a blade there, little longer than a sword, but it would be even shorter as a staff. What was she up to? In her other hand she held a steaming bowl. "You need to eat," she said, handing it to him, and then sitting on the rock beside him. He didn't reply, simply tucked into the stew, which was nourishing, warm, and flavoured with some of the local flora that Gunnhild had expertly collected, guided by that seemingly endless sea of knowledge she possessed. Instead, he looked over the top of the bowl, eyes on the now largely subdued Byzantine camp. "Any moment now," he said, estimating the time. Gunnhild frowned a question at him, and he lifted the wooden spoon and used it to gesture across the ravine. "See? They're changing their sentries." While the Byzantines had not bothered to post sentries facing the outside world, they were still keeping a careful eye on the trapped Normans. Scattered along that steep inner slope up to the city, they had picket posts of 3 men. Halfdan and the others had watched them. They did 4-hour shifts and rotated with other men from the camp, each small position watching some potential route in or out of the town up that unforgiving incline. They changed watches with such rigid timing it was easy to anticipate. Bored, he watched the 3 men climb the hill and then the relieved soldiers descend, their place taken, all the time ladling the stew into his mouth until he was scraping around to gather up the last of it. His eyes followed every contour of the landscape, trying to pick out the climbs that each picket was guarding. The upper town was sealed, and what had once been a cave down in the rocks beneath was dark and desolate, probably abandoned when the siege began. The blackened moors of those shelters were scattered all across the ravine side, linked by carved-out walkways and winding stairs. He tried to track the line the descending men followed. They always seemed to go the same way. He frowned. "Now that's interesting." Gunnhild edged closer. "What?" "They seem to have chosen to come down a more difficult route than I would have taken." She frowned into the darkness. "They use reasonable stairs. But there is a straight and gentle slope they could have followed that they do not. Why not use that? Why use the steps?" He felt his skin prickle. Excitement began to build. "Why not?" he muttered, straining his eyes. "Why not?" His gaze found that sloping line again and followed it upwards. It passed across a stairway at one point, and then disappeared from sight shortly afterwards, though he suspected it continued to climb round the corner. Twitching with what felt like an important discovery, he now tracked the line back down. It passed the position of the pickets, and then stopped rather suddenly, without reaching a door or becoming a staircase. Why? He noted movement. One of the pickets was wandering down towards the bottom end of the slope he'd been examining. The pickets did move about occasionally, stretching their legs, as was only to be expected. But this sentry walked down to the dead end, and then back up with purpose. Halfdan's face broke slowly into a wide smile. "What is it?" Gunnhild asked. "He's carrying something from that dead end. I would wager Bjorn's right arm that it's a water skin. That's why they don't walk down the slope. It's not a path, it's a water channel, like those aqueducts they have in Miklagartha." Gunnhild gave him a warm smile. "You found how they're getting their water?" He nodded. "That's why it stops suddenly. It empties into a tank there, a cistern. Of course, the cave houses would need water. They have their own supply. But it hasn't rained here in months." Halfdan grinned. "So yes, the channel will be dry, but the cisterns will be filled from the winter. That's why we've not seen them going for water. They have it to hand at those caves. The pickets bring it back down with them. And if there's one cistern, there will be others. Could they be supplying all the water their force needs by just the pickets?" Gunnhild shrugged. "There are 2 camps at the spur and 5 around the ravine bottom, yes? And there have to be between 12 and 14 of picket positions along the slope near your cisterns. That's maybe 3 per camp. So each camp is getting water carried by 9 men every 4 hours. That's quite an amount of water on a regular basis. It would seem you have discovered their secret." Halfdan turned to her with a wicked smile. "Now I need poison." She nodded.
Poisons abound in places like this. The goddess will help you find them. A nudge. A hope. My wits will help me find them. My wits are all I need for this. In a matter of heartbeats, the two of them were moving back from the ravine, carrying the used bowl, hurrying for the camp. As they reached the gathering of makeshift tents, Bjorn turned in surprise. Halfdan gestured to him. Go get the other watchers. I think I have a plan. They began at dawn. The entire group split into two. 7 men were sent to watch the town again, but this time they had a specific remit. They were to trace any water channels they could see and try to identify where any cisterns could be found. While those 7 men went to work, another 7 scoured the countryside with a piece of stone on which Gunnhild had scratched a drawing of a plant. They worked throughout the morning, only Halfdan and Gunnhild remaining at the camp. While Gunnhild prepared everything she needed, Halfdan cleared a wide stretch of ground and used a stick to draw a rudimentary map of Genosa. By the afternoon, he had been to check his details and had a good image of the town, marking everything of interest, including the locations of the garrisons in the ravine. By the afternoon, Gunnhild had a flat slab laid out with mortar and pestle, bowls, a bucket of water, knives, and more. Then, throughout the afternoon, the scouts and gatherers returned. The 7 scouts had each managed to locate what appeared to be dead ends for the sloping water channels. They worked with Halfdan to mark their positions on the map. In the meantime, the others began to drift back into the camp with armfuls or baskets full of plants. Each time, Gunnhild took their haul, cast out 3/4 of it for being the wrong plant, and threw away others that were mostly frond, for it was the root she apparently needed. She then sent them out once again, with a snapped command to pay more attention and a piece of the correct plant, so they could better know what to look for. The sun was descending once more by the time Halfdan was content that he had his map just right, and the scouts had been sent to join the gatherers. The light was starting to fade a little when Gunnhild announced grumpily that she finally had enough. She then had the entire party, Halfdan included, working on the plant, cutting off all foliage, chopping, grating and grinding, mixing the powdered root with a number of other compounds from Gunnhild's bags. By the time the sun dipped below the hills, all was ready. "What is this stuff again?" Ulfa muttered, lifting one of the small bags of powder. "Mostly mandragora," Gunnhild replied, packing her things away and washing the mortar and pestle. "Never heard of it," Bjorn put in from where he worked. "Of course you haven't, you big oaf, because it's not found at the bottom of a beer barrel or in a whore's skirt. It doesn't grow in the north. I learned of it in Miklagartha. It grows in all these southern lands. The plant is unsavory enough, but the root is vicious." "What does it do?" "In this dose I believe it will be far from deadly," she admitted. "One of these bags would certainly kill a few men, but they must by necessity be dissolved in the cisterns, and that will water it down a great deal." Halfdan looked across at her. "Will it be enough?" "I anticipate a very uncomfortable night for anyone who drinks the water. Beyond that I can confirm nothing. It is your best chance of putting the entire garrison out at once, though." "How do we do this, then?" Bjorn muttered, gripping the bag and peering at Halfdan's map in the gathering dust. "We don't." "What?" "Not we. I do it." Ulfar shook his head. "That's not bright, Halfdan. You can't do it on your own. You'll have to overcome any pickets near the cisterns. That will be 3-1. Bjorn nodded. "For me that's easier than taking a shit, but for you—" Halfdan reached out and plucked the bag from the big man's hand. "This has to be done discreetly. If I have to fight anyone, the secret is out and we've failed. I have to be quick, quiet, and unseen. That's easier for one man than a group, and certainly easier if that one man isn't the size of a house and the colour of the moon, with a tendency to ear-splitting farts. Bjorn snorted. That is no way to describe Gunnhild. He flashed a grin at the woman, who paused in her tidying away to throw an icy glare his way. She tore her gaze to Halfdan. Come here. He did so, obedient as always, and at her gesture held out his arm. She lifted the other, looked at the entwined serpents, and measured to the same place on the clear arm. There she lifted the sharpened, charred stick she had been using for drawing, and began to etch in his flesh. He hissed the pain, for she was digging into the skin deep enough to wound, leaving a black line. Slowly, excruciatingly, she drew the 3 interlocked triangles of the Volknut. When she was done and stepped back, muttering a prayer, he let the arm drop, the sleeve covering the design. Loki cunning fills your veins, she explained, but you must have the binding of the Allfather also. For the first time since they had landed on the beach, he noticed something in her eye. She had invoked a god, not Freyja, true, but perhaps it was something. A spark? A rekindling? Nodding, trying to ignore the burning sensation along his arm, Halfdan collected up the 6 bags of powder and stepped over to the map. Looking at it for some time, he committed to memory the position of each of the cisterns. The others stood around, looking at him, in awe of what he planned to do. Halfdan steadied himself. It was true that, for all the danger he was about to face, it would be lesser for him alone, but there was another reason he wanted to complete this task without aid. These men had followed him because they saw the Loki cunning in him, but they would only stay with him so long as he proved himself a leader and a warrior. Now was the time to put any doubts about that from their minds. Just as Gunnhild had bound him to Odin, he would bind the others to himself. Crossing to his kit, he found the darkest of his tunics. Pulling it on, he then moved to the remains of last night's fire and placed his bags down on the ground before dropping and rolling to and fro in the ash, making sure to scrub it into his blonde hair and smear his face with it. Rising once more, coughing wildly as the ash clogged his nostrils and throat, he noted the admiring looks of the others. From what little he could see of himself, he imagined he must be truly dark and grimy. Shaking the excess off, he spat and blew black snot from first one nostril and then the other, then readied himself. He drew his sword, and, with some regret, wetted the blade from a waterskin, then rolled it too in the ash, dulling and darkening the glorious eagle-hilted weapon so that it no longer gleamed. With that, he swept up the 6 bags. He was ready. He carried only a bared blade and the bags, wore only blackened clothes and no armour. As he crossed the camp, he noted with satisfaction that he moved with near silence even here, where he was not attempting to sneak. With his blackened appearance, he would be hard to hear or spot in the dark. He moved across the rocky ground until the town of Genosa swam into view. Lights were already flickering over there among the houses, and campfires were bursting into golden life in the Byzantine fortifications around the ravine. On the rock where he had spent most of yesterday sitting, he carefully picked out the cistern he had spotted and allowed his eyes, straining in the gloom, to climb and descend the slope time and again, picking out the best route to it. Then, when he was content that he'd done so and committed it to memory, he looked right and tried to find the next cistern they'd discovered. Once he located it with a little difficulty, he worked the quickest and quietest route to it. Then, since he had plenty of time to kill, he did it all over again several times. Gradually, as he did so, the sky darkened more and more, until finally the black of deep night settled across the land.
The Byzantines began their evening meal and carousing, and Halfdan rose. This was the moment for which he had been waiting, the time when they were at their most distracted. Carefully, he began to pick his way down the slope to the ravine. The outer edge was not as steep as the spur upon which the town was built, and, though his feet occasionally skidded on loose gravel, for the most part he dropped lightly down between tufted grass and dry mud. In fact, he moved with sufficient speed and grace that he was rather surprised at how quickly the ground levelled out. He reached the bottom of the ravine much sooner than expected. To each side he could see the glow of the campfires and the tents of the Byzantines. He could hear them singing and shouting, and see black shapes, indistinct, moving back and forth across the orange glow of the fires. Crouching low, he emerged from the undergrowth at the outer edge of the ravine. The open ground between the camps was clear, and spotting someone crossing it would not be difficult. That he was stained black as night would be of some help, but his big advantage was that both camps were busy with their food and wine. They would assume the pickets on the inner slope would be watching for danger, and would not expect anything to be coming from this direction. He could feel the Loki serpents on his arm itching, and the Volknut of Odin was sore where Gunnhild had etched it upon him. He cast a prayer to each of them, and a third to Freyja for good measure, as he crept through the night, feet crunching quietly on the sandy ground. His relief as he reached a small stand of shrubs at the far side and ducked into their cover without a cry of alarm going up from the camp was palpable. His heart was racing, and he was starting to wish he delegated the task to someone else after all. If only Ketil were here. The man was black as a raven in hair and apparel, and his great long legs would have seen him across the open in half the time. Pushing aside thoughts of a lost brother, he took another deep breath and began to pick his way up the slope. He had not gone far before he found the straight stairway he had marked as the start of his route. Padding quickly up the steps to the next flat space, he ducked sharply to the left and pressed himself against a wall. The doorways of these deserted houses stood open, like the eye sockets of an old skull. Checking inside for any sign of life, he noted the mess that confirmed it had been occupied until recently and had then been suddenly abandoned. The people of this cave village had fled with the arrival of the Byzantines. Some of the buildings were whole caves, while others were only partial, and had been built out a little with stone walls and a roof in imitation of a normal building. Moving on, he climbed and jogged left and right, here and there, occasionally dipping into a doorway to catch his breath. He knew he was close to his first goal, and that was confirmed when muted Greek drifted through the night air. Reaching the next corner, he stopped and edged an eye around it. There was a small square here formed by the shape of 3 houses looking inwards, and the 3 pickets of the Byzantine patrol were sitting around a flat stone playing dice. For a moment he considered darting across the gap, but it was quite wide. Even in the circumstances, distracted as they were and darkened as he was, there was a good chance he would catch their attention. He looked about and smiled. Stepping back away from the corner, he found a narrow alley between 2 walls and nipped into it. With some difficulty, keeping as quiet as he could, he climbed the slope and stepped out onto the roof of one building, just 5 feet of flat stone, the rest buried in the cliffside. Edging close to the drop, he could see the 3 Byzantines below. Holding his breath, he sidled quietly around a corner and onto the narrow ledge of another house, and then on again, picking his way around the square above the pickets, who continued their dice game oblivious. His foot came down into shadow, and there was a sudden howl and hiss. Pissing himself a little with the shock, instinct took over. He dropped to the narrow roof and flattened himself out, trying to meld with the stonework, as the cat he'd trodden on emerged, angrily swiped painful claws across his prone calf, and then moved to the edge of the building and jumped down. His sword was held out at his side, and his muscles ached with the effort of having fallen without it clanging on anything. Halfdan never saw the three men, but he heard them. He heard them react with a shout to the sudden commotion and rise, a clink marking a fallen bottle. He even heard the rattling of 2 dropped dice bouncing away across the stone. He held his breath again. One of the men made a rather unkind generalization about cats and what they could fucking do with themselves, and the 3 men returned to their former spot, arguing about the spilled bottle and the lost dice. Halfdan began to breathe again. He'd moved quickly enough to be out of sight before they turned, and they had blamed the cat alone. Thank Odin, Loki, and Freyja all for that. Still, he lay there for some time before moving, and when he did so, he did it slowly and carefully, on all fours. He had rarely felt as much release of tension as he did when he slid around a corner, out of sight of the picket position, and slowly rose once more. He checked himself carefully. He still had the sword, and all 6 bags of poison were at his belt. He'd succeeded so far. Biting his lip, he slid on, dropping quietly to the walkway a little further along. When he finally found the cistern, he was both disappointed and thrilled. It turned out to be a basin maybe 3 feet cubed, fed by a long, dry channel in the rock. He'd expected something more impressive, and yet that also worked in his favour. The tank was only a third full, and he could see the water line from before the Byzantines had begun to use it. They were running out of water. That meant that the poison he introduced would be much less dilute than they'd thought. He lifted the bag and undid the string, then tipped it out over the small water supply. He was about to throw it all in when a new thought struck him, and he stopped when only half the powder had fallen into the water, slowly dissolving. If all the cisterns were like this, they probably served only 2 or 3 houses, but the amount taken from this one would never have kept those Byzantines alive for weeks, and since there was no other river or spring nearby, then the answer was simple. There were a lot more of these cisterns than the 7 they had counted. They were small, but they were many. He cursed silently. He would have to be sparing with his poison, and now he would have to search as he went, forgetting his planned route, and simply seeking out each cistern as he moved. He took a deep breath and one last look into the water tank. Despite the brown colour of the powder, it had become more or less invisible in the slightly murky water. It would certainly not draw attention. How was he going to find all the tanks in the few hours of darkness he could count upon? He rubbed his eyes, then regretted it, for the soot made him blink for a while. As his eyes readjusted, they fell upon the narrow water channel that filled this tank during the rainy months. A thought struck him, and he smiled. Instead of following his planned route, he followed the water channel with some difficulty, stepping carefully. Away back across the hillside, just within earshot of the Byzantine sentries, he found it. A second channel veered off this one, presumably to fill another cistern. Of course, if you were going to create a water system for a place like this, you would use as few channels to fill as many cisterns as possible. It was highly likely every water channel and tank was connected to another somewhere. All he had to do was follow them and be sparing with his poison. Odin was with him tonight. Chapter 4. Do we go? Halfdan turned to Bjorn and smiled. I think it's time. The best we're going to get anyway. The pair looked back once more at the ravine below. Their plan appeared to have worked. Halfdan had located and poisoned 15 cisterns under cover of darkness the previous night, ranging from small ones 2 feet across to another that was so deep he could not see the bottom. There had been a few touch-and-go moments, but once he'd got used to the layout of the cave town, it had been relatively simple to skip around the picket positions without attracting attention. A single figure, blackened in the darkness, he had moved like a ghost through the place, unseen and unheard. There were at least 2 cisterns he knew he'd missed, which irritated him, but they had been within clear sight of enemy pickets, and so he'd stayed away from them. Still, he had poisoned the vast majority of the Byzantine water supply, and then slipped back across the ravine between the enemy camps and scampered up to the ridge and the rest of the waiting Northmen, entirely oblivious to the entire expedition. Then they had sat and waited as the Byzantine pickets periodically ferried their tainted water supplies down to the main camps with each change of manpower. The sun had risen to show little change in the camps, which worried Halfdan. Had his poison been so dilute as to have no effect? He'd voiced his concerns to Gunnhild, but she had been confident. "Have patience. The dosage was ample, but it will take time for them to supply sufficient to the camp to bring about the desired effect." And so they had continued to watch throughout the day, taking shifts in order to catch up on sleep. Despite Gunnhild's reassurance, the potential faults in his plan rankled, and Halfdan had found himself wondering whether the others were already assuming he had failed. Indeed, the sun was already descending once again when something finally happened. It began slowly. First, they noticed one of the replacement picket units failed to leave the camp, and they had watched as the 3 men on guard up the slope paced about until finally they stomped down to the nearest camp to find out what had happened to their relief. Then there had been a surge of activity in the camp. The latrine, which had been dug fresh yesterday morning, was suddenly the focus of much of the camp's personnel. An officer had made his way to the centre of the camp and stood there in the open, bellowing angry orders until he suddenly folded up and collapsed to the ground. By then it was happening everywhere. The camp was in chaos. Men hurrying this way and that, the latrine too busy, and men simply crouching and taking a shit outside their tents. The sound of shouting, wailing, groaning, farting, vomiting, and general panic echoed out across the ravine. Most interestingly, odd figures seemed to have abandoned the camp entirely to walk out blindly into the afternoon sunlight alone. And it was not just the nearest camp. The volume of the chaos was such that they could tell similar things were happening in the other camps. Small pockets of unaffected men were trying to form up and keep their own people at bay with spears, worried about catching whatever was doing this, and here and there an officer desperately tried to regain control. "There's still a lot of them," Varlof muttered, "and a man with the shits can still swing an axe." Gunnhild gave him a hard look. "Have confidence in my preparations," she advised. "All right," Halfdan said, rising from the rock on which he'd been sitting. "You all know the plan. We hit the camp below and give no quarter. If there's little resistance and no activity in the town, we then split into 2 groups, one led by me, the other by Bjorn, and we move to each adjacent camp. We keep going until they're done, or until this Lord Fuck comes down from his hill. For Odin!" "Odin!" bellowed the rest, heedless now of being heard in the ravine. In moments they were running, Halfdan in the lead as usual, Bjorn close at his heel, salivating with the anticipation of violence, Ulfr behind, barking oaths to the gods. They hit the scree at the top of the slope and slowed of necessity, feet slipping here and there, keeping their footing with difficulty as they skittered down the incline and into the hard, tufty grass below. No alarm call went up, despite the obvious visibility of 16 armoured killers bellowing the name of ancient gods as they hurtled down the side of the ravine, bearing down on the camp with blades drawn. 40, Halfdan reckoned, in this camp. Many more around the ravine, but 40 here. A sensible Jarl would never pit his 16 against more than 2-to-1 odds, but then this was no straight battle. The sun was still warm, and the ground was baking as Halfdan reached the point where the slope levelled out a little and picked his man. There were no shield wall tactics here. This was a good old-fashioned melee. Every man for himself. Each of the attackers, upon reaching the ravine bottom, selected a target and ran at him. Halfdan's first choice was an officer. It was always good to take on the most important or powerful enemies first. The Byzantine was young for his rank, though in fairness he was probably the same age as Halfdan. Northmen ruled when they had the strength, without having to endure the years of advancing through the ranks that the empire required. The man was armoured in a cuirass of gold-coloured scales, red silks and linens visible between the gleaming protection. His face was clean-shaven and unmarked beneath a decorated steel helmet lined with more red silk, a chain veil hanging from the rear to protect his neck. He had a fine sword buckled at his side, but in his hand he held only a short knife, already gleaming wet and red. Even as he ran to meet the approaching officer, Halfdan registered with some surprise the deep wound on the man's left wrist. He seemed to have made a spirited attempt to cut off his own hand. "Mother?" frowned the officer, stumbling to a halt in front of Halfdan, face folding into a frown of confusion, blood running from his half-severed hand. The man's face broke into a wide smile. "Mother!" He was still smiling as Halfdan's blade lanced out sharply at neck height, slamming into that unbearded throat and tearing the life from the young man. The Jarl ripped the blade free and made to deliver a second blow just to be sure, but the man simply collapsed to his knees, looking up happily at his killer, his mouth forming the word mother, though his voice no longer worked. Off to the right, Bjorn had found a pair of big bruisers who seemed little affected by the poison and was trading blows with them, bellowing derogatory comments about the size of a Byzantine's manhood. To the left, Gunnhild worked like some battle demon, knife in one hand, short staff in the other, spinning and swiping, battering the life out of a man. All around, the Northmen were scything through the Byzantine unit with ease. A soldier who had been turning in slow circles, looking at his hand in fascination, suddenly seemed to spot Halfdan. He became focused instantly, roaring a curse in the name of the Theotokos Pamakaristos and tearing his sword from its sheath. He ran at Halfdan, who angled to meet him. Then, just before they clashed, the man suddenly stopped dead in his tracks, his dilated eyes widening. There was a strange, loud creaking noise, and suddenly the man soiled himself. Halfdan pulled himself up short from his charge, staring in fascinated horror. The Byzantine lowered his sword, and a look of immense relief flooded his features as watery shit splashed down his legs, soaking his tunic and breeches, and running like a river down over his feet. He made a strange, happy, keening noise, and chuckled. The smell suddenly hit Halfdan, and he gagged, turning away and leaving this mess of a man for someone else. A small group of Byzantines was gathering, armed and prepared, clearly untouched by the poison, and Halfdan turned and made for them, aware that others were doing the same. As he jogged that way, a man danced out in front of him, no sword in evidence, but his shield held across his front. The man smelled not dissimilar to the unfortunate Halfdan had just avoided, and as he leapt in front of the Jarl with a triumphant "Ha!", his right hand emerged from behind the shield, brandishing a long wooden ladle. "Now you'll pay, Uncle Leo!" the man howled and lunged at Halfdan. The Jarl ignored the ladle, rather making sure that the flailing shield with the iron boss and the hide edging came nowhere near him. His sword bit into the man's side, neatly finding a weak spot in the padded gambeson he wore, and sinking deep into flesh. As Halfdan turned the blade inside, dealing the most damage possible, The Byzantine laughed gaily and smacked him on the forehead with a wooden spoon. The young Jarl frowned in surprise. He made to pull the sword out, but the soldier had let go of his shield, and his left arm came around, gripping the hilt of Halfdan's sword and holding it deep in his side, stopping it being withdrawn. As he kept the tool of his own demise in place, Halfdan struggling to pull it free, the Byzantine continued to laugh like an idiot, repeatedly smacking the wooden spoon on his killer's forehead. Slowly, the smacking lessened as the light in the man's eyes went out, and his grip on Halfdan's blade loosened. Finally, he tore the sword clear of the dying fool and stepped back. Despite all the danger around them, the stink of death and shit, the heat of the day and the strain of his muscles, it was the unpleasant throbbing in Halfdan's head that most irritated him. With an angry rumble, he kicked the expiring heap and ran on toward that small stand of healthy Byzantines. Bjorn jogged past him, laughing, a great axe in one hand and half an arm in the other, then veered off with a bellow to Odin when he saw someone big enough to present a challenge. Ulfr was nearby, hamstringing a howling Byzantine, and the rest were all over the camp now, butchering the unfortunates. Again, before Halfdan could reach that small knot of men, a lone fool ran at him. Drool hung in tendrils from both sides of the man's mouth, dangling from his beard, his mouth wide and leering. He had a sword in his hand, but no shield, and shouted, "Come to Isaac, young Varangian," as he leapt. For just a moment, Halfdan thought this man might be a problem, more compos mentis than his fellows. But as he closed, the man threw his arms wide and dived into a hug, embracing the startled Jarl. The man held tight, giggling, and it took some work for Halfdan to angle his sword sufficiently to deliver a blow. His grip loosened as the man frowned, a gurgling noise rising in his throat, and as he let go and stepped away, Halfdan delivered a killing blow. Heedless of the man's last moments, he pushed the hugger away and ran on. Varlof and two others had already reached the group of 8 men who had formed into a small arched shield wall, their backs to a fence of sharpened stakes. The 3 were busy exchanging blows with the Byzantines, and from the activity it was clear that these men were not in the least deranged and sick. Perhaps they had not yet sampled the camp water supplies. The 8 defenders were focused on the 3 Northmen attacking them, with that rigidity of combat bred into Byzantine armies, and Halfdan smiled to himself. They felt safe facing smaller numbers with their backs to the defences. More fool them. Angling away at the last moment, Halfdan ran to engage another of the sick warriors. He attracted only passing attention from the man at the end of the curved shield wall, who then, realizing Halfdan wasn't coming for him, ignored him further and turned back to the 3 men on them. The wobbly soldier Halfdan had now set his sights upon came barreling over to him, howling something unintelligible and, miraculously given the state of him, wielding both sword and shield and even holding the weapon the right way round. Halfdan lifted his own shield, ready to block the blow, but the man's swing was hopelessly wild, his vision seemingly blurred from the way he was blinking and failing to focus on Halfdan's face. The Jarl waited only a moment for an opportunity to present itself, and then stabbed, his ancient blade slicing deep into the man's side below the raised sword arm. The man seemed confused by the blow, looked down with a frown at the sword being pulled out of his flesh, then back up at Halfdan. Then, without warning, he vomited copiously and at range. Halfdan stood no chance. The wave of bile and half-digested food splashed him full in the face and all down his front. Cursing, Halfdan spat and shook his head to remove the worst of it, and as he looked back up, his opponent was smiling widely.
"That's better,"
the man said, and then folded up and died from the savage wound. Halfdan turned. The defensive shield wall had dropped to 6 men, but one of the Varangians attacking them was now sitting on the ground, clutching his side and moaning. Ducking a confused and flailing Byzantine and leaving him for someone else, Halfdan quickly skirted the clash, still spitting and blinking away the mess that coated him, until he passed inside the defended enclosure. The 6 intact Byzantines now had their backs to him, a defence formed of sharpened stakes in a line of wooden caltrops between him and them. Taking a deep breath, Halfdan walked back 8 paces, readied himself, and ran. Reaching the stake fence, he leapt, praying to Odin that he had the height. He almost fell. As he sailed out over the line of points, his left foot brushed the jagged timber, and had he not reacted in an instant and jerked his leg up, he would likely have ended up a bleeding mess, impaled on the sharpened points. Instead, as he planned, he hurtled across the line, sword held out to one side and shield in front of him, braced against his shoulder. He hit the line of defending Byzantines in the back like a catapult shot. 2 of them were thrown forward onto their faces, one was pushed onto Varlov's waiting blade, and another was slammed into the Varangian, who was trying to stand once more, the pair of them going down in a heap together. Ignoring the downed men, Halfdan, almost falling himself, skidded to a halt, then turned and swung. It was not a good blow, for he'd not really yet recovered his balance, but it did get the remaining man to turn to face him. A fatal mistake. Behind him, Varlov staggered back, pulling his sword from the dead Byzantine, and then neatly reached round and cut this one's throat. The soldier stared in horror and gurgled, staggering left and right. Halfdan ignored him and stepped over to the fallen pair, dispatching them swiftly and efficiently. Within heartbeats, the one gathering of unaffected soldiers had been dealt with, and Varlov nodded his appreciation to Halfdan for his part in finishing it. Halfdan turned slowly, taking in the situation. There were hardly any of the enemy still standing, and that was only if you counted the pair that Bjorn held upright, one in each hand, smashing their heads together. His gaze slid past that, and into the now deserted camp. Almost deserted. At the centre stood a single tent, larger than the others, presumably the quarters of the commander. In front of the tent, a small, wiry, almost naked man crouched with a wicked-looking spear. He was swarthy, and clad only in a dusty, stained loincloth and an iron collar, from which a long chain led to a piton driven deep into the ground. As the figure spotted Halfdan walking toward him, he hissed and turned, the spear dancing as though it were little more than a knife. Halfdan stalked toward him, his sword and shield ready. The creature spun and whirled the spear with clear expertise. This was going to be a proper challenge, even anchored as he was. Halfdan smiled to himself. Single combats like this were the sort of thing that made men appreciate a Jarl. He readied himself. The spear swung out at ankle height as he reached its limit, and Halfdan jumped lithely over the weapon. But before he could close to deliver a hit of his own, the spear was somehow whipped around and came again, this time at belly height. Caught by surprise, Halfdan lumbered rather inelegantly out of the way, the creature's strike close enough that he heard tearing as the point of the spear ripped through the cuff of his sleeve. Even as he recovered and turned for another go, that wicked weapon had spun once more and was coming again. The blow never landed, and Halfdan stared in shock as a pulverized, bloody corpse missing half an arm hit the spear-wielding thing full in the face, throwing it back. Halfdan turned, blinking, to see Bjorn striding towards him. "That thing was mine," he complained. "I don't see your name on him." "You know all the big ones are mine, it goes without saying." "This one is little." "You know what I mean," snapped Bjorn irritably. The strange man was recovering fast, pushing off the bloody body and feeling around in the dust for the spear that had been knocked from his grasp. Aware of how dangerous the man was, Halfdan leapt over and kicked at the weapon, skittering it across the gritty surface and out of the reach of the chained man. As he crossed to the weapon and looked at it, Bjorn walked over to the strange figure and reached out. The thing flailed, hissed, and rattled off in some other language, trying to claw at Bjorn's face. But the big warrior ignored the scratching and gripped him in both hands, then yanked his head through half a turn, snapping his spine, and then dropping him like an eaten chicken leg. The man lay on the ground and shuddered briefly, before falling still.
"What was it saying?" Bjorn mused.
Halfdan rolled his eyes.
"We might have found out if you hadn't killed him. He was unarmed and chained. He was annoying. He looks much better with his face on backwards."
Halfdan sighed.
"I don't know, but the language sounded a lot like those Pechenegs and the damned Alani. I reckon he's some mountain tribesman thrall of the Byzantine commander. So what was he guarding? Treasure?"
Halfdan snorted.
"Here? I doubt it."
Walking past his big friend and the broken thing, he reached for the tent flap with his shield and pushed it aside, pausing in the doorway, sword held out ready. His eyes slowly adjusted to the dim interior, and finally he made out a figure lying on a cot at the far side of the room. It was barely moving, its chest rising and falling almost imperceptibly. The room smelled dreadful, a mix of diarrhea, vomit, and rotten meat. Halfdan gagged and turned, trying and failing to take a breath of the cleaner air outside. Managed the tent's occupant. Halfdan braced himself against the miasma and crossed the tent carefully, his breathing shallow to minimize his exposure to the stench. The man was, as he'd expected, the Byzantine commander. He was unarmored and unarmed, but lay in his uniform tunic. He was stained and filthy, though. He'd soiled himself repeatedly and was awash with his own vomit. The man gagged and coughed.
"The meat?" he managed. "Breakfast?"
Halfdan shook his head.
"The water."
"Ah," the man replied, the word tailing off into a sad sigh.
"It was not a noble way to make war," Halfdan admitted.
The man let out another horrible sigh, accompanied by a fart and a sound like a small stream trickling over rocks, and managed to turn his head.
"Kill me?"
Halfdan shrugged, took 4 more steps, and delivered the most painless, swift, and thorough killing blow he could manage. There was another sigh, but the man had no piss or shit left to expel, and simply sagged into his bed. Turning his back, Halfdan stepped out into the light and took a grateful breath.
"Halfdan!"
He turned to see one of the new Varangians waving at him.
"What?" "The next camp! They're coming!"
Halfdan craned to look past the chaos and could see a small unit of a dozen or so men marching their way, presumably all they could field who were not suffering the effects of the mandragora. He turned, half expecting the same from the camp in the other direction, but there he could see that some shrewd officer had kicked out all the sick who were staggering about, while he formed up his unaffected men and waited for reinforcements from the next camp along. He turned to Bjorn.
"Take half the men and stop that advance."
As the albino did just that, calling for men by name to join him, Halfdan gathered the rest at the centre of the camp and prepared to march on the small defensive force. Gunnhild had gone with Bjorn, probably to apply her wisdom and make sure that he didn't do something stupid, but Ulfr and Farlof were with their Jarl. On a whim, Halfdan wiped his sword on the least filthy part of his clothing, then tucked it into his belt. He would return it to the sheath when it was properly clean. Then, ducking down, he picked up that wicked spear and tested it. The blade was an elongated, narrow point, but the edges had also been sharpened to a razor keenness, and the rear of the blade extended in 2 barbs. It was a really nice piece of work, and had some stylized figure expertly etched into the head. Testing the weight, he nodded to himself. It was a fine prize for a fight, even if Bjorn had ruined it all. Halfdan and his men strode out of the camp, but as they closed on the enemy, an officer bellowing commands as they readied themselves, a new sound echoed around the ravine. A horn blast. Halfdan looked around and finally spotted a distant group of figures emerging from the blocked streets of the town above, dropping to the gravelled slope below, and sliding and pounding along stairs, descending the ravine side. There was more than a score of them, and they gleamed like men made of silver, their shields the only part of them that was not blinding in the sun, long, kite-shaped things of bright yellow and blue. Fulk de Corvodon was joining the fray. Halfdan laughed aloud and turned to Ulfr. "Let's kick the shit out of this lot before we have to share them with the Normans." Ulfr looked him up and down and sniffed, his face wrinkling in distaste. "What the fuck happened to you?" In a little more than an hour, it was over. The nearer camps had rushed to lend support to those fighting off this unexpected attack, but so few of the Byzantines remained unaffected by the poison that they came in small, sporadic waves, too few to present much of an obstacle to Halfdan and his men. The Normans had descended somewhere a little further along the ravine and dealt with other camps, taking the pressure off Halfdan's hirth. In the end, half the healthy Byzantines, lacking a disciplined officer to command otherwise, simply fled into the wilderness to escape this nightmare and seek their countrymen closer to the coast. Halfdan had fought until the danger was past, and then set his men to searching the ravine from end to end, putting the sick and ruined out of their misery. Finally, with a chance to pause and take stock, the smell of his vomit-covered body became apparent. If he stood still for any length of time, the stench overcame the general stink of the ravine. He found Gunnhild, who was busily cleaning brains and blood off her stick. "The water supply. It's not harmful if we don't drink it." She shook her head. "In your case, I think I'd prescribe it," she said with a half-smile, and pulled her scarf up over her nose. Satisfied that he was not going to end up like the Byzantine commander unless he swallowed the water, he located one of the stockpiles in the camp. The Byzantines had brought it down from the cliff cisterns and stored it in large jars in the centre of their camp for ready access. It took 4 of them upended over his head to remove the worst of the vomit stink from him. Even then, when he returned to Gunnhild, she produced something from her bag and scattered drops of it over him. Halfdan wrinkled his nose. "I smell like a Byzantine whore." "And that alone is a vast improvement," she replied. Every time one of the men came near him for the next half hour, they sniffed and smirked, casting sidelong looks at him. Halfdan was growing weary of the joke by the time another blast on the horn announced the arrival of the Normans on the scene. Halfdan straightened, wishing he didn't smell quite so fragrant, and the others gathered behind him, like a true Jarl's hirth. 3 of the men hadn't returned from the mopping up yet, but that was to be expected. They would not only be killing the injured Byzantines, but also taking the opportunity to go through enemy tents, looking for anything worth stealing. He could hardly blame them for that, and he had the important people with him. Bjorn, tall, white and imposing, nursing 2 new minor wounds. Ulfr, short, barrel-chested, and with a beard you could lose a wolf in. Gunnhild, slender and striking, radiating power and wisdom. And now Varlov, unremarkable in every way, but for the glint of intelligence in his eye and the scars of a veteran warrior on his skin. They comprised a united front as the Normans approached. They were on foot, but the man at the front, the only one not wearing a helmet, had that slightly bandy-legged gait of a man rarely out of the saddle. The small force of men was impressive. Halfdan had to give them that. They wore coats of chain that reached down to their knees and trousers of chain beneath, and each had a strong conical steel helmet with a straight nose-guard, though the leader had his tucked beneath his arm. Each had one of those shields, rounded at the top and coming to a point at the bottom, painted with quarters in blue and yellow, and a good straight longsword at their side. Beside the leader, another of the Normans held a pole with a flag hanging from it. As a gust caught the flag, Halfdan saw that it was blue with a yellow lion rampant on it. The leader stopped 10 paces from Halfdan, looking him up and down. He was tall and broad-shouldered, perhaps 8 to 10 years older than the Jarl. He had a beard, but it had been clipped short, and his hair was little more than a black bowl upon the top of his head, barely reaching down to his ears. Despite this strange look, he cut an impressive and imposing figure. "I am Fulk de Corvodon," he said, "master of this place. This is my bannerman Mark. You have done me a service." His voice was deep, and the accent very thick and hard to follow. Halfdan had to concentrate to pick up what was said, but still, he was relieved. These Normans spoke a tongue all their own, but the Jarl and his friends had spent a month learning the basics from one of the Italian campaigners on the Tyche's arrow, and enough of their language bore a resemblance to their own that it made it easy enough to fill in the gaps in their understanding. Halfdan nodded. "I heard you were having a little trouble," he said, hopefully intelligibly. "Your accent is appalling," Corvodon said, with a short, barked laugh. "Yet so few of your kind even try. I am pleased. I am grateful, too. But I also know the men of the North, and I know that you will not have done this out of simple kindness. What is it you want in return?" Halfdan laughed. "They say the same of yours. I am Halfdan, Jarl of these men. We are travelling north, and that means through the lands of your countrymen. It seems sensible to make a friend, and if we happen across heaps of gold in our journey, we will not be disappointed." Now it was Fulk's turn to laugh, and his aide Mark chuckled too, beneath that steel brow. "Forthright and sensible, good. I like you, Halfdan. So much better to deal with straight men than the oily and untrustworthy Byzantines or the equally troublesome Italians. And it is good that you are to travel north. I have had my fill of this barren land. I have a mind to return to Ironarm and demand a more worthy fief, preferably not one surrounded by Byzantines. We will travel north with you, at least as far as Melfi, where I can pay my debt to you by introducing you to the most powerful man in the peninsula." Halfdan simply nodded. "But," Corvodon added with a roll of the shoulders, "it will take time to prepare for the journey. We have much to gather. It will take a day, perhaps 2. We should be safe. It will take 3 or more before the Byzantines return in force." Halfdan nodded. "This is good. We also have our gear to gather, and could do with a wash and a night in a bed." As the Normans turned and began to make their way back toward the city, Ulver took a deep breath beside him. "And so it begins," he smiled. Part 2. The Revolt of Maniakes. Chapter 5. Ketil of Sturth, former owner of the Sea Wolf, stood at the ship's rail and looked out at their destination. Dyrrachium stood like an immovable sentinel on a promontory, surrounded by the sea and a large lagoon. The city was fortified with heavy, thick stone walls and numerous towers, the strongest defences Ketil had ever seen outside Miklagarða. It was a good thing the ships carried an army, for it was immediately clear to the Icelander that one would be required to even think of taking the city. And take the city they must. The army of Maniakes had embarked on the coast around Bari, on southeast of the Italian peninsula, a force larger than any army Ketil had seen. All were determined that the giant general would be the next emperor of Byzantium, replacing the ineffectual and corrupt Constantine Monomachos and his cronies. They had sailed east across the narrow sea in just a day, an immense collection of vessels of all shapes, sizes, and origins, carrying men, horses, carts, oxen, supplies, and siege engines. The majority of the ships were transport vessels, though, and not warships. Thus, Maniakes had made the sensible decision not to sail straight for Miklagartha and a siege there. Should the emperor gather the full force of the Byzantine navy and meet him somewhere at sea, Maniakes' force would be destroyed before it could ever bring the bastard Monomachos to battle. So they had to land on the nearest coast for a direct march on the capital. Dyrrhachium was the strongest fortification on the Italian-facing coast, and some of the Byzantine generals had argued against the wisdom of heading straight for it. Why not, they said, bypass it completely and land somewhere rural? Ketil, though, agreed with the general. Better to open hostilities by taking the most powerful fortress between them and their goal. Not only would it send a message, but it would give them a base of operations, secure their supply lines, and, most crucially, not leave an enemy stronghold at their back. All that might be logical, but when a man stood at a ship's rail and looked up at those impressive walls, it seemed like a fool's errand once more. The ship wallowed a little and lurched as the steersman angled them for the beach on the far side of the lagoon. To the north of the city, the coastline was not practical for landing that many ships, and the port itself sat beneath those impressive walls with their archers and artillery. Neither option was sensible, and so they would make a landing somewhere safe and easy off to the south, where the army could marshal itself and prepare to either besiege or storm the city. "You look sour," Leif offered from nearby. Ketil grunted a non-committal reply. "You still think we did the right thing?" Ketil spared the Russ a momentary glance. "I am just sick of these Byzantine ships. They are fat and slow and not at all like a good northern dragon boat. Oh, to feel the cold spray in the prow of a fast longboat, eh?" Leif nodded, turning back to Anna, satisfied that Ketil was simply unhappy with the transport and that things would improve when they landed. Ketil could not tell him the truth. The canker that gnawed at him inside and had woken him in sweats more than once since they had parted ways with the other wolves. It felt wrong to be apart from them, however much they irritated him. They were a hirth, even if they were Halfdan's hirth. They had fought giants and dragons and Draugr at the edge of the world, had stolen gold from the greatest city in the world, and had brought down a foul ruler there, all together. Ketil had always been a loner, and yet now, without the others, he felt oddly naked, unprotected, exposed. He had gone over the argument time and again since they parted. Was there anything he could have said to persuade Halfdan that this was the clear way forward? But he had said everything that could have been said. He had spoken the plain sense of it, and Leif had seen that, being the cleverest of all of them. But Halfdan had been stubborn. He had to go off into the unknown, chasing illusions of riches. And because Halfdan would not come, nor would the others. Bjorn was a big oaf, bound to Halfdan in some way Ketil couldn't quite see. If Halfdan jumped down a well, Bjorn would go with him, and he had Ulfr convinced that he would lead them back to his beloved sea-wolf. And Gunnhild? Well, there was something amiss about the Völva these days. Something had changed in the great city, and now she seemed to be allowing Halfdan to lead her, where she had so often led him previously. The whole bunch was determined to follow the Jarl, even though he was clearly leading them into the shit. It frustrated the Icelander. He had given up so much. He'd had a ship and a crew, had been ready to sail for the land of the Finns and raid, taking their wealth and a few thralls for good measure. Like so many things, it had all come down from the gods. A Völva back in his homeland had told him straight that he would travel east and fight for riches, and with it would come lasting fame. So he had left that cold northern isle and used everything he had and could take to secure a willing crew and buy a ship. He'd not had much, barely managing to afford a small vessel and just enough men to sail her, but it had seemed the first step on his woven path. Then, before he could even put the ship in the water, along had come Halfdan Lokiborn. The tricky young bastard had managed to cheat him out of both ship and crew, and Ketil had almost challenged him then, but it had occurred to him that perhaps this was part of the weaving, and that Halfdan was merely the second step on his path. He had followed the young adventurer with a guarded loyalty. He'd never bound himself. He would not make himself Halfdan's servant. He was an associate, an equal. He should have challenged Halfdan on that Italian beach, challenged him for the right to lead. A holmgong in the old manner. The Northmen of this weird, warm world might be largely lost to the nailed god, but there was still enough of the North in them that they would have allowed and respected the ancient challenge. And though Halfdan was mickle clever and as lucky as a man could be, Ketil knew his own sword arm and strength. His chances of success would have been good. But instead, because they were companions, he had chosen words as his weapon, and they had bounced off Halfdan the way arrows would bounce off the fortress that awaited them. He sighed. Once he was a lord of the Byzantines, dripping in gold, he would send men to find Halfdan and offer him the hand of friendship once more. But for now, there were other matters to concentrate on. If he wanted to succeed, he needed to be at the forefront of this campaign. That, of course, was why he was at the prow, having elbowed his way through the men to the rail. "Stick with me," he muttered to Leif, as the ships closed on that wide, low beach. "Maniakes himself is 3 ships to the right, the great galley with all the flags. If we want an emperor's gratitude, he must know from the outset how much he owes us." Leif nodded, though he looked unsure. Anna patted him on the arm and smiled reassuringly. Good. If Anna agreed, then Leif would be as warm wax, easy to mould. He prepared himself as their ship slowed, and the moment there was a gravelly crunching noise threatening to slam him into the side had he not braced, he vaulted over the rail, not bothering to wait for the landing ramp. He turned to make sure the others were following, and was irritated to see Leif and Anna waiting for the ramp for disembarkation. They needed to be swift. "Jump!" he called. Anna stared in shock, and Leif looked to her, then shook his head. Ketil hissed angrily. This was not going to plan. "Jump, Anna, I will catch you. Tell her, Leif." There was a very brief exchange, which ended with the small Russ placing his hands on her hips, giving her a kiss, then lifting her with some difficulty up to the rail. She braced, crossed herself, then leapt. Ketil took 2 steps forward and reached out, catching her as she dropped. He was tall and strong, yet he almost missed as she plummeted into his arms. "What?" he grunted as she glared at him. "Put me down now. I thought you didn't want to jump into the water. It was the drop I didn't like, not the water. Put me down." With a snort, he did so, and she smoothed down her skirt as best she could and waded with some difficulty ashore. Leaving Leif to follow, he sloshed through the water after her and finally staggered up onto the sand. He would have liked to have had his shield with him already, be ready for battle in an instant, but the Byzantines planned everything to the smallest detail, and his kit was stored in one of the carts on a cargo vessel, along with everyone else's. He didn't worry for its safety, even with so much gold buried inside, for the Byzantines would not pry into a man's gear. But still, it meant he wasn't prepared. A few moments later, Leif was at his side, coughing out salt water, soaked to the hairline. The little man barely came up to Ketil's armpit, and had seemingly submerged before he could struggle up onto the beach. His sacks and throwing axe would need some cleaning later, as well as any leatherwork before it got pitted and salt-damaged. For now, though, there were other things to think about. The ships were starting to unload, but the 3 wolves of Odin were among the first figures to stand on the sand, and all the others were either officers or their standard-bearers or bodyguards. Taking a breath, Ketil gestured to the other 2, pulled his axe from his belt, and trudged swiftly across the soft sand beneath the afternoon sun in the direction of the giant Georgios Maniakes. More and more men were gathering in that area of the beach, all those close to Maniakes in the archaic, colourful uniforms of Byzantine officers. Ketil braced himself. He had to be noticed, had to be owed. It was the only way this was going to work. It helped, of course, that he stood a head above almost everyone else on the beach, with the exception of Maniakes. As he closed on the group, Leif and Anna at his back, the 2 men stood proud of the sea of heads, and it was no surprise that, as he turned, Maniakes spotted the approaching man. Still, despite the passing glance, the general went back to whatever he was doing, and Ketil was forced, none too politely, to elbow his way through the gathering of officers in the direction of the commander. Accompanied by curses and complaints in Greek, he finally pushed his way into a small, clear circle at the heart of the gathering, where Maniakes was in consultation with 2 senior officers, both of whom looked like parchment-skinned vultures in armour. The general had drawn a rough map of the situation in the sand with a stick, and was jabbing it, murmuring with the 2 ancient officers. All 3 frowned and stopped mid-conversation as one of the officers Ketil had just elbowed aside called him something unflattering quite loudly and swatted him on the shoulder. The kerfuffle having drawn Maniakes' attention, Ketil took 2 more steps toward him in the clearing. A collection of heavily armed bodyguards were suddenly in evidence, coalescing from the gathering and bearing down on Ketil. He stood his ground, a short but safe distance from the trio, throwing a silent challenge. Maniakes chewed his lip as he regarded the 3 lessers who had burst into his meeting, his brow furrowing. Perhaps realizing he was in no danger, or perhaps content that he was one of the most physically imposing men on the entire beach and could flatten most attackers with a punch, the general waved to his guards to stand down. They did so, though they did not retreat, and their weapons remained bared. "I know you," Maniakes said, a touch of suspicion in his voice. "Where from, though?" Ketil fixed him with a level look, the only man on the beach able to meet him eye to eye without craning. "The rising against Caliphates, a crew of wolves." Maniakes nodded slowly. "Alongside that mangy dog Hadravi." "The mangy dog who breached the palace and saved the Empress," Ketil reminded him. The general nodded. "I remember you all. Brave? A little foolhardy, but certainly brave. I'm surprised to find you in my army. I presumed you had all gone with the Norseman back to his snowy lair." Ketil snorted. "Why seek hills of snow when there are mountains of gold to be had?" This finally made Maniakes laugh out loud. "Well said! But what brings you and your friends to interrupt my business? I have no mountain of gold here," he added, patting his belt pouches theatrically. Ketil had not planned anything. Indeed, he'd had no idea what he was going to say or do beyond getting close enough to Maniakes to stand out, which is why he cringed inside when his ears caught up with his mouth. "Give me 50 men, and I will give you Dyrrachium." What the fuck had made him say that? Ketil clenched his teeth. That had been a ridiculous thing to say, utterly moonstruck of him. Damn it all, but he wished he had Halfdan here. He would have known exactly what to say. The low-key cunning of the Jarl would be so useful, better than blundering into mad promises like that. Still, he knew enough to know that he could hardly go back on it now. It was said. It had to be done. He could feel Leif staring at him in astonishment, and could hear a little strangled whimper that had clearly come from Anna. Fighting his own nerves, Ketil held himself straight and tall, continuing to meet the general's gaze. Around him, officers snorted and laughed. One slapped his thighs with amusement. Even the two old vultures smiled. Maniakes, oddly, was not smiling.
"Go on,"
the giant said, gesturing to him. A plan. He needed a plan. He had no plan. Of course he had no plan. There could be no plan. The very idea of this boast was preposterous, and yet Maniakes seemed to be taking Ketil's claim at face value. Ketil fought down the nerves that fluttered at the edge of his reserve. He cleared his throat.
"There is nothing more to say. I have an idea."
No, I don't.
"I will not tempt fate by sharing it, but I give you my oath, the word of an Icelander, that your 50 men and I will bring you the city."
Maniakes continued to peer at him in silence, one eyebrow arched, thoughtful. Slowly, the laughter and gaiety among the officers faded until an odd silence held the crowd. The only sound, the breeze whipping across the sand, and the distant unloading of an army. One of the vultures cleared his throat, a scratchy, papery sound.
"Surely, General, you are not considering this?"
A murmur rolled across the officers, like a wave breaking on the shore.
"As it happens, I am,"
Maniakes replied. He turned to Ketil.
"You will need nothing else?"
The Icelander was about to shake his head when next to him Leif cut in.
"Ropes and grapples, 52 of them."
Another snort of derision arose among the officers, but Maniakes waved them to silence.
"I believe I can provide those once the supply ships have begun to beach." "Good, because I will also need my shield and byrnie from the supplies."
"Sir," the other vulture said, lurching forward,
"you cannot throw away resources on such foolishness. This is only the start of the campaign." "But it is the most important step, with the exception of the last. We must have Dyrrachium before we can proceed, and the faster we take it, the more momentum we can create with our advance." "But it is insane." "You, Alexei, are not a gambling man," the general noted. "I, on the other hand, have been known to make a wager here and there when I think the stakes warrant it. Heavens, man! But I owe some of the glory of my military career to gambles that paid off. I can spare 50 men and 50 ropes if it saves me weeks of siege and the potential loss of thousands." He turned back to Ketil. "I will give you your men and your ropes. Give me the city, and I will make sure you are rewarded appropriately." Ketil bowed his head, gestured to Leif, turned and marched away, the gathering of officers parting to make way for them. It was not until they were on the open sand that he let out an almost explosive breath. "What the fuck was that?" Leif demanded as they stopped. "I was spinning yarn straight from the sheep." "You were spinning yarn from a bear, Ketil. There is no way to do this without getting killed. You know that." "No, I do not know that. I have a destiny, Leif, and it is not to end my days dead beneath the walls of a city. I shall live long past this. The greatest vulva in Iceland told me so." He sagged. "What was your thought with the ropes and grapples?" Leif snorted. "Not so much a thought as a process of elimination. We will not be able to break the gate down, so we will have to go over the walls somehow, hence the ropes." Ketil nodded. "Well reasoned, my friend."
They stood for some time at the edge of the beach, on a slope where tufty dry grass had formed, the sun beating down and making them sweat. As they waited, Ketil peered off at the great citadel, hunched atop the rise above the lagoon, a narrow causeway with a bridge crossing the water between them and it. A gate stood some 200 paces from the far end of the bridge, flanked by strong towers and resolutely shut. The towers were only a little taller than the bridge from which they rose. With long enough ropes, they could probably reach the towers as easily as the walls. Of course, the city would have a garrison of thousands, and the lion's share would be concentrated near this gate, facing the threat. What 52 men and a talkative woman were going to achieve by climbing the walls remained to be seen. His attention was finally claimed by the approach of armed men and 4 pack horses. He was pleased to note that there were 50 armoured figures, which confirmed they were the men Maniakes had promised. But he was even more pleased to realize that they were Varangians, Northmen like himself, either Spheres or Geats or Russ, most likely. They would be more likely to work well with him than Byzantines would have been, and he could see his shield hanging from one of the pack horses too. "I am Odin," the foremost of the warriors said. "In Constantinople I was the pentacontarch of these men. I have been ordered to serve under you," he added, with a mix of suspicion and distaste. "I want you to know now that I am not pleased by the duty assigned us." Ketil gave the man a feral smile. "I don't give a shit what pleases you, Odin the penta whatever it was. All I want is your obedience and your sword arm. We're going to take Dyrrachium." "How?" That, of course, was the problem. "With ropes and grapples." Time to make it up as he went, to spin yarn straight from the bear, as Leif had noted. He saw the look of disbelief on the Varangian's face. "We are going to move as though we have no fear. We will take a few Byzantine standards. Leif here will dress as though he is a herald or some such. As we approach the gate, it is my belief that they will not attempt to destroy us, for they will presume us to be some deputation from Maniakes. Once we are close enough that they cannot bring their artillery to bear, a stone's throw from the gate, we will run to the walls. Once we are next to them, it will be difficult for archers to aim so far down, so close, even across the gate. We will divide, half to each side of the gate, and use grapples to reach the 2 flanking towers." Even to him it sounded dubious at best. Odin was giving him a withering glare. "What then?" the Varangian demanded. "What will the 6 survivors do when they reach the wall top and enter a fully garrisoned city?" "Spin, spin, spin. Each half will then divide again. Some will enter the tower and take control. Others will defend against enemies coming along the walls. The rest will descend. There must be stairs. They will break out to the inside of the city and seize the gate. Once the gate is opened, we only have to hold it long enough for the lead elements of Maniakes' army to reach us." "Only?" demanded Odin with a snort. "Do you have a better idea?" "Yes," the Varangian answered. "Dozens of them, in fact, and they all involve long sieges where the Greek soldiers do all the dying while we sit in tents and wait." "I thought not. We follow my plan, then." "That is not a plan. It is a dream, perhaps fueled by eating the wrong sort of mushrooms. You're going to get us all killed." "No. That's one thing I truly know. I am not." Of course, that was a little lie. The Völva back home had told him that he was going to be famous, but that didn't mean everyone else would live. "Do we go?" one of the other Varangians asked, directing his question to Odin. The leader hawked and spat into the sand. "What choice do we have? We pledged to Maniakes and he assigned us here. May the Theotokos preserve us, we will do our duty." Ketil sent Anna back to the general, warning him to be ready to move into the city the moment the gate opened. She was to stay with the commander. She argued, of course, but when Leif begged her to stay out of danger, she acquiesced, with a look that suggested they would pay for this. For half an hour, then, they armed up from the pack animals, retrieving their shields. A priest came by and delivered a blessing for them in the Greek tongue, for which Odin and his men knelt, as did Leif. Ketil surreptitiously kissed his Mjolnir pendant, and sent up a swift prayer to Thor and to Odin, and, because this was foolish and unplanned, and he needed all the help he could get, to Loki, Freyja, and even Tyr too. Then, finally, they were ready. Bearing 6 impressive-looking flags, and with Leif now clad in rich Byzantine robes, they set off for the bridge. Each man had a rope and grapple over his shoulder, and the fact that no one had yet realized that it would look really strange for a parley deputation to be thus equipped was something for which Ketil could only thank the gods. They were going to need the most extraordinary luck for this to work. The tension among them gradually increased as they crossed that long bridge and set foot upon the low slope of the headland upon which Dyrrachium sat. Even Ketil was straining almost unbearably with it all by the time they climbed the slope and bore down upon the gate. "Strange?" Leif murmured beside him. "What?" the Icelander asked, eyes raking the walls ahead and settling on the very closed gate. "The artillery is silent. They think we're a deputation. But even if they were not going to shoot, wouldn't they at least move? Wouldn't the soldiers manning them turn the things and keep them trained on us?" Ketil frowned, his gaze rising to the parapet once more. The Russ was absolutely right. Nothing was happening up there. The artillery was all still pointing out toward the beach. Moreover, there was not a sound from up there. His skin prickled as he realized he couldn't see flags or the smoke from braziers. Gods, but he couldn't even see the shapes of any men looking down at them. "I think," he began, but fell silent as there was a heavy thud, like a tomb door closing, and then a long, ligneous groan. He stared in wonder and surprise. The city's gate slowly opened inwards. He braced, as did the rest, waiting for a sally of slavering, angry Byzantines. But nothing emerged. "How did you know about this?" Odin breathed nearby. "This was your plan, yes?" Ketil nodded. He didn't quite trust himself to speak. What was going on? Finally, figures appeared in the shadowy archway and emerged from the gate, stepping out toward them. They were not soldiers. Indeed, none of them were armed. The leader was impeccably dressed in rich silks and draped with jewelry. A politician in the town? A merchant? Leif stepped forth ahead of the others, and Ketil moved to his shoulder like a bodyguard. "Where is the garrison commander?" Leif demanded in an imperious tone. The local threw him a disgustingly obsequious smile. "Blessed Lord, I am the nearest thing to a garrison commander, unless you choose to install one, of course." "Explain," snapped Leif. Ketil smiled. The little Russ was playing the role perfectly. The local gave a nervous cough. "The forces of the treacherous false Emperor Monomachos fled the city the moment your sails appeared across the water, great lord. We have heard, of course, of the coming of the noble Catapan Maniakes, liberator of Byzantium. I, for one, am delighted that the garrison fled, and I welcome our saviours." "A sentiment that would undoubtedly have been reversed had the garrison chosen to stay," Leif noted. The noble laughed weakly. "The city is yours, gracious lord. May you find its delights a welcome distraction until you continue on your way to liberate Constantinople from the false emperor." Ketil turned to look down at the beach. The vanguard was already on the move, the banners of Maniakes among them. He heaved a sigh of relief and kept a smile to himself. He'd delivered on his promise, perhaps not in as martial and heroic a manner as the general would have expected, But he could hardly deny that Ketil had secured the city for him. He had taken the first step toward his goal, and now Miklagartha awaited. Chapter 6. "I don't understand why he keeps us so close," Ketil murmured, glancing across at the general, who was poring over a map of the region spread across a large table in the center of the headquarters. I was actually embarrassed to hand him a city that had panicked, emptied of soldiers, and fallen over itself to surrender. He could have sent a raddled donkey up to the gate, and they'd have begged it for mercy. Leif chuckled as Anna smiled and poured them wine. "He sees you as some kind of lucky charm, Ketil. They were expecting some great battle or siege at Dyrrachium, and he was prepared to lose weeks and a lot of men. But you turn up with your offer, and the next thing he knows, the most powerful Byzantine stronghold in the west just surrenders. He's easily influenced, then." "It's not just that, Ketil. Like all Byzantines, Maniakes is extremely superstitious. You have no idea the store they set by signs and omens. You gave him Dyrrachium, but I have been watching, and there's more. You remember that icon we found in the church the next day?
The picture of the god-woman. What of it?"
"The Theotokos, yes, the Mother of God. It is a priceless and sacred icon. It is a coup for a Byzantine army to bear such a thing. You found it and handed it to them."
"I didn't want it. It was just a picture of a woman. I kept the gold."
"But to Maniakes, that icon was worth a ship full of gold."
"Then I gave it away too cheap."
"No. You bought yourself value. Even the priests who know you for a pagan are murmuring about how God watches over you and works through you. After all, the divine plan is ineffable to man."
"You are ineffable to man,"
Ketil grumbled, accepting the cup from Anna and peering into it suspiciously. "It's good wine," she said, "from the Famer of Boleron. Drink it."
"Wine is a woman's drink,"
he replied, a little too loud, for he earned a glare from half a dozen officers nearby with cups in their hands.
"At home we wouldn't use this stuff for watering the seed beds."
"I can get you beer if you give me time. There are local brewers."
"The beer here is even worse. It tastes like it's been drunk once already," he complained.
Nothing seemed right today.
"Hello, what's this?"
Leif muttered, looking up at the doorway. Ketil followed his glance to see in the door arch a pair of the general's bodyguards standing at the shoulders of a dusty, travel-worn man in the uniform of a Byzantine imperial messenger, his leather satchel over his shoulder. The murmur of conversation among the officers assembled in the room drifted to nothing, and all eyes turned to the figure. Ketil tried to make a rough calculation in his head, based on the number of days they had now been moving across Bulgar land in the direction of the capital and the distance that was said to remain. He concluded in a breath or two that if a man rode as though the ice giants were at his heels, he could just about have heard of the revolt and reached this place from Miklagartha. He was not surprised, therefore, when the bodyguard announced that the messenger had just arrived from the emperor himself.
"No pomp or splendor,"
Leif mused. "I've seen imperial messengers before sent from the palace. Even in the midst of war they arrive with fanfares and a glorious escort. The emperors like their messages to look and sound imperious." Anna shivered. "Monomachos is frightened," she muttered. "So panicked that he sends a rider as fast as he can go." Maniakes had now straightened and paced to the center of the room.
"You have a message for me."
The dusty rider bowed low and reached for his satchel.
Admonished one of the guards. "I'll do that."
The messenger frowned, but held his hands high and let the guard rummage in his bag. It was, after all, feasible that the man could be an assassin, close enough for a thrown dagger to strike home. The bodyguard fished out a scroll case bound with the imperial seal. With a warning look at the messenger, he crossed to the general, head bowed, and proffered the message. Maniakes was about to reach for the scroll when one of the officers intercepted it, tearing the seal and upending the tube. He lifted the rolled-up message within and shook it, perhaps testing for scorpions or poisonous snakes enclosed. Satisfied that no wildlife had been sent to kill the general, he first sniffed the scroll, shrugged, and then ran his fingers across the surface, including the seal and the ink. The officer straightened slowly.
"What is he doing now?"
Ketil frowned. "Testing for poison on the page," Leif replied. "You spent a year in the city. You know how the Byzantine court works." Ketil nodded. Brave man, then, that officer, offering his own life to test for poison and protect his master. The man, satisfied that the message was just that, turned and held it out for Maniakes. The general took it and unfurled it, reading down the lines. His face remained expressionless until he finished, when he let it roll up once more and pulled himself up to his full height.
"His Majesty the Basileus Constantine the Ninth makes us an offer,"
he announced to the room full of officers. They looked at him, tense, expectant. Maniakes sucked on his teeth.
"Every soldier who has taken up arms against the throne is to be granted amnesty and to keep his rank and position. Every officer above the rank of Decarch will receive the same treatment, but with a donative to celebrate their renewed loyalty. Every senior officer on my staff will be required to lay down his military position, but will receive a court or civil administrative position of equal or higher status, along with new estates in the themas of Asia. And finally, I am to be pardoned, offered high position, and granted lands and titles galore." He looked around the officers. "What is to be my reply to this?" A surge of refusals rose across the room. One of the older officers looked toward the messenger. "You should send the false emperor a reply, an offer of your own. Maybe give him the choice between being roasted in the bronze ox or being thrown from a column in the hippodrome." Ketil looked at the reedy messenger and thought back over the dangerous lands they had traversed since Dyrrhachium. He leaned closer and whispered to Leif. "How unlikely is it that the Emperor would send a messenger on his own?" "Very unlikely, and I still find it hard to believe this is true with the lack of pomp. It smacks of a trick. I'd have expected an assassin, poison probably, just like these men did. Yet nothing has happened." Ketil nodded. "Then what is this? It makes no sense." Leif scratched his neck, frowning. "It does if this is a distraction. That's all it is, I think. Puppetry, pantomime. The message is too good to be true. No man offers so much to his enemies without a reason. And you remember Monomachos? He is not likely to abase himself so quickly, especially with men like Romanos Skleros advising him. This is a trick. It is meant to delay us." The room fell silent, and Ketil looked up to see Maniakes waving his hands for quiet. "Take this message to your master," he began, wagging a finger at the messenger, but he was interrupted before he could continue. Again, Ketil silently cursed himself for not thinking things through before committing. It was something Bjorn ribbed him about regularly, labeling him dangerously unpredictable. Ketil was starting to see the big man's point as he strode out to stand between the messenger and the general. "What?" Maniakes snapped. Eyes narrowed dangerously at this unseemly interruption. "This is a trick," Ketil said. "A delaying tactic. It is a cloak covering something else." Maniakes folded his arms. "What are you talking about, Varangian?" Ketil held up a finger, suggesting the general wait a moment, and paced over to the messenger in the doorway. He gestured for the guards to step out of the way. They did so only when the general nodded his consent, leaving Ketil and the messenger facing one another in the arch. "Do you use your left hand or your right?" he asked.
The messenger frowned. "Right," he said quietly. Ketil nodded, reached out, and gripped the man's right hand. The messenger struggled for a moment, trying to pull away, but the Icelander was strong and had a solid hold of the man's wrist. He reached down and snapped the middle finger so that it pointed up at a right angle, the bony crack echoing across the room. The man screamed. A number of officers stepped forward, but Maniakes, still frowning, waved them still. As the messenger's scream died to a pained whimper, Ketil took a breath. "That was so you know I mean business. Right. What else has the Emperor done other than send this message?" The man shook his head. "I don't know, Master. I am just a rider." "Wrong answer." With a jerk, Ketil snapped another finger. The man howled in agony. The Icelander waited until he fell into panting silence. "Now, we shall try again. What other orders has the Emperor given?" "Please," pleaded the man desperately. "Wrong," Ketil said. Jerk, snap, screech. Again, he waited for pained silence. He gripped the fourth finger tight. "Shall we try again?" "I will be killed," the man begged. "You well might, here if not in the city." Another snap. When the howling was over, Ketil grasped his thumb. "No, please, no." "The Emperor?" Ketil urged. The man sagged, tears streaming down dusty cheeks. "The army of Byzantium has been gathered." A murmur of surprise rolled around the room. Now Maniakes was stepping forward. "Go on," the big general said. "When do they march?" Ketil asked. "I don't," the messenger began, but screamed as his thumb snapped, leaving his hand permanently maimed. Ketil let go and grabbed the left instead. "When?" The man whimpered. "They have marched already." Gasps echoed around the room. "When?" "I don't—" Snap. The man just keened quietly now, the pain already so intense that this break only made a small difference. "The advance units were already mustering as I left the city," he said. 2 days behind me. 3, perhaps." Behind Ketil, Maniakes hummed. "This was supposed to distract us. If the army already musters, Monomachos never had any intention of honoring such promises. We would spend precious time considering the matter and corresponding, all while he gathers more and more men to stand in our way. But he has failed, thanks to my friend here." He grinned and clapped a hand on Ketil's shoulder, then turned. "We send the message. We send the messenger's head." The man in Ketil's grip pulled away, fresh panic filling him, but the tall northerner had a firm grasp of him still. He turned to the bodyguards. "The rider was alone?" The guards nodded. "He rode into town on his own." "Unlikely. Country roads are lawless, and a single rider could easily fall foul of bandits." Ketil turned back to the messenger with a very unpleasant smile. "Where are your friends?" "I don't know what," the man began. "Your escort," clarified Ketil as he broke another finger. Once the screaming faded, the man, shaking, rattled out words. 2 miles. "Yes?" 2 miles from the town gate." He heaved a shuddering breath. "In a tavern, in the nearest village." "How many?" 12. All excubitores." Ketil nodded. "Thank you." His other hand moved suddenly. No one in the room, even the man in his grip, had seen that hand drop to his belt and pull out the sacks. The sharp, straight blade jabbed upwards, sinking into the man's throat beneath his chin, angled straight up through mouth, nose, and brain. The messenger stared in horror as the steel passed through his head until it touched the inside of his cranium. Blood washed down the blade and across Ketil's hand to spatter over his clothes and onto the floor. As he pulled the knife free and let the dying messenger collapse to the floor and shake his last moments out, fresh waves of blood washed over their feet. Even the two bodyguards nearby stared in surprise. Ketil turned at an angry bark from Maniakes.
"What do you think you are doing?"
He shrugged.
"What needed to be done?"
Leif darted forward as the general puffed up, ready to explode, waving his hands, trying to calm the situation. "Ketil is right. Send the Emperor nothing. No offer, no threat, no head. No message. If you do, he knows where you are and what you have decided. Send no messenger, and he can have no knowledge of whether his letter even reached you. He will be unsure where you are and whether you still march. You now know roughly where his army will be. With no reply, he will be blind to your movements."
Maniakes nodded slowly. "Well reasoned, Varangian."
He stepped back over to the map. Ketil paused, nodding his thanks to Leif as two servants arrived with a bucket of water and cloths. One dragged away the body, while the other began to clean the archway. Ketil took a wet cloth from the man and wiped his hands, then his blade, and slid the sacks home. He turned, looking like some dreadful, blood-drenched battle spirit, and joined the general and his officers at the table. It was perhaps a measure of how his standing was changing that no one challenged his right to be there.
"The army mustered here," the general said, tapping the map somewhere in the east, not far from the capital. "They will have been marching for 5 days at least, 8 at the most. Their natural speed will be slower than ours, but they will be at forced march pace to catch us before we do too much damage to the lands between. We will have to fight the odd garrison, no doubt, but if we meet little resistance, by my reckoning, we will encounter the main enemy force somewhere near Thessalonica. If we can defeat them there soundly enough, Constantinople will be open to us. The Emperor will not have time to raise another force to hold us out. There will only be the city garrison, and Maniakes has enough enemies in the city that I anticipate the gates being thrown open to us within a day. One great battle, gentlemen, and we all know how strong this army is. There are more veterans in this force than across the rest of the empire together. Even if Maniakes fields every soldier in Byzantium against us, we will still be stronger. God is with us, my friends. Constantinople will have a new emperor soon, and one who cares for the empire as more than just a source of gold." "I need permission to take my 50 and leave the city," Ketil said suddenly, looking up. "You do?" Maniakes replied, arching an eyebrow. Ketil nodded. "You heard the messenger. He had 12 imperial soldiers with him. I would wager that if he does not return by sunset, they will ride for Constantinople, or at least for the Byzantine army, and tell them that the messenger failed, and you refused his offer. We can buy days of preparation and advance without the enemy's knowledge if no reply reaches the city. The excubitores in that tavern have to die." The giant general smiled slowly. "See, gentlemen, why I allow this heathen among my staff?" He turned to Ketil. "Go, take your men and my blessing and stop the message being sent. I will have the pickets and gate guards informed." Ketil turned and gestured to Leif. The Russ shook his head. "You don't need me for this, but I can help here with logistics." As the general frowned at him, Leif grinned. "I was an ambassador to the court from Kiev under 6 different emperors. Few men have as good a grasp of geography and troop movement as me." Ketil nodded and left the room, stepping over the mess still being cleaned up in the doorway. This Byzantine city, Ketil had been told the name several times, but it never seemed to lodge in his memory, had been largely evacuated of civilians, and all the buildings given over to the general's military for the past 2 days.
They had been waiting for supplies to catch up before moving on, though now it seemed likely they would move in the morning regardless. He crossed the square where soldiers were arguing over a cart full of supplies while the teamster stood by impatiently and two whores were touting for trade with every armoured man who passed. A drunken soldier wallowed in a gutter, but he would not enjoy himself for long, for an officer was marching his way across the pavement with a face like thunder. Turning down a side alley, Ketil located the warehouse given over as accommodation for his men. He was surprised to find the place empty, but for two men left behind as guards, both of whom stared in surprise at their blood-soaked leader in the doorway.
"Where are the others? Where is Odin?"
The man frowned in surprise, but then pointed vaguely west. "Church," he said. Ketil harumphed. What was it with these Christians and their finicky need to fawn over their nailed god at specific times every day? Surely Christ had better things to do than spend 6 hours a day listening to his followers telling him how wonderful he was and how unworthy they were. A true Northman respected Odin and the other gods, but he'd even tell the Allfather to go fuck himself if Odin demanded a ritual before breakfast.
"Gather your things. We have a job to do."
Leaving the two men, he retrieved his shield and axe and then emerged into the open air once more. The sun had become paler and more watery over the past 3 days, and hazy grey cloud was slowly coalescing in the sky. He could feel on his skin the faint mist that foretold rain by nightfall. He would want to be back inside by then. For just a moment, he had to acknowledge how he'd changed over the past few years in the south. Back home, he'd always enjoyed the rain. It was refreshing and natural, and he liked it running down his face, but something about spending time in the almost endless warmth had made him less enamoured with the experience these days. Faintly irritated with this revelation, he jogged down the street. He ignored the first chapel, despite the singing he could hear from inside. That place was too small to hold 48 men. His Varangians would be 2 streets over, where the Church of St. Olaf was sizable enough to fit them, and the saint was a Northman himself. Sure enough, as he pushed open the doors and the droning atonal misery of the nailed god's songs washed over him, he could see men he recognized, including Odin near the front. It took a few moments for the song to peter out to silence, even when the priest himself stopped singing, looking with a mix of disgust and surprise at Ketil. Once the church was quiet, the priest held out a hand. "Pagan heretics are not welcome here. May you burn in the fires of eternal damnation for your endless sins." "Fuck off," Ketil replied casually, and then ignored the priest entirely. Half the Varangian congregation crossed themselves at this, but Odin stood.
"What is it?" "We have a job to do. Now."
The priest shook his head. "The Lord demands obedience and love. It is not acceptable to leave halfway through devotions, no doubt to stain your hands with the blood of the innocent." Ketil snorted. "I am not new to Byzantium. You could kill 100 men at random and not find an innocent among them. But the men we must kill are bound to the false emperor, Maniakes." The priest seemed conflicted for a moment. Uniformly, every church in the city, as with the other cities they had passed, had pledged their support to Maniakes and cursed the emperor as an apostate and a puppet of the devil. Killing his men would, it appeared, actually be the work of the nailed god. Odin looked expectantly at the priest, who sighed and lifted an elaborate gold cross studded with precious stones, raising it to head height. "O Lord Jesus Christ our God, the true and living way be thou, O Master, my companion, guide and guardian during my journey. Deliver and protect me from all danger, misfortune, and temptation, that being so defended by thy divine power, I may have a peaceful and successful journey, and arrive safely at my destination.
For in thee I put my trust and hope, and to thee, together with thy eternal Father and the all-Holy Spirit, I ascribe all praise, honour, and glory, now and ever, and unto ages of ages. Amen." Odin and the others bowed their heads in respect. The blessing and its reception seemed to go on far too long for Ketil, who stood there, drumming his fingers on the rim of his shield until the priest glared at him, at which he drummed even more loudly. As the Varangians began to file out, each in turn crossing himself before the priest, Ketil stood outside. Odin emerged first. "What must we do?" Half an hour later they were leaving the city. The guard at the gate had been warned, and they were permitted to leave the walls without issue. With only 2 miles to travel, they had no need of horses, and as many of them could not ride, that worked in their favour. As they moved out onto the road at a mile-eating pace, Ketil turned to them. "There are 12. They must all die. None are to get away. We do not know who else in the tavern is associated with them. They may have slaves or servants, drivers or guides. Everyone in the inn and its stable will have to go. They will be nervous, this close to the general's army, so they will be watching. If we march along the road, they will see us coming, mount up and ride off. Divide yourself into 4 groups. The fastest among you will come with me. We will leave the road and move through the fields at speed. Then we will circle around and come back at the tavern from the far side. The slowest will bring up the rear, marching along the road toward the inn. The rest will divide and move out along both sides in the fields, moving a little ahead. We should be able to encircle them and stop them getting away. If just one escapes, the enemy will be told of our approach. You understand?" There were nods and a rumble of assent, and with a little discussion, the 50 men divided themselves into quarters. Trusting the others to do what was required, Ketil took the tallest and leanest, the fastest runners, and led them off the road, crossing 2 fields and then running along a hedgerow, keeping an eye on the road. With satisfaction, he saw 2 groups veering off behind his own runners, but ahead of those who remained on the road. They should be able to keep just about within sight of each other and coordinate the attack. Leaving them to it, Ketil and his 12 men raced on ahead, along the field boundaries, keeping out of sight, but close enough to see the road and the sparse traffic on it. Few civilians had any interest in being out and about with the prospect of military action around them. They had only been running for a few minutes when Ketil spotted the small village ahead. It was little more than a cluster of houses hugging the main road, with fields stretching out all around. It was not hard to identify the inn. The houses were all ramshackle, single-story timber affairs, poor quality and old, while the inn was considerably larger, with a ground floor formed of stone and an upper of wood. A small stone church in the centre of the village was the only other building of note. His keen eyes picked out a man sitting on a rock close to the road at the eastern side edge of the village, undoubtedly a lookout for the excubitores. The man looked bored. Ketil smiled to himself as they skirted unseen around the man and past the village. At the far side he could see no such watcher, and so they gradually moved back toward the road. From there they advanced slowly, carefully. Ketil reached back and touched the war axe at his belt, but changed his mind and pulled the throwing axe from its looped thong at his side. "Close in. No one gets away." They were not far from the village when a warning shout went up. Gritting his teeth, Ketil waved his axe to urge his men on, and they picked up the pace, closing on the nearest houses. They had just reached the dwellings when activity broke out. The rearguard had been spotted on the road, and the excubitores had run for their mounts in the inn stables, saddling up. Now the 12 riders emerged out into the street and looked about. They spotted the Varangians approaching from the west, then Ketil and his men closing in from the east.
An officer barked unheard orders, and the unit burst like a dropped fruit. Riders disappeared between the houses to either side, clearly hoping to escape that way. Ketil prayed to Odin that his men had managed to move into position to catch them. They should have done. 4 men rode toward Ketil and his men, kicking their horses into speed. They intended either to ride down the Varangians or jump them. They would be disappointed. Off to the left, one of Ketil's men threw a spear, a beautiful cast that plucked a rider from his horse's back and sent him down to the dirt. Another horse to the right charged at them, but the men formed a wall with their shields and brandished long axes on great poles, and at the last moment the horse refused, terrified, rearing, its rider fighting for control before falling. The central horse ran straight at Ketil, and he could see that this beast would not turn aside. Teeth bared, Ketil pulled back his arm, levelling his axe by his ear, and at the last moment flicked it forward. The weapon cartwheeled through the air and struck the horse right between the eyes. There was a strange moment when the beast continued running, and then its nerves told it that it was dead, the blow having smashed the skull and killed the beast. The horse collapsed in a screaming tangle of legs. Its rider, a deft and apparently very lucky man, leapt free at the last moment. As he staggered to rise, he took a look at the dozen men in the road, then turned and ran back into the village. As half Ketil's men finished off the fallen, he gave chase to the runner with the rest. The Imperial Guardsman kept looking over his shoulder, then suddenly turned left and disappeared into the church. His pursuers scattered to a halt outside the building. Ketil looked about. The rear guard had left a few men at the edge of the village and had disappeared into the inn to butcher the occupants, just to be sure. Past the church, Ketil could see more of his men out in the field, fighting other riders. "He's claimed sanctuary," one of the Varangians said, pointing at the church. "What will we do?" "Leave this to me," Ketil grunted and stormed forward, pulling the door open. The soldier was at the far end of the church, sword in hand, limping, while an elderly priest turned to face Ketil. "You have no business here. This is a house of God. Take away your weapons, son of Satan." Ketil walked purposely forward. "I have no argument with you, old man, and no wish to hurt you. Get out of my way." The priest stepped closer, holding up a hand to halt him. Ketil reached out, grabbed the priest, and moved him aside as gently as he could. The man might be another of the endless nailed god followers, but he was venerable and had done nothing wrong. As the priest blustered and argued, Ketil marched past and bore down on the soldier. He could see by the way the man moved that he'd not only damaged his leg, but apparently broken a rib or two as well. "Stay back!" Ketil shook his head. "You have to die." He closed on the soldier, pulling his war axe from his belt. He lifted it high, ready for an overhead blow. As the soldier reached the end of the small chapel, unable to back away any further, he raised his sword to block, wincing and hissing at the pain in his side. At the last moment, Ketil changed his grip, and the great heavy axe swung back and down, then forward and up. The soldier tried to adjust, to bring his sword down to parry, but he had no time. The great axe bit into his nethers, splitting his pelvis with a crack that echoed around the church. As he howled and collapsed, sword falling from his hand, Ketil dropped the axe and pulled his sacks free. In a heartbeat, he cut the man's throat, picked up the axe, turned, and strode from the church. "May you be damned for all eternity, murderer," hissed the priest as he passed. Ketil spared him not a single glance. By the time he had cleaned his blades and stood breathing hard in the middle of the road, his men were emerging from doors and side streets. He had lost 2, their bodies being carried by friends, but they confirmed all 12 guards were dead, along with every living soul in the inn. No message would go to the authorities. Maniakes could march on, and the Emperor would be blind to his progress. Odin gave him a weary smile as they looked out west along the road.
Constantinople, here we come.
Chapter 7.
That is the Imperial army.
Ketil eyed the enemy with disdain.
No, Leif corrected him. That is an Imperial army. In fact, those are the forces of the Catapans of Hellas and Thessalonica, the local imperial governors.
Ketil nodded. That made more sense. What made less sense was these Catapans sending such a limited force to stop the rebels, rather than combining their own troops with those they now knew the Emperor to have dispatched somewhere further east.
Why do they not join the Emperor? He asked. Self-preservation. If they marched their men east to meet the main army, they would leave their themas wide open for us to ravage, and they cannot afford to do that. If they waited for us, they could have ended up besieged by our troops. They more or less had to march against us, despite the lack of numbers.
Another nod. But, Ketil thought to himself, the main Byzantine army would not be far behind them. Maniakes' huge force had been marching east for days now, virtually unopposed. They had had to deal with a few small, defiant garrisons, but in most cases the imperial troops had either taken flight at the army's approach or had thrown their lot in with Maniakes and joined the rebels. In fact, their ranks had swelled considerably since landing at Dyrrhachium, despite the conflicts they had endured. Now they had finally descended from the highlands, passing the city of Edessa, a place of fortresses, ruins, and impressive waterfalls, and emerged onto the plains. Leif had explained that they stretched all the way to the sea, and most of the way to Miklagarða. And here, on those plains, 2 imperial governors had gathered their forces to try and stop the usurper and save their cities, buying extra time for the Emperor in the process. But it would not buy much time.
Thousands of men,
Ketil murmured to himself. What? He turned to Leif.
Just thinking. It's a lot of men.
In the days before Halfdan had led the wolves into Georgia and the midst of a civil war, Ketil had never seen a warband of more than 100 warriors. The very notion of 1,000 men standing together for battle would have stunned him, as it had, in fact, when they had met the army of King Bagrat. It was a sign of how they had all changed, that he now considered the several thousand-strong imperial force awaiting them to be little more than pitiful. Indeed, Maniakes had decided not to bother fielding the majority of his army. Upon seeing the gathered forces waiting on the plain, he had announced that he could sweep them aside with just 1 turma, a little over 2,000 men. His officers had persuaded him to an attacking force of treble that number, just to be sure, but even then, that was only a small fraction of the general's impressive force. In the end, Maniakes had committed to the battle with 7,000 men, drawn from the various lesser units who had yet to see action, allowing precious rest for those who had led the advance thus far. The general himself would join the fight, of course. Ketil approved. It was just one more reason Maniakes deserved the throne and the support Ketil had offered. He was no yellow-spined officer who stood at the back with a flag and ordered his men to die for him. Maniakes was always in the thick of it with his troops. Indeed, he was a fearsome spectacle in a fight, probably the only man in the army who could boast a similar height to Ketil, but also powerful across the shoulders, with a build like Bjorn's. Consequently, he eschewed the small, fast ponies favoured by the Byzantine cavalry, and instead rode an enormous stallion. He towered over friend and foe alike, a god among men in battle. In theory, Ketil should be back with the staff and the waiting reserves. The Varangians in their entirety had been stood down to rest, only Byzantine regulars and a few local levies taking the field, but Ketil had strode out with the others despite that, and no one had argued, given the value the general now placed upon him. Anna had argued against Leif joining them, but the Russ had been adamant. If Ketil fought, Leif would be by his side.
"For God and the Empire!"
Maniakes' voice rang out across the gathered men like a peal of thunder, raising a roar in response. With that, the general urged his horse forward. In what was apparently an ancient tactic, he had placed infantry at the middle of the line, with a cavalry force on each flank, though he and a small mounted guard held the very centre. Despite the potential speed of the cavalry, at the general's signal, the entire force moved out at a steady marching pace. The valley that led down from Edessa onto the plain opened out between slopes roughly a mile apart, and Maniakes' force, even though it was but a part of his army, still almost reached each incline. Ketil and Leif marched along with the infantry, close to the general. They had been offered horses, but Ketil felt much more at home in a fight on his feet, and so he had declined. Leif was puffing and panting a little.
"You should have taken the horses," Leif managed between breaths. "I can move faster than a horse. You must have done something to piss the gods off to be born so short. Just the right height for hamstringing lanky bastards," he managed again as they marched. Ketil just answered with a grin. The Imperial forces braced as their archers loosed a flight of missiles. A Byzantine officer somewhere close to the general bellowed an order that Ketil didn't quite hear, but the nature of the command was clear, and, like everyone else, the Icelander lifted his shield and covered as much of himself with it as possible as he advanced. The cloud of arrows fell into the attacking force, and, while the lion's share of the shafts thudded into wooden boards, here and there men disappeared with a shriek, falling away as their mates leapt over the downed bodies to continue their advance. Ketil gritted his teeth as he felt an arrow thud into his shield, the very tip of the head emerging on the inside, not far from his hand. A strangely slithery noise announced the release of a second volley, even as Ketil lowered his shield to see how close they were, and he raised it in time to catch a second arrow meant for his chest. A quick glance told him that Leif was still with him, and then the shields came down once more. They were almost on top of the Imperial forces, and at this close distance the archers could not target them for fear of hitting their own. Ketil eyed the waiting enemy, but 20 paces away now. Like most of the Byzantine military, they were lightly armed and generally expendable infantry. Armoured only with padded coats and a long shield, some wore small round helmets, but most just a cloth cap or turban. Each had a sword at his side, but had prepared for the fight with a spear perhaps twice the height of a man. The front line was readied in a crouch, their spears braced in the dirt and lancing out at groin height in a lethal hedge. Behind them, the second and third lines held their spears braced below their armpit and jutting forth at chest height, adding to the line of points. The rest of the lines held them high in readiness. Such a defence would be excellent against a cavalry charge, and probably also against a standard infantry unit. They were not so well prepared for the giant Maniakes and his guards, nor for the two battle-hungry Northmen. The rebel force gave a roar and broke into a run. The enemy braced. They looked neither happy nor confident. At that moment, Ketil lost all sense of what was happening to the rest of the attack, for his own attention was focused on the men in front of him. As he charged, he angled carefully. The 3 spears at each point along the line left little room for an attacker to actually reach the enemy, but Ketil had already settled upon his plan the moment he had seen them lined up. As he reached the sharpened steel line, he thrust his shield out with his left hand, angling it so that the edge faced the waiting infantry. The shield smacked against the 2 spears angled out at chest height, knocking them aside, even as his axe came down and sheared the head from the one at groin height. In a heartbeat, he was inside the line of the enemy spears, unharmed and howling curses. He could hear Leif complaining, for in knocking the spears aside,
He had simply moved them in front of the Russ, but the little man had compensated swiftly, like the clever bastard he was. Shorter than anyone else in the line, he had ducked his head and come in underneath most of the waiting spears, smashing the bottom one aside with his small round shield. The Byzantines panicked. They were largely conscript levies rather than professional soldiers, and far from the born and bred warriors of the north. Ketil hit the front line like a charging bull. The beard of his axe fell onto the long shield of the front man, and he yanked, pulling the defensive board out and to the side. The soldier gave a terrified cry, which was cut off in moments as Ketil's head connected with his. The headbutt was not a common battle maneuver, but the Icelander wore a good steel helmet with a wide nose guard. Ketil heard a series of crunches as the heavy steel brow caved in the soldier's face, and with little effort he brought round his shield and used it to push the mangled man out of the way. The soldier fell gurgling and brought down two of the men closest to him. Someone swiped at Ketil from his left, but he heard Leif curse, and then a blood-curdling scream, and he could sense the space opening up beside him as the Russ went to work. A momentary glance to his left told Ketil all he needed to know about his friend. Safely inside the hedge of sharp points, Leif had dropped his shield and was now laying about himself with wild abandon, hand-axe in one grip, razor-sharp sax in the other. Even in that brief glimpse, Ketil saw a soldier fall with an agonized cry, the tendons at the back of his knee slashed through by the Russ blade. Turning back to his own opponents, Ketil roared and stepped over a knot of fallen men, being careful to actually tread on the one who was rapidly recovering and making to get back up. His boot hit the man's ribs with audible cracks, guaranteeing the soldier would stay down, and then Ketil was into the next line. Behind the fallen man, a spear wavered and wobbled, and men in the enemy reserve, lines 4, 5, and 6, were trying to bring their own spears down, but there was no longer room as Maniakes' killers waded into the mass of beleaguered soldiers. Ketil swung overhead, his axe slamming down into a man's shoulder, even as his shield smashed out, pulling the injured infantryman back. The spear fell from his ruined arm, and the man spun with the twin blows, staggering into the soldier beside him. The two men were dead before they hit the ground, as a pair of rebel soldiers, who had now caught up with the Icelander, slashed and hacked, bellowing some battle chant of the nailed god. Ketil was lost now to the rhythm of war. His shield slashed out, shoving enemy soldiers back and aside, while his axe slammed over and over into chain, wood, wool, and flesh, bringing back with it a warm mizzle of Byzantine blood each time. The press smelled of butchered meat, of shit, and of death. The world had become a dizzying whirl of panicked faces, falling bodies, blood, and flashing steel. Ketil fought on. He felt blows land on him twice, but neither penetrated his chain shirt, and he would have only bruises to show for it later. To his left, Leif cut and sliced, always moving low, dealing out horrifying wounds at ankle, knee, and groin height, felling man after man. Ketil could remember only a few short years ago, when the Russ had been a scholar and a politician, with little experience of or desire for battle. Whether it was constant exposure to men like Bjorn that had turned Leif into a killer, or perhaps his northern blood shining through at last, somehow, over the months of sailing and fighting with the wolves, Leif had become a far greater warrior than most men could ever hope to be. Ketil was so caught up in the ebb and flow that when the enemy broke, he almost went with them, dragged along with the momentum of killing. He pulled his blood-soaked axe from a staggering, glassy-eyed spearman and stepped back, heaving in breaths as the forces of the Emperor fled the field. Clearly the Catapans of Hellas and Thessalonica had decided the battle was over not long after it had begun. They had only been fighting for a short time, less than half an hour, but already their small, colourful band and expensive horses, surrounded by bannermen and musicians, were so far from the field that they were almost lost to sight. The enemy officers were dashing around, bellowing commands, trying to turn a rout into an orderly withdrawal, but they were being universally ignored by the defeated Byzantines. The surviving troops flooded across the plains, heading in a score of different directions, casting away weapons and shields, unburdening themselves in order to run faster. Ketil snorted as he watched those desperate officers. What army could be made to stand when their commanders had run at the first sign of trouble? The rebel army cheered, the congratulatory surge swiftly giving way to jibes and insults hurled across the plain at the backs of the fleeing imperial army. The jeering only died down as the imposing Maniakes, still on his great charger and soaked in blood, lifted his sword in victory. "The day is ours," he bellowed, "and the door to the capital has been opened." Another round of cheering, as the officers and guards around the general began to issue orders for the creation of a camp nearby and the clearing of the field, burning of the dead, and gathering of any salvageable supplies. The giant general turned, his gaze falling on Ketil and Leif. "Where was my good luck charm in the press of battle?" he said, eyebrow arched. "You seem to have won anyway," Ketil replied, gaze straying across the carnage. 1 body in 7 was a rebel by his brief estimation. It was not just a victory, but a slaughter. Maniakes gave a snort and nodded, then turned and spoke to his officers. Cavalry units were dispatched to harry the retreating infantry, to carve them up even as they ran, and to be certain they did not have the chance to rally for a second attempt. "The Emperor's army will be a different matter," Leif said to Ketil, cleaning his sacks on a piece of cloth torn from a corpse. "It will be a lot larger, and led by men specially chosen by the Emperor. They will not run so easily." Ketil shifted his axe to the same hand as his shield, rolled his shoulders, and massaged one where he could feel a bruise already forming. "How long till we meet them, I wonder?" Ketil peered out east, as though he might see past the field of corpses and spot the Emperor himself. "Soon. Very soon. I was working it out this morning with one of the General's logistics officers. At the pace we've set, and with a good estimate of the date of their army's departure and the rate at which it will move, we should be almost upon them already. Thessalonica is but 40 miles away. Since we're camping here now, I think we'll reach it in the morning after next. I would not be at all surprised to find the Emperor's forces waiting for us there. If not, they will be very close by." "Is the place that important, then?" Leif nodded. "Thessalonica is the Empire's second city after Constantinople. Emperors have stayed there. Campaigns been launched from there. Should Thessalonica fall to Maniakes, the Emperor will have some explaining to do back in the capital. It would not only be dangerous for Monomachos, but also extremely embarrassing. So I can assure you, my friend, that if there is any way the Emperor can stop us reaching that city, he will do it. We may be fighting the greatest battle of this campaign tomorrow, or perhaps the day after." "Then let us pray that the All-Father is watching over us these coming days." Leif gave him an odd smile. "And while you offer prayers to old gods, I'll personally advocate for you with the Theotokos and Christ himself. I know you're a pagan, but even your sorry hide is worth saving to some of us of the true faith." "I'm starting to see why Bjorn was always arguing with you." The 2 men staggered from the field, ignoring the activity around them. Officers were bellowing orders all over the place, but none of them commanded the 2 Northmen. Somewhere back in the rest of the army, Odin and his men waited, having been kept back with the rest of the Varangians. As Ketil and Leif wearily approached the lines, Anna came hurtling out into the open space. She ran toward Leif, and he responded, breaking into a jog to meet her. As they closed, He threw out his arms, but she skittered to a halt and wagged her finger at him. "Oh, no, Leaf of Kiev. I'm no Russ woman to cling to a filthy, blood-soaked warrior. I'm a daughter of the Empire and a civilized woman. You can hug me when you've bathed and changed." As Leaf gave her a weak smile, her brow rose. "I am assuming all that gore belongs to other people." "I think I got a cut on my shin. Nothing bad, though." "Good. Now get yourself cleaned up so that I can be certain of that." Leaf threw an apologetic smile at Ketil, and then tottered off in Anna's wake. Anna might be a civilian and relatively poor-born, but there was something strong about her. Back in Byzantium, as Gunnhild's maid, she had been outspoken and headstrong, but since leaving the city with the vulva, that had seemed to blossom into something more powerful. In an odd way, she reminded Ketil of Gunnhild, and that might not be a good thing. Did the world really need two of them? As she marched off towards the baggage train with Leaf in tow, great grizzled warriors melted out of her way as she cut through the army like a dragon ship in placid waters. Gunnhild's influence had changed her, even as proximity to Bjorn had changed Leaf. Ketil had not changed, at least. He continued to tell himself that all the way back to the others. By the time he got there, he almost believed it. Odin was pleased to see him. The 50 had begun to gain something of a reputation, a certain notoriety even. Their leaders' apparent favouring by Maniakes stood them in higher stead than most units, and they were given a great deal of latitude to do as they pleased, so long as they were ready when needed. Ketil had bound them to himself swiftly. Had he done that with the crew of the Sea-Wolf before Halfdan got his hooks into them, he might still have been making a very successful career as a raider of Finlands. "That was short," Odin said bluntly. "Cowards. Their leaders ran first. Didn't take the warriors long to follow. Leaf seems to think we are about to meet the main force. He reckons we'll face them before we get to Thess something or other. So when we make camp tonight and in the coming days, I want us on the edge of the camp, and I want every man sleeping with his equipment by his side. We'll double the usual watch but halve the times, so every man should still get enough sleep. Should they come across us in the night, I want to be able to be up and fighting by the time you can snort and spit, and I want us where we have room to rally or run, not trapped in the middle of a huge camp." Odin nodded his agreement. "We'll be ready. You'd best get yourself checked for wounds. I can hardly see any skin under all that blood, but you've got torn links on your shoulder, so someone must have hit you hard." Ketil nodded, shook hands with his second, and then wandered off. After a little discussion with a group of scouts sitting on the edge of the army, he was directed to a stream at the southern edge of the valley side. Filthy, blood-covered men were already there, stripping down to their underwear and sitting in the chilly flow, scooping up water and using it to wash off all the gore. Indeed, as Ketil looked downstream, he noted that as the water passed every man, it became a deeper shade of pink. With interest, he reasoned that by the time the stream reached its end, presumably somewhere across the plains to the east, the waters might well look entirely like blood. What rumours might reach the waiting ears of the Empire's second city at the sight of rivers of blood flowing from the west? It took some walking to pass all the others and find cleaner water upstream, and he could see other men following him doing the same. If he wanted clean water without their blood in it, he was going to have to be quick. Reaching the bank, he dropped everything, peeled off his chain shirt, hissing at a fresh ache in his shoulder, stripped out of his clothes, and then dropped into the 2-foot-deep stream. It took only a few moments to scrub off the worst, and then he knelt at the edge, and, before anyone could pollute the flow, quickly rinsed out his tunic and trousers. As he stepped back on the grass, he nodded in satisfaction. He and his gear were far from spotless, but they were a lot less bloody now. He would try and have a proper bath later. On the way back to the new camp, where the tents were already being raised for the commanders at its centre, he made the decision to err on the side of caution and visit the medics. His shoulder was only bruised, and he was sure enough of that, but he couldn't raise his left arm above shoulder level without a great deal of pain, so it was worth a second opinion. The Byzantine army medics confirmed that there was no real damage done. They looked him over and found a number of minor injuries, but proclaimed him fit to fight and sent him on his way after just a little poking and prodding. From there, he found a group of soldiers busy sorting out foodstuffs from a cart in preparation for the evening's meals across the camp. A few coins managed to persuade them that he had the right to pick and choose before the rest got their hands on it. He managed to grab a little salted meat, some bread, a few pieces of fruit, and a small jar of wine. Laden with his prizes, he wandered over to one of the few open spaces he could find and sat down, eating his feast. By the time he finished, he had made a decision. Clearly, Maniakes still remembered and valued his lucky Icelander, but if the coming battle was going to be the big one, as seemed very likely, he needed to be with the general throughout, along with Leif, Odin, and the rest of the men. This might be their big moment to make their worth truly known, to make an impression that he could later exploit when Maniakes was on the throne. To do so, he was going to have to hold a position close to the general in the fight, which would mean at the centre, in the very heart of the battle. That was the prime position, and other officers would be expecting to be placed there. He took a swig of the sharp, cheap wine, winced, and strode off toward the command tents. 2 big Varangians with those great long-handled axes stood at the sides of the door to the general's tent. Even as Ketil approached, taking another slug of the wine, a clerk emerged from the tent, sour-faced and clutching a pile of documents.
"I'm here to see Maniakes," Ketil announced.
"He's not seeing people," one of the guards replied.
"He's seeing fucking scribes. I'm more important. Let me past. Come back later."
Ketil allowed his face to crease into what he knew was a belligerent scowl, and stepped close enough to the guard that he almost trod on his foot. The 2 Varangians had been chosen for their size, but neither of them could match Ketil in height, and the guard found himself looking straight at the Icelander's chin. Slowly, his gaze slid up to meet Ketil's eyes. He did not look cowed, but some of the haughtiness had gone from his stance.
"You try and stop me, and I'll send you to meet your fucking nailed god in person."
The other guard changed his grip on his axe and took a step forward, but as they squared up, a voice called from within.
"Who is that?"
"Me, Ketil," he called.
"Let him in,"
sighed Maniakes, and the 2 Varangians stepped back into place, throwing black looks his way. He met them with a tight smile, containing no humour, and then marched in through the tent flaps. The general's tent had only recently been put up, and most of the furnishings had yet to be unloaded from the wagon, but a brazier, table, and chair had been swiftly provided. Maniakes was seated, looking over a set of records on the table. He glanced up and nodded at Ketil.
"Go on."
The Icelander looked at the general. Something about the big man seemed different. Usually, when Maniakes took meetings in his tent, he was more at ease. Today he had yet to unstrap his armour, or even wash off the gore. Only his hands were clean so far, a bloody towel on the floor nearby. Maniakes owned a great copper bathtub that would be brought into his tent and filled with heated water before nightfall, but he could have taken his armour off at least. Ketil shrugged off his observations and straightened.
"I want pride of place in the coming battle."
Maniakes frowned.
"I have already concocted a rudimentary battle plan. I have you on the left flank, supported by the Macedonian cavalry, and next to another unit of veteran Varangians. Though any sensible man would choose a good tactician to face me, I doubt that will be the case with Monomachos. In fact, I will be very surprised if I am not facing Stephanos, and the man is strategically minded as an ape's behind. Stephanos has lost more battles than he's won, and to my knowledge has never employed a new tactic. He will place the Hicanati or the Excubitores or both on that flank. They are among his best troops, and so I want the most vicious bastards in my army facing them. When they break, the heart will go out of the enemy. That is my plan. That is where you will stand. Not with me at the centre. The flank will be more important."
Ketil chewed his cheek, thinking this over. He would not be visible to Maniakes, but perhaps if that flank was going to be as critical as the general believed, he could gain more glory by leading the fight there. He straightened.
"All right, but don't forget me just because you cannot see me."
Maniakes gave a short, barked laugh.
"Unlikely, my lucky Icelander. You shall bring good fortune to the whole army by winning the battle for me."
Ketil took a breath, but Maniakes was moving. Slowly he rose from the chair, then gave a salute and gestured toward the tent door.
"And now, I think I shall rest," the giant announced.
Ketil turned and strode from the tent, but as he did, a suspicion was forming. Something about the way the general had moved suggested that something was wrong. He had leaned slightly to the side, and Ketil could have sworn he winced, if only for a fraction of a moment. It was probably something amiss with his armor.
Chapter 8. "Mean you to fight in the dark, Basileos?"
Maniakes turned in his saddle to look at the officer who had spoken, the late evening sun hovering just above the horizon, lending him a golden glow across his bronze-scaled armor.
"Do you underestimate our strength so much, Demetrios? No, I intend to crush them and to be master of this field before the last of that gold disc is gone below the hills. This should not take long."
"Is certainly confident," Leif murmured to Ketil as they watched the Imperial army maneuvering. "They must outnumber us by 2 men to our 1.
Ketil shrugged. "Maniakes knows his battles. He's not stupid. The enemy is mostly conscripts or untested guards, shiny nobodies from the city. The army we travel with has been tested in war across Italy and boasts many Northmen. They outnumber us 2 to 1, but each of our men is worth 4 of theirs."
Leif looked unconvinced, but Maniakes had apparently heard the comment and turned to them.
"The critical thing is those banners at the rear. See them? They are the standards of the Sebastophoros Stephanos, the very fool I thought they would send. He is unimaginative, predictable, and altogether not very bright. See how the far flank gleams bronze and purple. They are the palace regiments, just as I had anticipated. Even now he lines up his men exactly as I knew he would, and he will pin his hopes on that formation as expected. You and my fearsome Varangians will break them, and the horse will follow up in support."
He leaned back in his saddle.
"The only surprise is the Scolae. I did not expect them to be fielded. I was sure Monomachos would keep them in the city to guard his walls against my arrival. He has committed them, though. See the cavalry in the centre. They are the other crucial enemy unit to beat, and I shall lead personally against them. My northerners will break the Excubitores on the flank, I shall rout the Scolae, and the enemy army will collapse in its entirety. Now, let us take them before they are ready. Sound the advance."
The rebel army was already in position. The wily general had spent the last day moving forward in a wide formation, making use of the great flat plains, so that his army had been in place for battle the moment the advance scouts had warned of the enemy army ahead. Conversely, the arrival of Maniakes and his troops had clearly taken Stephanos by surprise, for he was still deploying his units in a hurry, much of his force still arriving on the field from the travelling column. As the calls went out and Maniakes gathered his own heavy cavalry, Ketil and Leif turned and ran across the front of the lines. Some 800 paces away, Baldin and their 50 waited, along with a huge force of Varangians ready to move. Indeed, even as the two men fell in at the front centre of the unit, they were already advancing in response to the calls. Maniakes was not a man to balk at danger. Ketil turned at shouts and blasts to see that the giant general and his heavily armoured cavalry had already pulled ahead of the battle line, charging headlong at the gleaming ranks of the Emperor's elite guards. By the time the Varangians had crossed but half the distance toward the ranks of the Imperial force, the general had hit the enemy. It was truly impressive, Ketil had to admit. If ever a man was born to lead an army in battle, that man was Maniakes. He and his riders hit the enemy centre like a winter wave crashing over the sea wall, so hard, in fact, that they broke the lines instantly, and in heartbeats were among the press of the enemy, chopping and hacking with fury, slaying any man who came within sword reach. The Imperial unit was equipped with solid bowl-like helmets with plated neck guards, shirts of gleaming scales over long padded tunics, large shields shaped like teardrops, and long straight swords. They were formed with perfect precision, each shield in a line with the rest, swords up and ready to strike, every bearded face sporting a grimace. They might have frightened any other enemy, but these attackers were Northmen. Moments later, those Northmen joined the fight, Ketil and his warriors, along with each other bandon of Varangians in the army. There was no strategy here, no need for manoeuvres or signals. Every man on the flank, whether he prayed to the Allfather or kissed the cross, carried the song of the North in his veins, and battle came as naturally as breathing. Ketil hit the wall of shields hard, and with an immediate three-pronged attack. His shield came up at the last moment to block the falling sword of the Imperial soldier opposite. His axe slammed out, biting into the top of the man's shield, dragging it to the side, and his left foot stamped down hard on his boot. The soldier's sword skittered off the round northern shield, even as the bones in his foot broke and his shield was forced aside, exposing his belly. Ketil did not have time to take advantage of the man's predicament, for Leif took the opportunity, leaning slightly, even as he blocked a blow with his own shield, and sliding his sax into the man's belly, just under the bottom edge of the scale shirt. He ripped it to the side as he pulled it out, opening a bloody smile in the man's midriff. Blood and organs spilled out, and Ketil simply pushed the man aside and stepped in to take the next, promising himself that he would punch Leif later for taking the kill. Baldin was suddenly behind him, roaring imprecations as his axe bit into a Byzantine shoulder, the blow so hard that the scale armour did little to protect its wearer, the blade sinking deep into flesh and bone. Baldin's victim screamed and fell to one side, and Baldin cursed as the axe was pulled from his grip, tightly wedged in the body. Growling, the Varangian also let his shield go and drew a sword and a sax from his waist, launching himself at another man in the press. Ketil was suddenly being pounded with a sword from the side, but managed to move his shield in time to block all but the first blow, which had hit him hard, bruising him badly and possibly even damaging a rib. Gritting his teeth against the discomfort, he took the repeated blows on the shield, his arm aching more with every thud. He managed to get his own axe down in the press, and, with some difficulty, swung it upwards into the unseen attacker. He could not get much momentum behind the blow, but the nethers of these men were poorly protected, and the blade slammed up into a groin covered with only tunic and breeches. The pounding on his shield ceased in an instant as the mortally wounded man disappeared howling. Given a little space once more, Ketil shouldered his shield and cursed the fresh pain in his side, which pulsed every time he tried to lift the boards. An excubitore leapt from the mass, bellowing some insult in Greek and swinging a blade. He managed to catch the blow with his axe, trapping the blade between the curve of the head and the haft, and jerked the axe aside, ripping the man's sword away. As the Byzantine blinked, Ketil hit him hard with his shield, the iron boss slamming into the man's chest. Scale armor could turn a blade and stop an arrow, but was little use against blunt force, and the crack of the man's sternum breaking within the armor was audible even over the din of battle. The Icelander had no chance to take stock of the situation, even as the man fell away, for another warrior hit him from the side. He turned, even as he was pushed back, to see that Odin was kneeling on the ground, moaning and clutching his ribs, and his comrade's attacker had now moved on to him. The soldier was big, strong, and determined, and Ketil was driven back step by step, the man too close for him to bring his axe to bear. Hurt by the damage to his ribs, Ketil managed to get the shield between him and the soldier and tried to anchor his foot. The man was still too close to swing an axe, but Ketil managed to lift his weapon above the struggle and brought the end of the haft down on him, where shoulder met neck. The pressure pushing him back relented as the soldier snarled and staggered away for a moment. Ketil turned and hefted his weapon, ready to try for a strike. He never saw the blow coming. Whether it came from an axe, sword, or some other edge, a tremendous strike slammed into him. He felt his helmet crumple under the weight of the blow, and the sudden white-hot agony of a wound to the face. He reeled, his world suddenly an explosion of pain and disorientation. In a heartbeat, he had dropped both axe and shield, and had reached up, gripping his damaged helmet. He couldn't see. All was black and red and fiery. As he tried to pull the helmet from his head, there came a fresh wave of hurt in his left temple and the side of his face. The crumpled iron had creased under the blow and driven into his head. He struggled, blind and panicked. A blow landed on his back, but he ignored it. Somehow, screaming violent curses, he managed to pull the helmet free of his head, but he was sure part of his scalp and face had come away with it. Ketil dropped the helmet too now, dizzy and weak. He vomited copiously, and every tiny movement sent waves of searing pain across the left side of his head. He couldn't have said how long he stood there, stunned, unseeing and inactive, simply enduring the agony, trying to get a grip on his shaking body. With some surprise, he realized that he was squeezing his eyes shut. Was that why he couldn't see? What was he doing? He opened his eyes and immediately wished he hadn't. Only one worked. His right eye sprang open, blinking away the blood that seemed to coat him. His left eye either hadn't opened, or if it had, no longer worked. He was blind to his left. Reaching up gingerly, he touched the left side of his face. The extraordinary pain that even that tiny touch sent arcing through his head made him throw up again. Heedless of the danger, even standing in the midst of battle, he stood still, allowing his body to settle, trying to master the excruciating sensations coursing through his body. Slowly, the swimming, blurred vision in his one good eye came into focus. He was no longer in the thick of it. The Varangians had pushed back the excubatores and were on the cusp of totally breaking the flank, just as Maniakes had planned. His darting eye briefly caught sight of the body of Odin, face down in the blood and mud. Another figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It was Leif, and he was shouting at him. He couldn't hear what the Russ was saying, but the man seemed urgent, desperate. Ketil tried to say something. He wasn't sure what, but it made no difference, because the moment he opened his mouth, he just threw up again. He felt something in his fingers, and swiveled his eye to try and see, lifting that hand. He dare not move his head just yet. Leif had pushed his axe into his palm, and was closing his fingers around the haft. "Can you walk?" Ketil was so surprised to suddenly hear the words that he involuntarily turned his head to look down at the Russ, and the pain washed over him afresh. He nodded instinctively in answer, and immediately realized what a stupid thing that was to do.
"Yeah,"
he croaked.
"Think so."
"Your face is a mess. Can you see?"
"Little."
He turned, very slowly, taking in the battle. The rebel army was clearly winning, and impressively so. The enemy lines were in utter disarray. This flank all but crumbled, the centre hard-pressed by Maniakes and his armoured cavalry. Desperate calls were going out all across the imperial force. Strangely, despite the deafening noise of the battlefield and the pulse of his own blood, which thumped like 100 drums, Ketil heard the bird. Even knowing the pain moving his head caused, he found himself looking up. 2 black shapes flitted about above the battlefield, cawing repeatedly. He stared with his remaining eye. Birds did not fly across a battle. They were always in evidence afterwards, feasting on the remains, but during the fighting itself, they never flew across the field. He felt his skin prickle with the presence of savour on the plain. The gods were at work here. Odin's birds were watching. Leif was shouting at him again, but he ignored the man, waving him down with his free hand, even as he concentrated on the 2 birds, waves of hurt striking the cliffs of his resolve again and again. He could hear the cries. Death, they were calling. He knew that it was the birds' own language, but he could hear the words in their cries as clear as anything. Death. He closed his eyes, willing this to be a dream or an illusion, and opened them again, hoping to find no birds. But the 2 black omens continued to chant death above the field, and he could see shapes forming in the late evening sky. They were indistinct, just a blur in the deepening gloom, but he knew what they were. Odin's handmaidens were coming for the fallen. Well, Ketil of Sturth was not fallen. He was in agony, half-blind, and troubled by even basic movement, but he breathed, he stood, and he reasoned, so he was still very much alive. No Valkyria was going to take him to Odin's hall just yet, but the meaning was clear. Odin's ravens called death, and the Valkyriur were gathering. The rebels had all but won, but somehow that was not meant to be. He lowered his gaze once more, fighting the waves of nausea, and settled his one good eye on Leif the Teeth.
"Find others. Find men. Pull back."
"What?" Leif stared at him. "Why? We've won."
"No. Lost."
With that, he turned, his wounded gaze sweeping across what should have been a glorious victory. He was just in time to see it. He might have been the only man on the battlefield who did. Maniakes fell. Ketil, a head above every man between himself and the general, had an unusually unrestricted view of what happened. The great warrior, claimant to the throne, the only man who could have ended the terrible sequence of emperors that plagued Byzantium, a man they had all followed from Italy in this bid for power, died in that moment. The distant giant had swayed in his saddle, sword falling from his fingers. His hand went to his side, and he looked down. The details were hazy across the clamour of battle, but in the darkness of his own head, Ketil saw once again that evening in the general's tent. Maniakes rising from his chair, wincing and leaning to one side. The general had taken a wound in that last fight, but had refused to stop, knowing that victory was so close. Ketil knew how that worked. A wound that had not yet healed could not cope with violent movement, and it was certain in his mind that Maniakes had been slowly leaking out his life's blood, even as he fought to victory on this field. As the general toppled from his horse, he disappeared from view, and a roar of dismay arose from the heart of the battle. "What is it?" Leif demanded, still close by.
"Maniakes fall,"
Ketil replied, pulling back his gaze, swallowing, trying to speak through the pain.
"Fallen. Battle lost. War lost."
Sure enough, as that great wail of disaster rippled through the rebel army, shaking them, cracking their resolve and their morale, cheers of victory arose from the serried ranks of the Imperial army. In a heartbeat, the flank which the Varangians had broken and won was being recovered. The rebels were being driven back now, step by step, forced to retreat across the field as fresh energy and hope spread throughout the excubitores. Maniakes had been the heart and soul, the driving force of the rebel army. His fall changed it all. Another moan drew Ketil's attention, and he could now see in the distance a small shape atop a pole, waving around at the centre of the field. It was too small to make out clearly, but he knew what it was. The head of the would-be emperor, Georgios Maniakes, had been hacked free and mounted on the tip of a spear. Already the centre had turned into a rout. The enemy was roaring and fighting with renewed fury, taking heads and crushing the rebels. The general's heavy cavalry, which had been utterly destroying the Scolai beside their master only moments earlier, was now on the run, racing for safety. Confused calls went up as some rebel officers tried to rally their men, while others took up the order to retreat. Chaos exploded across the field. Only the Varangians alongside Ketil continued to put up any kind of resistance, but the fight had gone out of them too, and they would not hold for long while the rest of the army fled. Ketil and Leif turned to the pressed ranks of the Varangians, unable to find their own men among so many similarly clad warriors in the confusion. After a short pause, Leif cupped his free hand to his mouth and bellowed at the top of his lungs. "Odin!" Ketil turned, surprised to hear the god's name from the mouth of Leif, whose adherence to the nailed god was unshakable. But quickly he realized what Leif was doing. Only their own men on this field would respond to the call. Moments later, Ketil was yelling alongside him, "Odin!" The two men continued to shout for what seemed like hours. Somehow, Ketil seemed to have gone numb. The pain was just as bad, but now oddly muted. He still felt sick, though. Gradually, figures emerged from the press, pulling their way free of the fight. Most were at least scratched, and some seriously wounded. Many had lost their shields, and some their axes too. Even as they emerged, though, they were dying. 2 fell as they tried to clear to open ground. The Imperial force was totally ascendant now, breaking even the Varangian ranks. The centre was gone, and presumably the far flank too, and while the rebel army fled across the field, the Imperial forces were already in pursuit, flooding over the bodies of the fallen and chasing the panicked rebels. "Heavens!" Leif said suddenly, eyes wide as he turned. "What?" Ketil replied, turning with him to look back across the field. The fleeing rebels were running in any direction they could, seeking somewhere to hide from their pursuers, but a force of mounted Scolai was bearing down already on the undefended baggage train at the rear of the rebel position. More than 100 wagons carried all the provisions, supplies, ammunition, and tents for the army, and with them were the teamsters, the servants, the army's wives and children, and Anna. Before Ketil could say anything, Leif was running. He was only small, but desperation lent him unprecedented speed, and he raced off across the churned mud and blood of the field at a pace Ketil had never seen. The Icelander turned to the dozen or so men who had managed to pull clear of the fighting and were looking to him with bleak expressions, willing him to do something to save them. "Follow," he said, and turned. He ran, for a grand total of 10 steps. Then agony overwhelmed him. The nausea returned with a vengeance, and he collapsed, drool and vomit flowing. As he recovered slowly, he realized the others had stopped too and were watching concerned. There was no way he was going to maintain a run in this state. His shaky gaze fell upon an abandoned cavalry horse wandering nearby, its coat bloody with evidence of its owner's fate. Swallowing pain and queasiness, he rose, staggered to the horse, and, with the help of one of his men, pulled himself up onto the beast. "Follow," he said again, and turned the horse, racing away from the field, the motion bringing a whole new level of sickness. His men pounded along in his wake, and he knew he was leaving them behind. Still, they followed on as they could, even as Ketil rapidly caught up with Leif running ahead of him. Ketil's fingers gripped the axe Leif had pushed into his hands. He rode. Guilt flowed through him now. He had been wrong. He had argued with Halfdan because the lure of Byzantine gold and the impressive figure of Maniakes had turned his head. He had asked the others to come. Had they done so, now all the wolves of Odin might have been staggering, wounded and bloody across this field of failure. He had gambled on Maniakes, and he had lost. And he could have swallowed the bitter draught of that failure had it been only him. But he had begun to think himself a Jarl. He had started to think he had replaced Halfdan and was doing a better job. In the silence of his soul, he had pitied those friends left behind with the young Jarl, walking into the unknown while Ketil played out his guaranteed plan for riches and fame. He had been wrong. Worst of all, he had taken Leif and Anna with him. They could have been safe back with the others in Apulia, but instead they were here, on this field of death, beneath the gathering Valkyrior. He had led them to this. He gritted his teeth. He was wrong, but he was man enough to admit it. Odin had given an eye for wisdom, and so, it seemed, had Ketil. Only now, running for his life and for those of his companions, did he see clearly how Halfdan had always been meant to be the Jarl, and that Ketil had made a dreadful mistake forging his own path. An eye for wisdom. Now he had to make things right. He had to find Anna. He had to save her and Leif and the others, all those men pounding across the field behind him who had gradually become his men rather than the Empire's. No one in this rebel army would ever see Miklagardr again, but he could save his own. Had to save his own. In moments he was past Leif, his horse thundering across the grass. It took some time for him to see Anna, for she was to his left, and he now had to turn his head to look in that direction. She was sprinting toward them, the crazy woman. She should have fled, found somewhere to hide, but instead she was running toward disaster, shouting her lover's name. The Russ, not far behind him, was calling out to her too. Most of the enemy were racing for the wagons. They cared little about the camp followers and civilians, though as night fell, as sure as Ragnarok, there would be rape and murder across the land. For now, however, the victorious imperial troops had their eye on plunder. Those wagons would carry great prizes, and an ambitious soldier would want to secure his share before the senior officers arrived and put an end to the looting. But one man had seen Anna, and had veered in her direction. His horse was tired from the battle and flagging, but he forced it on anyway, bearing down on the fleeing woman. His sword came out to his side, blade still gleaming with blood from the battle. Ketil could hear Leif, further and further behind with every stride, praying for her. The Icelander pushed his exhausted horse on, trying to ignore the discomfort every strike of its hooves sent through his body. He rode like he had never ridden before. He had always been his own man, even when he'd taken an oath to Halfdan. He'd always been out for himself, prepared to do what he must to survive and to win. Only now, with the closing of an eye and the arrival of wisdom, did he realize that he was, and always would be, one of the wolves. For the first time in his life, he was fighting for something more important than himself. He ignored the pain. He rode. He was close now, almost on the rider, but the enemy was closing on Anna. Ketil realized he couldn't get there in time. The man would kill Anna before he could do anything. He lifted the axe Leif had forced into his hand. It was a heavy thing, a war axe, not a weighted throwing weapon. It would take the muscles of Bjorn to cast such a weapon with any hope of accuracy. That was all Ketil had now. Hope. He threw the axe with all his might, begging the gods that they guide it and carry it through the air. It struck the enemy horse low, on the rear right leg. The throw was clumsy, but Odin was with them, and perhaps the momentum of his own steed had added to the pitch. Whether the blow broke the horse's leg or just surprised it, causing the exhausted beast to trip, it fell, a tumble of mount and rider, legs flailing. Ketil, thanking the Allfather as he rode, closed on the soldier. Anna ran past him without a glance, hurtling into the arms of her Russ. Ketil, though, needed to finish the cavalryman. The horse was alive, if hurt, for it rolled a few times and finally came up again, unsteadily, and staggered away a little. The rider lay shaking on the ground. As Ketil closed, he realized the horse had rolled across the man's lower half. He was broken, done for. Ketil reined in and slid somewhat gracelessly from the saddle. Pulling his sacks free from his belt, he dropped, the sudden movement even more dizzying than the run, and cut the man's throat. When he turned and rose, Leif and Anna were together, and 11 of the 50 Ketil had led since Dyrrachium were following close on. Behind them, worryingly close behind them, came the forces of the victorious emperor, Constantine Monomachos, seeking blood and riches. They had only moments. The others skittered to a halt, panting. "What now, sir?" one of the Varangians asked, worry evident in his voice. Ketil straightened. He was no Jarl, knew now that he never would be, but he had to play that role as best he could for a little longer, to save these people. He squared his shoulders. "We leave." "The bags," Leif said meaningfully, pointing at the wagons that were even now being stripped by whooping imperial soldiers. Ketil closed his eyes for a moment. Their kit was on those wagons along with everyone else's, but unlike the others, their kit held the gold they had won at such cost in Miklagartha. Its loss was just another reminder of Ketil's failure. "Bags are gone. Gold is gone. All we have is our lives. We have to get away from here before the enemy comes for our heads." "Where do we go?" another Varangian muttered, hope absent from his voice. "West. The east is close to us now, but to the west we have friends. I abandoned them once, but I think they will take us back." Leif nodded, reaching for Anna, whose sad gaze was locked on the eastern horizon. There would be no homecoming for her after all. She turned with him reluctantly. West it had to be. Halfdan would surely not hold a grudge. The wolves of Odin had to gather once more. Ketil hauled himself back into the saddle with some difficulty, then turned his mount, and the 14 of them made for the last blood-red rays of the setting sun. Part 3. City of the Fugitive. Chapter 9. "Hold. Something is amiss," the Norman said quietly. Halfdan held up his hand, his small hirth coming to a halt in an instant. Bjorn took another step forward to stand by the Jarl's side as Falk and Mark consulted, peering ahead. "Why have we stopped?" the big man rumbled, frowning. "There's nothing wrong." But Halfdan had already come to trust the Norman's instincts in the 4 days they had travelled together. Fulk de Corvaudon knew the area well, having spent years fighting here, allied to one side or another, as most of the Normans had. Moreover, He knew the tactics and habits of the locals and of the Byzantines. He had also made every effort to visit the villages and inns they passed, wearing simple travelling clothes and asking for any local news of forces nearby. 3 times already they had avoided walking into large Byzantine columns on the move, or Apulian lords travelling with their households because of Fulk's caution. It did mean they had moved with infuriating slowness, but it was better to progress slowly and safely than to become embroiled in one of the many small wars that still raged in the region, even with Maniakes and the bulk of the imperial forces gone. On this occasion, though, Halfdan could feel it too. Something was amiss.
"Listen."
Bjorn grunted.
"I am. I can't hear anything."
"Exactly." There is a certain kind of silence that results from a group of people being carefully quiet, and this was most definitely that kind. The hair rose on the back of Halfdan's neck. The stillness was shattered by a flock of birds suddenly startled into flight from a tree somewhere off to their left.
"Bandits?"
Halfdan queried in little more than a whisper. Fulk shook his head.
"No one I have spoken to mentioned local bandits, and a group of such outlaws would surely have taken us while we were still moving. Bandits are opportunists, and there are too many of us to take on in a straight fight. No, not bandits, and not Byzantines. The Greeks are incapable of such quiet. An officer would be shouting commands by now."
"Let me handle this," Gunnhild murmured, stepping past them, her carved stick gripped tightly. Halfdan watched her walk out ahead, and, despite his misgivings, he felt a certain pride. Even if the goddess never spoke to her again, she was a magnificent sight. Her piercing green eyes sharp, ash-blonde hair braided from her temples and tied at the back of her head, long green dress seemingly melting into the woodland surroundings.
"Wait,"
Fulk warned her, but she waved his concern aside with a hand and disappeared into the undergrowth by the side of the road without looking back. Halfdan smiled at the look of surprise on the Norman's face as he watched her, for as the young woman disappeared among the trees, there was hardly a sound. The undergrowth seemed not to move with her passage, as though she drifted through the plants rather than across or around them.
"She unnerves me," Mark murmured at their shoulders. "That's natural," Halfdan smiled. "She does that to everyone. But if that's how her friends feel, imagine being her enemy."
The bannerman simply nodded, watching the edge of the woods. The rest fell in behind them, waiting, quiet. A dozen Varangians and a score of Normans, all armoured and ready for trouble. At the rear, a small string of pack horses carried all their gear, and Corvodon's horse walked among them, the Norman travelling by foot alongside his men and the Varangians. They stood for some time in silence, and when Gunnhild reappeared, it was so sudden that even Halfdan jumped a little. Striding across to them, she came to a halt, shouldering her stick.
14 men, she said in a quiet voice. They are in a clearing, almost 100 paces from the road. They are hiding, waiting quietly. They do not look ready to launch an attack. I believe they are waiting for you to pass by, aware of your superior numbers.
Halfdan looked across at Fulk and shrugged a question. The Norman lord drummed his fingers on his belt.
"What did they look like? Did they bear colours?"
"Red and yellow," she replied, "stripes like the rays of the setting sun." Fulk continued to look thoughtful, perhaps even uncertain, which was new in the normally confident Norman.
"Who are they?"
Halfdan prodded. Fulk sighed.
"Soldiers of Salerno. Their master, Guiamar, is one of the most powerful of the Italian lords. Much of the land north and west of here belongs to him. The nearest city is Potenza, just a few miles away, and it has been contested between Guiamar and the Byzantines for years now. I could not say offhand who currently controls it. I have been rather cut off in the south." "This Guiamar, you speak of him as an enemy, yes?" Fulk gave an odd laugh. In this land, Halfdan, everyone is at least a little bit enemy. Even your friends. Especially your friends, he added with another chuckle. And Halfdan spotted something in his eyes then that gave him uncomfortable pause. Answer plain, Halfdan grumbled. Is he friend or enemy? Both, sighed Fulk again. He has supported some of our lords, including Ironarm himself. It was Guiamar who gave Melfi to Ironarm. But it has been less than a year since we were at war with Salerno, and the alliance is shaky at best. Some of our lords still fight with Guiamar despite the change. Alliances here are written on water and change with every tide. Halfdan frowned. Your men fight an ally? Do not obey their Jarl? God in heaven, Halfdan, but you are a relic of a lost age, aren't you? Every Norman here with a fief of his own is his own lord, with his own goals and his own plans. Ironarm rules us all because he is the strongest, but still, he is only the lord because we voted him to it. He rules us, he does not control us. Then where does that leave us with the men in the woods? It is a problem. If Salerno has driven the Byzantines from Potenza, then the city is in their hands. That means they have control over the area, and we would be wise to avoid trouble with them. If they are in small numbers, though, and the Byzantines still hold Potenza, then... He scrubbed his head with his hand. Yeah, but things were easier when we were just at war with the Byzantines. Everything is so... political. Halfdan turned to Bjorn. You're ready? Always ready, the albino replied with a gappy grin. The Jarl turned back to his Norman ally. They are 14. We are more than twice that number. We deal with them. Fulk shook his head. But if they are hiding, we might be better avoiding trouble. We cannot avoid trouble, Lord of Corvodon. Trouble travels with us. He stands over there, pale as snow and picking his nose, and he's ready for a fight. One thing is certain in all of life. Unless you can truly trust a man, never allow him to get behind you with a knife. If we cannot trust these Salerno men, we deal with them before we move on. But the political ramifications are unimportant. Halfdan was starting to feel frustrated. Why was Corvodon being so cagey? If they all die, then no one can lay the blame with us, so we must attack in such a manner to catch them all. Your men are the loudest, Halfdan smiled. You sound like an army with all your armour and gear. Keep marching, then turn off the road at the next rise and fan out through the woods, coming back toward them. Make sure no one gets away. We'll jump them from this side. Together we will trap them. Fulk still looked uncertain, but finally he nodded, and the Normans set off once more, traipsing along the road, rattling and clanking. Halfdan gave directions to his men with just hand signals, and the 16 of them melted into the undergrowth beside the road at speed, leaving the pack horses walking on, making plenty of noise. The Jarl waved to Varlof and Ulfr, flashing a splayed open hand at each and pointing left and right. In response, the 2 men took 5 of the others and spread out, creating 3 groups, moving through the woods carefully and in a line, like thralls driving prey through the forest toward the huntsman. As they moved further and further from the road, they slowed, taking care with their movements, avoiding breaking twigs where they could, holding shields up away from the undergrowth, gripping scabbards to stop them slapping against hips. They were so quiet that they were almost upon the waiting Italians before the enemy soldiers knew they were there. A collection of shapes in red and yellow striped coats, wearing conical steel helmets and gripping tall spears, was just visible through the foliage. Halfdan waved a hand, and in an instant the entire group came to a halt, breathing lightly, looking ahead. The Italians were not watching them. Indeed, their attention was clearly focused on the far side of the clearing. In the silence,
They could hear the telltale, if sporadic, noise of armoured men moving through the undergrowth. Halfdan had known folk long enough already to know that such a level of noise could only be their Norman friends deliberately making a din. Not only would they attract the attention of the hiding soldiers, but the distraction also allowed Halfdan and the others to plot their rough position. The Northerners waited, eyes drifting back and forth between the oblivious Italians and Halfdan leading them. Halfdan held his breath, counting silently, working out how far away the Normans would be. When he reckoned they were only a little further from the clearing than the wolves, he lifted his hand and motioned for everyone to be ready. When the last of his men nodded his agreement, the Jarl raised the short, eagle-hilted blade he had taken in Georgia and swept it forward toward the soldiers. With a roar, the 16 Northerners ran the last 10 paces, ignoring the foliage and thin branches that whipped around them. They burst into the clearing like a wave of iron-coated death. The Italians were stunned, caught by surprise. Indeed, half of them seemed to be unaware of this fresh danger, still at the far side of the clearing and peering off into the woods, watching for the approaching Normans. The rest had turned at the shouting and were diving for shields left leaning against rocks or running to meet the threat. Halfdan leapt a fallen log to meet the nearest of the Italians. The man held his spear out in front, gripped in both hands with his shield on his forearm. The tip of the blade was thrust at Halfdan, but it took little effort to bring his own wolf-painted shield up and turn aside the point. With a cry to Odin, he slammed into the man, knocking him back into the clearing. The winded soldier almost fell, struggling to keep his feet under the attack. Even as he barreled the soldier across the clearing, Halfdan identified the weakest points of the man's unarmoured torso and lifted his blade. The point punched through to the striped coat, angled so that it slid with relative ease between two ribs to drive deep into the body, cutting through the vitals within. The soldier let out a wheezing gurgle, and the resistance went out of him in a moment. Careful to retain a strong grip on the hilt, Halfdan pulled his sword back, and the dying soldier fell away, the yellow stripes of his coat rapidly swelling to the same colour as the red. The body hit the ground and lay there as the man gasped his last, but Halfdan was already moving on. His men were engaged with the rest, and Gunnhild was making a most non-magical use of her stick. Indeed, she shouted something surprisingly base as she yanked the point back out of an Italian's eye, the last part of her imprecation lost beneath the screaming of her victim. The attack had been overwhelming already. Only 6 of the 14 soldiers in the clearing had come to meet them, and all 6 had been put down in the opening moments of the fight. At the same time, the remaining 8 looked about, struggling to decide what to do. 3 of them settled for facing the noise of armoured men approaching in the woods, bellowing at the remaining 5 in their incomprehensible local language, though from the fact that one of them jabbed a finger toward Halfdan, it was clear the 5 were being told to engage and to take on the Northerners. The dithering men looked first at the soldier who'd given the order, then at Halfdan and his warriors, climbing over the red and yellow corpses, and bolted. They did not get far. As Halfdan led his men across the clearing, sending half of them after the runners and taking the others against the defiant 3, it became clear that folk had been smarter than even Halfdan had expected. The approaching din turned out to be only 8 of the Normans, led by Mark, making an inordinate amount of noise. As those 8 broke clear of the undergrowth, trapping the 3 soldiers against the wolves, Fulk and the rest appeared in a cordon, emerging from the trees all around, and driving back the 5 men who'd tried to flee, but had merely run headlong into more attackers. It became clear that Halfdan was going to face no one else, as the remaining Italians fought for their life against Fulk and his Normans, an armoured machine of mayhem that hacked and battered them into submission. A thought struck him as he ran across the clearing to where one of the Normans towered above a wounded and disarmed soldier. The Italian was on his knees, eyes closed and palms together in prayer, as the Norman's heavy sword rose for the downward swing that would end his life. "Wait!" The Norman didn't hear him for a moment, and the sword began to descend before the warrior became aware of Halfdan running toward him, shouting. The sword stopped as Halfdan reached the scene, and the Italian soldier opened terrified eyes and looked up at the killing blow that had not come. He smelled of urine. "Tie him up," Halfdan told the Norman, who looked across at Fulk for confirmation. The lord nodded, and by the time the last of the men in the clearing was down, the prisoner had been hauled over to the trunk of a tree and tied to it, arms encircling the bowl behind him uncomfortably, wrists bound there. Finally, as the fighting stopped, the gathering closed on the scene. A brief head count suggested no losses, and only 3 men were gripping or probing injuries. Fulk crossed to Halfdan with his bannermen close by, and Gunnhild and Varlof joined them too, as the others moved around the clearing, thrusting blades into bodies to make sure they stayed down. "You speak their tongue?" Halfdan asked the Norman. He had to, of course. He'd been making inquiries as they travelled. Fulk nodded. "Ask him about that city you mentioned." The Norman rattled off a number of questions in that strange tongue. The soldier was defiant for only a few moments before something Fulk said made him blanch in horror. A heartbeat later, panicked explanations were spilling out of the man. Corvodon translated as they came. "Potenza is in the hands of the Byzantine still, but it will not hold out much longer. Guaimar's forces encircle the place and have been pounding it with artillery. He gave a lot more detail than this, but that is the meat of it." Halfdan frowned. There had been a lot of speech for such little information. "Why is Potenza important to Guaimar?" Another exchange, and Fulk translated again. "Guaimar has claimed Potenza for some time, but it seems that the forces of Benevento are also moving in. It appears that both princes are looking for someone known to be in the area." Halfdan narrowed his eyes. Fulk was holding something back. "Slow down. You're talking in riddles. Where is Benevento, and who is this man they are looking for who is important enough to draw the attention of 2 kingdoms?" Fulk looked unusually flustered. Halfdan folded his arms. The man was still being cagey, withholding information. "Whatever you are not telling me, now would be the time. You have friends here, Corvodon. Don't make enemies of them." The Norman sagged. "You've not been long in Apulia. You've not heard of Atenulf?" Halfdan shook his head. "So you don't know about the Catapan Dukeanos?" Halfdan was starting to feel rather frustrated by the whole conversation. "Just explain." Fulk sighed. "Even trapped in a small city in the south, information reached me through rumors and spies. Dukeanos was a Byzantine catapan here before your Maniakes came. He was captured by the forces of the Duke of Benevento a couple of years ago. No one knew what to do with him. The Byzantine Empire would lose face with his nobles if he left Dukeanos languishing in Benevento, so when Maniakes came as the new catapan, he agreed to pay an enormous ransom for his predecessor." A frisson of destiny rippled across Halfdan's skin at the word ransom. He felt a slow smile crossing his face even as Fulk continued. "Pandulf, the Duke of Benevento, sent his brother Atenulf to arrange the receipt of the ransom." "And Atenulf and the gold have disappeared, yes?" Halfdan could sense something important here. Fulk nodded. "At first, Benevento blamed Guaimar as Salerno, but it turns out that Guaimar didn't even know the ransom had been arranged. Somewhere in Apulia, Atenulf is at large with a small force of soldiers and a king's ransom in gold. Catapan Argyrus is furious and blames Maniakes,
and the Byzantines are looking for Atenulf. They want their gold back. But as far as the Duke of Benevento is concerned, the gold is his, and he wants it, else there is no point in him holding on to Dukeanos anymore. And of course, Guaimar wants it, because he could really do with a healthy treasury right now, given his costly disputes with Benevento and the bribes he continues to pay my countrymen for their support. And above all this, Ironarm has offered lands and titles to any man who brings him Atenulf and the gold.
Halfdan gave him a sour look. You are well informed for a prisoner in your own city. So that is why you were so happy to abandon Genosa when we broke the siege. You want the gold too? Fulk shrugged. More accurately, I want the land and title Ironarm will grant me in return for it. But yes. Halfdan turned, sword still in hand, and swiftly dispatched the tied man. The entire Italian unit was gone now. No witnesses, he said. Fulk nodded. All right. Everything is now out in the open, the Jarl said. A local lord has gone to ground with a fortune in gold. Every man and his dog on the peninsula want to find him, including you. Something clearly occurred to Corvodon, and he stepped back, his sword grip changing slightly. Halfdan laughed. Settle, Lord of Genosa. Yes, I want the gold, but 16 of us can only carry so much. 38 could carry more. You need our strength, I think, but we need your knowledge. Together we stand a greater chance of finding this runaway thief. Fulk nodded slowly, but it took a longer moment for him to lower his sword. If we are to travel together from here then, Halfdan of Gotland, I would ask you to swear on the holy scriptures that you will not betray us, that we are allies in this. Like you, my people are ever hungry, and not unknown to have their heads turned by profit, and I would have your word. Halfdan gave a short bark of a laugh. Your Christ book offers little security for us. Ignoring the disapproving look the Norman threw him, he sank his sword into the soft grass and reached up, lifting the Thor hammer pendant around his neck. But a Northman would sooner break his own neck than an oath he gives in good faith. And I give you my oath in the sight of the Allfather that neither me nor mine will betray you, unless you give us good cause. Fulk nodded slowly. I, however, set great store by an oath on the holy book. Beside him, Mark produced from somewhere unseen a thick, well-worn Bible. The Norman lord removed his glove and placed his hand palm down on the tome. I swear loyalty and good faith to Halfdan of Gotland and his men. All right, Halfdan said, as the rest gathered around in a circle. What next? Fulk scratched his chin. Everywhere west of here is Salerno's lands, and they're creeping eastward all the time now that so much of the Byzantine army has gone. Beyond Salerno, the lands are those of Benevento. Neither man can be trusted, and it is highly unlikely that Atenulf is to be found there. The last place he would want to be found is in the lands of the coastal lords he has betrayed. So we steer north and east a little, staying clear of this city of yours. Potenza, yes, but we cannot afford to press too far to the east. Everywhere east of Lavello was still in Byzantine hands, last I heard. Neither you nor I will be welcomed by the Byzantines, and the chances of finding Atenulf in the lands of the men from whom he stole the gold are tiny. So that's roughly 30 miles from each coast that are out of the question. Halfdan thought back to the only map he had seen of the Italian peninsula in Fulk's hall at Genosa before they left. A thought struck him. How wide is this peninsula? Between here and Melfi it narrows from about 100 miles to just under 80. 80 miles across, and we cannot go within 30 miles of either coast. That's about it, yes. That doesn't give us a lot of room to maneuver.
But it also limits the places where Atenulf and his gold can be hiding, Fulk noted. True?
There was a long pause, finally broken by Bjorn, scratching an armpit reflectively.
So we're looking for gold then, he said.
Yes, Bjorn, we're looking for gold.
Good. Do I get to pull the arms off this Atenulf when we find him? I see no reason why not.
The albino grinned.
Let's get moving then.
Don't be too hasty, Fulk said. The 20 or 30-mile corridor we will use to move north is still plenty wide. We could quite easily slip past Atenulf without knowing he was there.
And that, Halfdan said, with a sidelong look of understanding at the Norman, is why we've been moving at such a slow pace so far, isn't it, Corvodon? You are not being alert to danger, but seeking news of this thief and his treasure. You've been careful not to miss Atenulf even when we didn't know you were looking for him. Very sly, and lucky that none of us speak the local tongue.
Fulk shrugged, without a hint of guilt or remorse.
That was certainly part of it, but this is the situation. We know he has to be somewhere north of us, and he cannot realistically be within 30 miles of either coast, and so we advance carefully once more, checking every rumour and looking at every possible hiding place. Melfi is only 30 miles north of us, so we have a limited area to search. Wherever he is, it will have to be defendable, large enough to house a military escort and a number of wagons and carts, and somewhere not controlled by anyone who is looking for him. That cuts down where we must search to a surprisingly narrow field.
Halfdan pursed his lips.
All this is assuming you are correct on each count. Perhaps the Byzantines are playing some strange game and have taken this Atenulf in, for they're a tricky people. Perhaps they even only pretended to pay the ransom in order to save face. Maybe the gold does not exist and everyone is looking for a Byzantine fantasy. Or maybe Atenulf has already done a deal with this Guaimar and the gold has gone to the coast. Or maybe Atenulf has simply moved faster than you anticipated, and he has already gone to the south coast and on a ship. I do not believe that. I am certain he remains in Apulia, and somewhere north of here. I like to be sure there is prey when I hunt, Halfdan muttered, then turned to Gunnhild, a request in his expression. She looked back at him, challenging. Ever since that day in Miklagartha, her talents had remained untested, and both she and Halfdan knew that the goddess may never speak to her again. "What?" she said, her tone flat. "I was hoping you would cast for knowledge, Gunnhild." "No." He winced and rubbed his hands together. Walking past her and standing there between Gunnhild and the woodland she observed, she had wavered. He'd seen it. She had still not put a blade on her stick, and that suggested to him that she had not yet fully turned her back on her old life. Perhaps now was the time to drive her into a decision. "This is important," he pressed. There was a long silence, and slowly Gunnhild's gaze swept down from the trees and fell on Halfdan's face. "No." Crossing to her, he took her elbow, which clearly annoyed her, but she did not fight him, as he steered her away from the others until they were practically alone. "Tell me," he murmured, not unkindly, but with a hint of impatience. Gunnhild had been quiet and waspish ever since they fled the great city. Bjorn had tried to cheer her up, but had quickly learned that she was not in the mood and abandoned his efforts. It was something to do with Hathrathi, he was sure, and it wasn't just infatuation. It was deeper than that. Whatever had happened had shaken Gunnhild to her very soul, and seemed to have drawn a veil between her and the goddess. But now that they were in new lands, and with plans to make, he needed her. With Leif gone, he needed her more than ever. Still, she was silent. "Is it Hathrathi?" She closed her eyes, an angry flash washing across her face.
He could tell she was struggling to keep herself calm, and when she opened her eyes, she just shook her head. "Tell me," he muttered again. "Gunnhild, we are friends, and after our arguments in Miklagartha, I swore we would never fall out again. We are a hirð. We are together, and we rely on each other. Tell me what happened. I can help." Again there was a long pause. Then, finally, she seemed to sag a little. "No, you cannot." "Then tell me so I understand." Gunnhild reached up and scrubbed her face with her hands. "The goddess has left my side, Halfdan. I had a path, laid out by the Norns. I knew it, saw it clearly, but I did not follow it. I followed you." He blinked. "Me?" "Yes, you. And since that day I cannot hear the goddess. I cannot feel her." He shivered, but straightened and cleared his throat. "This is not new to you. You were never fully a vulva after all, even before," he noted, pressing for a reaction, one he felt sure would come. "I walked with the goddess," she snarled angrily, predictably. "I should have been a vulva, and I would have been had I not left Hedeby with you." An uncomfortable silence fell again. Halfdan started to move the information around in his head like pieces of a puzzle. He felt there had to be an answer here, and it was just out of reach. Gunnhild had abandoned a path laid out for her, but it was the Norns that would make her pay, surely, and not Freyja. She had been hovering between his world and the world of the vulva since the day they met, and twice now he had been responsible for her changing her course. "How do you become a vulva, then?" he asked, finally. "What?" she snapped. "You know so much. I have heard you sing your songs. The goddess spoke to you. Why were you not already vulva?" "I was not ready," she said flatly. "When the mother in Hedeby decided I was ready, I would have been given a true vulva's staff of power. Then I would offer my whole life to the goddess." "So do it," Halfdan said in a matter-of-fact tone. "What?" "You know what a vulva's staff is, and you have one in the making. We've all seen it. It's too short to be a spear, and you know it." "You were ready," he added, pointing to her carved stick. "If you weren't, you'd have put a spearhead on that already. Devote yourself." "Halfdan, Freyja doesn't talk to me anymore." "And if I didn't talk to you, what would you do?" She frowned. "I would shout at you until you did." "That's what I thought." The frown deepened. "I turned my back on the Norns," he interrupted. "You turned your back on the Norns, not the goddess. Maybe the weavers will relent and weave you a new path, or maybe they will weave you a descent to hell, but whatever that fate, it is not the work of Freyja." She took a deep breath. "You are not supposed to be wise, Halfdan. That's why you need me." "I need Gunnhild," he said, quietly, encouragingly. "I need the Gunnhild who guided a fleet to the edge of the world and brought down a kinslayer. I need the Gunnhild who tried to save us from the corruption of Miklagartha. You are that Gunnhild still, I know it. Cast your runes." Her brow creased in frustration and worry. "What if I try and I cannot? Halfdan, it is sometimes better not to know. Only if you have reason to believe it will fail. I believe you will succeed. You are the most powerful woman I have ever met. The most powerful person I have ever met." The confidence in her eyes was still wavering, but he watched her resistance crumble, and finally, as though accepting terms from an enemy on the battlefield, she nodded. "Very well, but I can guarantee you nothing, Halfdan. You know that." The Northmen nearby fell into a respectful silence. Gunnhild stepped to the edge of the clearing and turned a slow circle, drawing a line in the ground with her staff. She looked about, then crossed to a tree on the edge of the woodland, stepping over a fallen body. There she rummaged in the foliage, her back to them, doing something unseen. When she returned to her circle, the tree had been marked with an intricate design drawn with a small blade in the bark. She now had runes marked across her forehead in brown smudges, which Halfdan presumed had come from the bag of powder she'd taken from Bjorn. Then she sang. Halfdan had seen and heard it many times now, and yet every time she did this he was entranced. It was part prayer, part song, part display, part oration. It was power in its rawest form, and he felt the savour flowing out across the clearing. Gunnhild rose until she was on her toes and twirled, her carved staff dancing in her fingers as though it weighed nothing or had a life of its own. When the tip thudded down into the earth, a small collection of bones, hacksilver, coins, and shiny stones fell with it, scattering into a pattern. Gunnhild fell silent and dropped to a crouch, looking down. Halfdan had seen this before, and it made him extremely nervous to note something new. A frown of trouble, of difficulty, a squint, as though even with her eyes closed she was trying to see through thick fog. Was the goddess there, or was the Völva's sight truly blinded? On impulse, Halfdan glanced around him. The Normans were drawing crosses over their chests repeatedly, bearing worried looks. Fulk also looked a little disturbed, but there was an element of fascination to his gaze as he watched this display. He and his kind might be solidly Christian, but somewhere deep inside they still carried the blood of the North. Finally, Gunnhild gathered up her fallen trinkets, tipping them back into a purse. Rising, she pulled her staff from the soil and used the tip to scrub the circle out, ravaging the ground. She then crossed to the tree and defaced the sigil there too. All done, she paced over to Halfdan once more. He could see the weariness, the struggle, and the fear in her eyes. "Do you—" he began. "Did you—" She paused for a long moment, and finally nodded. "The goddess hears me, Halfdan. Freyja walks this land, though she does not wish to. She resists, and the path the Norns wove for me is no longer there as my guide and my lodestone. This is not their world, nor Freyja's, and for bringing her here, I owe the goddess much." "I will pay it," Halfdan said hurriedly. "What did you see?" "I will be the one to pay," she said. "We have a difficult time in the coming days, my Jarl. The gold you seek does lie ahead, but with it comes much peril. I see a wolf in a gilded cage. I see death and disaster. Wolf pelts on the skinning bench, and fire and roasted flesh. But I also see gold and glory. It is still confused." Halfdan clenched his teeth. That was even more convoluted and unilluminating than usual. "But in the end? I cannot see the end. There is something else there. Something uncertain is yet to come. I cannot say whether it will help us or cause further harm. It reminds me of the shadow that obscured Yngvar's end." Behind Fulk, the Normans were crossing themselves again. The troubled lord looked from Halfdan to Gunnhild and back. "This witchcraft unsettles me." "You would do well always to heed what Gunnhild tells you," the Jarl replied. "She speaks with gods far older than yours." Fulk shivered. "You are content, then, that I was right, that Atenulf and his gold still lie ahead of us?" "I am. But we should proceed with a great deal of care. Something is not right about all this." "Agreed. Let us leave this butcher's yard and return to the road. At the next village I will ask a few questions. Perhaps we can pick up the trail, and together we can track the gold." Halfdan nodded. Perhaps. But even as they returned to the road and set off north once more, he could not rid his mind's eye of the image of a wolf in a golden cage. Chapter 10.
What did you say this place was called?
Bjorn rumbled as he looked across the golden fields to the city that rose on a strong ridge from the surrounding landscape, a grey and white walled warren of roofs and streets.
Acharenza,
Fulk replied with a relieved smile.
And why are we pleased? Halfdan said.
The Norman gave a small chuckle.
4 days through unfriendly terrain, squeezed between Greek lands and the coastal duchies, and the moment we find allies you begin to get nervous? Halfdan, my friend, Acharenza has been in the hands of my people for over a year now. It is a bulwark against the troubles to the south. It was conquered by Giscard himself, and given as a prize to his right-hand man, Armand. His mouth twisted into a smile. Armand happens to be a cousin of mine.
My cousins are all nasty fucks, Bjorn said. Wouldn't trust any of them further than I could shit a dragon boat. Gorvodon threw a strange look at Bjorn.
Colourful fellow, your bear over there.
He straightened.
But this is the place our fortunes will change.
That I do not doubt, Gunnhild muttered from behind them. Fulk ignored her and gestured toward the fortress city with its powerful walls.
Acharenza is important, so much so that the Byzantines fought for control of it for years.
It is a hub for trade, as well as a great fortress and a center of godliness. There we will find our rumors of the missing gold, I am certain of it.
The walls look new,
Varloff noted, squinting into the morning sun.
Very perceptive, yes. Giscard gave Armand sufficient funds to fortify the place. It is a statement. The Greeks will never retake Acharenza. She has the strongest walls in the region, and with all the traders, market holders, and farmers from 30 miles about converging here, we will be sure to hear rumors here. But we must be subtle how we go about our inquiries. If it was common knowledge, my countrymen would already have found the gold, so we must be careful. Indeed, I would have liked to have entered the city quietly and unnoticed, but a column of this many men draws attention, and we will have to present ourselves to Armand as soon as possible. With luck, he will find us suitable accommodation. Turn back, Gunnhild said, eyes narrowed.
What?
No good will come of this place. Find somewhere else.
Fulk gave a disbelieving snort.
You are mistaken, good woman Gunnhild. This is my cousin's city, and we shall be safe here.
I am not a good woman, and you are mistaken. Your cousin, he has a royal banner? The Norman frowned, glancing across for a moment at Mark.
He does, of course he does.
It bears a red cock. Now Fulk frowned.
Your eyesight is a marvel, Gunnhild. I can just make out there are banners atop the walls, but no detail upon them. Yes, Armand's colours bear a red cockerel.
This is bad. So very bad. Halfdan, tell him how bad this is. Before the Jarl could oblige, Bjorn let out a chuckle.
A red cock is always a bad sign. This one time I met a whore from Daneland.
Halfdan silenced him with a glare that just had his friend's face slide into a leery smile. He turned to Gorvodon.
The cock is a bad omen.
Gullincombi is a cock that crows in Volhul to signal the end of this world, the war of gods and giants.
You pagans speak in so many riddles. Ragnarok, man.
Has your northern blood become so diluted you do not remember the most important of things?
Halfdan, I am a child of Christ, a lamb of God. I do not give credence to these ancient tales of giants and of battles among gods. They are fictions that should have been overwhelmed by now in the glory of the Lord. Bollocks. The All-Father watches us. I have seen his birds, Hugin and Munin, as we travel." Fulk sighed. "Armand owes me, and he's a loyal man of the Hautevilles, Robert Guiscard and Iron Arm among them. We shall be safer now than at any time since we left the south, and here we will learn about the gold. Believe me." Halfdan turned to Gunnhild, a question in his expression. She was extremely troubled, and he could see it. She shivered. "I believe he is correct. I think you will find more about the gold here. But the danger is too great. I see disaster in every window of that city." "But we will find out about the gold," urged Varloff, hunger in his voice. "Do not let your love of treasure blind you to peril," she replied. "Can you consult Freyja?" Halfdan asked quietly. "No," Fulk put in. "Please, no. It was a fascinating display of ancient witchery, but it makes me extremely uncomfortable. Witnessing such rituals imperils our mortal souls, Halfdan. My men will not stay for it." Gunnhild shrugged. "I do not need the goddess to tell me this place is trouble." "Trouble or no, we need Acherenza," Fulk said. "Not only is it the only place we are likely to track down the information we seek, and we need provisions. If we are to press on toward Melfi, we will have several more days to travel, and we are down to meager enough supplies even for one meal, let alone days on the road. And if we are seen passing through Norman lands and do not present ourselves to Armand, we will appear suspicious. He will want to know why we are avoiding him. No, my friends, we must enter Acherenza." "Then be on your guard," Gunnhild said, still eyeing the city on the hill. And Halfdan was. If there was one thing he had learned about the woman who had walked beside him in mountainous Georgia and glittering Miklagartha, it was that when she said something, you paid attention. She had guided the wolves through the perils of that strange eastern land with her wit and her uncanny connection to the gods, and had he listened to her more carefully in the great city, they might have left with a ship and a crew. Of this he was certain. He would never shun her advice again. Consequently, his gaze played sharply across all their surroundings as they climbed the road toward the city of Acherenza. The gravel thoroughfare wound this way and that across the slope, a ribbon of grey as it ascended toward the powerful new Norman walls. At the top, a strong gateway beside a heavy square tower stood waiting, its dark arch beckoning them like the maw of some great stone giant. Halfdan shivered at the image. Giants and Ragnarok, just what he needed. Indeed, he could sense something of what Gunnhild perhaps felt as they approached those defences. There was nothing obviously untoward. The gate stood open. The sound of everyday life arose from within the walls. A shepherd nearby watched them warily from his grassy slope full of animals, and figures in the red and white of the local Norman lord were just visible here and there atop the walls. It was all so ordinary. But something was slightly off. Of course, he reasoned, he could easily be fooling himself into believing that, influenced by Gunnhild's words. And yet somehow he still felt it was real. A very palpable sense of danger, despite there being no overt sign. As they moved on, he turned to the others. Gunnhild and Bjorn strode behind him, then Varloff and Ulver behind them, the rest stringing out in pairs along the road. There was room for 4 men abreast, the road broad enough for carts to pass one another on the way to and from the market, and so Fulk de Corvodon's men walked in pairs beside the carts, the lord himself and his bannerman at their head. Mark was whistling some jaunty tune. Halfdan frowned at him, then spoke to the wolves. "Something is amiss. Something is odd, dangerous. I know you felt it, Gunnhild, but I feel it now too. Be on your guard and ready to move at a heartbeat's notice. As we pass inside, note the position of every guard, every door and arch. Be aware of every exit and every point of danger. If we pass through that gate and find trouble awaiting us, I want to be able to back out and away from peril in the blink of an eye. Hands on weapons, wits about you. Tell the others."
Gunnhild did so, and Halfdan turned back to the ever-steepening slope ahead. That gate was looking more and more like a mouth with every step. The gates were open, pulled inwards into the dark tunnel. As they neared the top of the hill approaching the entrance, Halfdan could make out a little more. The arched tunnel through the walls was about the same width as the road, and some 30 feet long. There were 2 sets of gates, one outer, one inner, both wide, each manned by a pair of guards in that red and white livery, leaning on shields, looking bored. Beyond the dark passageway, he couldn't make out any detail other than the bright light of the Apulian morning inside the city. Still, nothing was out of place. He had been to enough cities these days to know how such gates were manned. There were no artillery pieces on the parapet tracking their movements. No archers drew bows along the top. Just 2 pairs of bored-looking guards. He was twitching now. His fingers reached down to the pommel of his eagle-hilted sword, playing across its beautiful carving, ready to pull it and deal with anyone who came at him. He could hear Bjorn's heavy breathing behind him as the big man readied himself for anything. Could feel the alertness emanating from Gunnhild. He dropped back briefly as they stepped into the gateway, just a single pace, letting Korvodon take the lead. This was his world, and perhaps he was right. The Jarl moved into the darkness, blinking, momentarily blinded by the change after the bright morning sun. As his eyes adjusted, he noted the 2 guards as they passed. They hadn't moved, made no attempt to stop or even challenge these armed visitors. Was that normal? More than 30 armed and armoured men entering the city without being at least questioned? But then it was a Norman city, and they walked alongside a Norman lord with his banner on display. Perhaps this was normal in their world. He felt a palpable sense of relief as he neared the bright light of the city within. He narrowed his eyes, squinting, so that the sunlight would not completely blind him as he emerged. Inside the gate, he could see an open space, perhaps 40 feet across, beyond which lay houses, streets marching off into the city. No army awaited them. No unit of archers stood with their bows levelled, arrows pointing at the arch. No horsemen. No Greek fire. No blockade. The city was open and clear. Indeed, he could see a beggar by the roadside now, and a man wheeling a small handcart. 2 more guards stood beside the inner gate. One nodded at Fulk, a gesture of familiarity and greeting. Halfdan emerged into the light and slowly let his eyes widen once more, taking it all in. There was no warning when it came. A single rock bounced off the ground just in front of Halfdan, but it was only the first of many. Of their entire group, perhaps a dozen had made it through the inner gate when a barrage of stones came from the wall above. Halfdan's shield went up over his head in an instant, as did those of the wolves behind him, each of them tense, ready for danger. The thuds and clonks of masonry bouncing off the boards became a rumble of thunder, and Halfdan's arm vibrated and ached with the pounding. His gaze snapped back and forth to see that Fulk had been struck on the shoulder but was still standing. Mark had leapt forth, dropping the banner he carried and raising his shield to cover his master and himself. As Halfdan turned, taking stock of their situation in an instant, he could see the 2 men at the gate pushing the outer doors closed, even as the visitors in the passageway struggled to force them back open. But stones were raining down inside the passage too, and the fight was impossible. The guards were hurriedly closing the inner gate, and, just for a moment, Halfdan caught sight of the light back at the outer end of the passage narrowing as the external gates were also closed, trapping the men inside. In indecision struck him for just a moment. 2/3 of their number were caught between those closing gates, trapped in the dark passage and being pounded with falling stones through the murder holes above. Realization came swiftly. Those men were lost. There was nothing he could do for them, and if they did not get away from this place, the falling stones would surely be the least of their worries. Why they were being set upon in such a manner he could not yet determine, but the reasoning was for another time. Now, survival was all that mattered. "Run!" he bellowed, and began to do so. Rocks continued to bounce off his shield, but the frequency of the blows decreased as he moved away from the walls. As he got halfway across the small square, he risked turning back and looking up. A line of men with baskets of rocks was slinging them down, and already the paved ground beneath resembled a scree slope more than a city square. The soldiers who had closed and barred the gate had now pressed their backs against it, shields up and swords out, though anyone wishing to attack them would first have to brave more of those falling rocks. With a heavy heart, he knew he had lost the men in the passageway. The pack animals would not yet be in the trap, they and perhaps 1 or 2 survivors remaining outside the city. All their gear and a not inconsiderable sum of gold was out there, at the mercy of whoever was behind this. His gaze turned back to the city ahead. There were 2 narrow streets leading into the urban mass, one ahead and one angled off to the right, as well as another marching off along the inside of the walls. That last was not an option, for it would put them once more beneath the parapet and its vicious projectiles. The one to the right curved around another set of heavy walls, which looked to be a smaller fortress within the walled city. Though he had no idea about the layout of this place, any fortress would surely hold more armed men, and so passing close by such a place would be perilous. That left the street straight ahead, for which he now ran, the others at his back. His instincts had played him right. Clearly, for as the falling rocks stopped with their increased distance from the gate, he could see more men in red and white emerging from some door in the city walls further along, and another group spilling out of a gate in that fortress. For a moment, he feared that the trap was complete, as a couple of red and white figures emerged from the side of the remaining street ahead of them, but it took only a moment to understand this was simple coincidence. The 2 men had strolled out of a tavern, and one was busy settling his helmet in place even as the other turned wide-eyed and spotted the Northmen racing toward them. There was shouting now behind them at the gate, and beneath the cries they could hear the screams, muffled and echoing, of men being battered to death in the dark. His lip curling into an angry twist, Halfdan vowed that someone was going to pay for this. He and Fulk hit the 2 soldiers at full pelt, swords out. The Norman had no shield at the moment, his bright, teardrop-shaped defence back on the pack animals, but he wore his chain shirt, and he snarled as he leapt forward. Halfdan was having a little trouble keeping his shield high in front of him, his arm numb and painful from the repeated pounding of rocks. His sword was out now, and as he hit the man, who, taken by surprise, was still struggling to draw his own weapon, he felt renewed shock in his arm from the shield barge. The soldier staggered back with a squawk, struggling to stay on his feet, but Halfdan gave him no time to recover. He leaned back to allow sufficient room, then, with a grunt of effort, lifted his shield and slammed it into the man's face. The Norman's helmet had a nose guard, which certainly saved him having his whole face caved in by the iron boss, but still, the damage was immense. The soldier bellowed in pain, and as his fingers let go of his half-drawn sword to claw at his face, Halfdan saw his opening. Unlike his own chain shirt, which reached down to cover just the groin, the Normans wore a longer garment to protect their legs while on horseback, but to allow for sitting astride the beast, the shirt was divided by a split from hem to waist. When on foot, however, this arrangement provided a fortuitous opening for an observant and skilled attacker. Halfdan's sword was shorter than most, and designed as much for stabbing as swinging. It lanced out like a striking viper between the two sides of the male's skirt, slamming into the man's privates. Between the trousers beneath, the underwear and the flapping chain shirt, Halfdan could not be sure how vital his blow had been, but as he ripped the sword back, it came out glistening with red. The man gave an unearthly howl, his shield now falling away, his battered and bruised face forgotten, as both hands came down to cradle his ruined manhood. Halfdan stepped back a single pace and delivered another blow, this time to the neck, which silenced the soldier. The mortally wounded man fell, and the Jarl pushed him aside without a further thought. He turned to see that Fulk had dispatched the other man, his own sword unsullied by blood. His blows had been hard and swung against chain, breaking bones rather than puncturing flesh, and his victim was lying on the floor, leg at an unnatural angle, clutching a similarly broken arm. The Norman threw him a quick glance and nodded, and they ran on. As they raced along the road, ever further from the gate and the men they had lost, Halfdan could hear Bjorn behind him, grumbling about being left out of every fight, and Gunnhild calling the big man some very unfriendly things.
"Do you know this place?" Halfdan panted as they ran. "No," Vodon replied. "I was here once more than a year ago when it was captured, but only for a few hours. Then follow me."
With that, Halfdan turned right into a side alley, the others pounding along behind him.
"Where are we going?"
Fulk breathed.
"To find somewhere to hide while we think. That street was leading toward a market. Too many people, and soldiers too, probably."
Reaching a crossroads of narrow alleys, Halfdan slowed, and the others followed suit. He came to a halt and peered cautiously around the corner. Back in the direction of the gate, he caught a brief glimpse of red and white. That likely led back toward the small fortress inside the walls. That would be where the men were coming from. The other two directions were clear. His thoughts whirled. The guards here had been prepared enough to spring a trap, but not enough to ensure its success. If they had truly been waiting for Fulk, Halfdan, and the others, they would have had a full garrison out and ready to contain them. Instead, they had closed the gates, cutting the column of men in half, giving them easy targets in the passageway, but risking those who had already entered running to safety. And these Normans used archers, just as the Byzantines did. Had they been well prepared, they would have had archers on the walls. Likely the baskets of rocks were already up there as part of the standard defence of the city walls. The men of Acerenza had had little warning. They had probably seen the travellers approaching over the last quarter-mile or so, and that had only given them the time to react rather than plan. They couldn't possibly have identified Halfdan and his friends as Northmen, nor as followers of the old gods, not in that time and from that distance. The only thing they could have seen that might make them react was Vodon's banner.
"Your cousin has turned on you,"
he told Fulk as he tried to decide on a path. Left would take them on toward the market, and right back toward the fortress. Straight on it was. He ran again.
"What could have caused such a thing?"
the Norman grunted as they ran.
"I don't know, but it can only have been the sight of your banner that started this."
They reached a corner and turned with it, and then, with Halfdan peering carefully each time, turned again and again. Always, he kept his eye on the shadows cast by the high buildings, which told him which direction he was moving as he disappeared ever further into a tangle of narrow alleys. Finally, he came to a stop outside a building. The door, like most here, stood resolutely shut, and the window beside it was shuttered. But a small flight of steps next to the house's entrance led up to another door, and as he looked up, he could see that it was slightly ajar.
"Here,"
he said, pointing.
"Why?" "This place is disused." "How can you tell?"
"Look at the muck on the steps." Thick dust and detritus coated each stone on the staircase. mute evidence that it had been some time since any foot had fallen upon it. Sword still out, Halfdan crept slowly up the steps. Reaching the top, he squinted in through the narrow opening. The place was dark and empty, and Halfdan looked this way and that along the alley before putting his shoulder to the door. It creaked inwards with a surprising amount of noise, old wood scraping loudly on the stone flags. A cloud of dust billowed up at the disturbance, but Halfdan ignored it and dipped inside, beckoning to the others. As he waited beside the door, he counted as they entered. Thank Odin and Freyja, his friends were still with him, Gunnhild, Bjorn, and Ulfr, as well as the solid Varlof and 3 of the Varangians he had brought from the beach. Fulk was accompanied by Mark and 4 of the Normans, 14 of them, of the 37 they had had as they approached this cursed place. Once the last man was inside, Halfdan stuck his head back out through the door, checking the way they came. No one seemed to have observed their arrival. Indeed, they had been immensely lucky to have moved through that warren of alleys without bumping into anyone. Seemingly the market was the focus of most of the town's activity, drawing the life from the smaller streets. Carefully, as slowly and quietly as he could, he pushed that door closed once more. Reaching up to the one window in the place, he pulled aside its tatty and threadbare cover to allow light in. The place was not particularly large, this room sporting only one door that led to another of similar dimensions. It would house the 14 of them, but the accommodation was hardly salubrious. A broken bench was the only seating, one leg at an angle such that when Varlof attempted to perch on it, it sagged with a warning creak, and the leg bent a little more. Piles of old sacking and broken timber formed the rest of the decor, along with a thick layer of dust. As the rest stood massaging aching arms, shields propped against the walls, Halfdan rolled his shoulders and took a breath. "When Gunnhild tells you something," he said in a meaningful voice, looking Fulk in the eye, "you listen to her. I take it you understand that." Corvodon looked distinctly uneasy. "She is a pagan, man, a witch. Demons whisper in her ear." Halfdan could feel irritation rising in him. "Yet she knew this was coming, and you led us blindly on. I don't care what you think of her. She is a vulva. She walks with Freyja, and the goddess guides her. And until your nailed Christ starts to talk to you personally and give you advice, you will listen to a woman who does speak with a goddess." The Norman said nothing in reply. His eyes were lowered, either unwilling or unable to look at Gunnhild. Halfdan sagged. "All right. Why would your cousin take against you so much that he launches an attack on you on sight?" The Norman lord looked to his bannerman. Mark shrugged. "Maybe the balance of power has changed up here, my lord. Maybe Ironarm is no longer Lord of Melfi. We've been trapped in the south. Maybe while we were there, the coastal lords have done new deals." Fulk shook his head. "It's nothing political. Even surrounded by Byzantines, we managed to hear tidings of the north. Anything as important as a change in alliances would have reached us. The Byzantines would have used it to try and pry us from the town. No, this is something else, something personal. But Armand and I have been on cordial terms since the day we both travelled south. Our allegiances are to the same lord. We are both sons of the church, there is no conflict in our fiefdoms, and we owe one another nothing but familial fealty." "Would you slow down when you talk?" Halfdan complained. "I'm still getting used to your tongue, and when you talk fast and use words I don't know, it takes me a while to piece it together." Fulk nodded his understanding. "Apologies. Simply, I can see no reason why Armand should turn on me. I just do not understand." Halfdan jumped at a noise, his hand reaching out toward his sword, which was propped against the wall, before he discerned the source of the noise and stood down. Gunnhild was never crowded. Wherever she was, she always had space around her. For those who knew the truth of what she was had too much respect to press her, and those, like Folk's men, who were at least half afraid of her, kept away for their own reasons. The vulva now crouched in that circle of clear floor, looking down at the scattered beads, bones, and trinkets. Her finger extended and began to draw lines between them in the dust, linking the debris into intricate patterns that Halfdan would never understand had he 3 lifetimes to study them. The room fell utterly silent. The only sound, that single finger dragging through the dust, drawing futures. Finally, she lifted her hand, and then her face, looking up at Halfdan and Folk. "The gold is here." Folk's face folded into a frown. "How could you know that?" Halfdan coughed. "Given all you have witnessed, are you still going to question this?" "But I don't see," the Norman began, before falling silent. "You're a Tenulf," Halfdan said quietly. "He's here. That's why we've not found him so far. He is in Acherenza. And if he is here, with a small force of men and cartloads of gold, that means the man who runs this city, your cousin, knows about him. Either a Tenulf is now in league with your cousin and the two of them couldn't risk you finding out about the gold, or your cousin has already done away with the thief and taken the gold for himself, but, again, cannot risk you uncovering his secret. Gunnhild was right about this place. Now I am a wolf in a golden cage, and you are all here with me." "We are still free," Mark noted. Halfdan cast him a black look. "Are we? Trapped in a city that is now looking for us. Most of our men gone, dead or captured, all our goods and gold lost. We have only what we carry, and there is no one in this city likely to help us." "We don't need them." Halfdan glanced around at the statement to see Ulfr looking directly at him, arms folded in confidence. "What? We have 14 strong sword arms. We have Gunnhild's wisdom, your Loki cunning and luck, my skills and Bjorn's size. We were trapped in Miklagartha with less, and we escaped. We are in the same place as enough gold to make us kings. All we have to do is find it and get out of here." "That's all," Folk snorted. "You can have no faith in your nailed god," the shipwright snapped, "but we have faith in ours, and in our Jarl. We will beat this." And Halfdan's mind was already turning this over. They were trapped, but the gold was here. There had to be a way. Chapter 11. The first patrol came round a little after noon. Halfdan and Folk had kept their people in that upper room as bells tolled around the city, marking a general alarm. It had seemed prudent to remain hidden, at least for the time being, until they could formulate some sort of plan of action. They had been skulking for an hour when they heard the rattle, shush, and clonk of arms and armour, as a small unit of soldiers in red and white came along the street, banging on every door and demanding of the residents they found any news of armed strangers. When there was no answer, the soldiers tried the doors and either pushed them open and searched or argued about the viability of breaking in before eventually moving on. As the patrol neared their position, Halfdan carefully pulled the tattered blanket back into place and examined the door. It had a lock, but the key was long gone, and no bolt or latch prevented it from opening. He murmured a vow to the Allfather, hoping the patrol simply passed by, as Folk quietly gathered everyone up into the back room, into the darkest corners, out of sight of the door. Outside, the patrol hammered on the door below, by the bottom of the stairs. When they received no answer, Halfdan could hear them murmuring, trying the door, murmuring some more. They seemed to split up then, for some of them were pounding on a door across the narrow street, while others were still outside this place, still debating among themselves. Halfdan, the only one still in the front room, leaned toward the window and peered as best he could through the most threadbare part of the covering. 3 men stood across the street, talking to a bent and frail old woman, while 3 more were looking at the steps. One then turned his face up, peering at the upper story, and Halfdan leaned back away from the window, his heart thundering like the coming of Thor. The steps. He had known the room would be safe from the thick layer of detritus, but now it would be covered in recent footprints. If the guards were bright, that would trigger some kind of alarm. He held his breath. Then he heard the first booted foot on the stone step. Risking another glance, he leaned forward and looked through the window. One of the men was climbing the stairs. Cursing silently, Halfdan backed across the room at a quiet shuffle, moving through the doorway and into the back room where the others lurked in the darkness. In a heartbeat, he was beside Gunnhild, pressed into the shadow, breathing as shallowly as possible and hoping for the best. He heard the door grate open on the stone. There was no call or challenge from the visitor, but Halfdan could hear his presence, the slight shuffle of feet, the swing of a chain shirt, controlled breathing, as the man stood in the doorway, peering into the building. The step that would bring him into the room never came. As they waited, every hand on a weapon hilt, but none daring to draw it, for the slightest sound might reveal their presence. The man in the doorway looked around. He peered towards the dark room at the back, and finally turned and clomped away down the steps, apparently satisfied that the place was empty, without having delved into every corner. Halfdan heaved a sigh of relief. Quite apart from the steps outside, a truly observant searcher would have spotted the various prints in the dusty floor of the outer room. They listened carefully for some time, until the sounds of knocking and searching faded down the street. Finally, Halfdan signalled to the rest, and then moved out into the other room and ducked his head through the open door. The patrol was some distance away now, close to a corner, so he gestured for the others to join him, and everyone returned to the main room. Ulfr moved toward the door, reaching out to close it. "No, don't," Halfdan murmured quietly. "What? But we might be heard. And if that patrol comes back, they might be surprised that an abandoned door closed by itself. They have to think this place is empty." Ulfr nodded his understanding. "We could have just broken his neck," Bjorn said in a huffy tone. "And the 5 outside? Them too." Gunnhild turned to the albino. "Are you planning on being an idiot for your whole life? We cannot kill a patrol. If we do, it will just draw more attention to the place they were searching. Kill those 6, and we'll have 60 in the street within the hour." Halfdan nodded. "For now we need to stay hidden. What do we know about this place? About Atenulf and about your cousin?" he asked, turning to Fulk. "If Armand has managed to find Atenulf and overcome his forces to take the gold, it will be safe within the vaults of his fortress, and the chances of getting to it are almost nil. In such a case, he would have had to dispose of all evidence of Atenulf and his men's passage. He will receive occasional visitations by Iron Arm's men, and he cannot afford to be found out, else the most powerful lords in the peninsula will turn on him. In truth, I cannot believe Armand has done such a thing. I have always considered him something of a coward." He huffed. "Cautious is perhaps a better word. He is not the sort to take such action without a good reason. To kill Atenulf and steal the gold is committing to a course of action that could land him in a disastrous position. No, I think if you're right and the gold is here, that Armand has come to an arrangement with Atenulf. The thief is passing through with his gold, and he has bribed my cousin to let him do so without incident." Halfdan nodded. and we arrived unexpectedly at the most uncomfortable moment, when they were both in the city. You had your flag flying, so they knew it was you. He had a moment of panic when he could not decide what to do. He could attempt to keep a tenelf and the gold hidden, greet you and hope you would go away quickly, or he could turn on a tenelf, kill the thief, and then welcome you. But then you would know all about it, and he would have to hand the gold over to this iron arm of yours. Or he could kill and capture us all, which sounds like something of a panicked decision.
And that sounds most like Armand, Fulk sighed. So we work on the assumption, then, that Atenulf and his men are in the city, and that at some point shortly they will attempt to take the gold south, leaving a percentage with Armand for his aid. Armand gets a little richer, and Atenulf gains safe passage to the south.
You say your cousin is a cautious man?
Most certainly. In fact, it will have been his caution that led the Hautevils to install him in such a critical position. Better to have a man who overthinks things and will do everything he can to keep the status quo than someone too inclined to fight and expand, who might put the place in danger.
Your cousin will presumably live in that fortress near the gate.
I imagine so.
But he will not want tenelf soldiers in that fortress if he is cautious. He will place them somewhere where he is not at risk from a sudden attack. And if the soldiers are elsewhere, that means the gold and Atenulf himself must be too.
I wish we knew this city better.
My lord, murmured one of the surviving Normans, crossing toward Corvaudon.
Yes?
There is another option, the man said, and Halfdan narrowed his eyes at the way he licked his lips nervously. The Jarl's hand went to his sword hilt.
What?
These men are Varangians, Greeks. The Greeks are the enemy of us all, Atenulf included. We might buy our own freedom with their heads.
Bjorn took a fierce step forward, hand going to the axe at his belt.
6 of you and 8 of us, he grinned. Let's dance the dance of blades, little man.
Fulk stepped forward, one hand held up, palm forward to forestall Bjorn, the other pressed against the chest of the man who had spoken, separating the two.
That is no option, Emery. I gave my oath on the Bible, and I am a good Christian and a man of my word. What's more, these men saved our lives down in Genosa, and you should have more loyalty than this. No. Whatever awaits us, we meet it together.
Well said, Halfdan agreed, hand sliding from his sword. The Norman soldier looked faintly disgruntled, but nodded and stepped back into place. That one could be trouble, Halfdan thought to himself as he turned back to Fulk.
Sitting here does us no good. If your cousin cannot afford to let us leave, then he will keep his men searching day and night. Others will come, including men who will look closer than the last. We will be found, and the longer we delay, the more likely it is that Atenulf, if he lives, leaves the city with his gold and heads south. We need to locate the visitors somehow. That means moving through the city and paying attention.
Fulk nodded.
But very carefully. How do we move unnoticed?
We split into small groups. They will be looking for 14 armed men. We strip down our kit and leave armor and anything that identifies us in the back room. This is a nailed god city, so they will ring their temple bells when it's time to sing your awful songs, yes?
Fulk gave him a look of arch disapproval, but he nodded.
Then they ring the bells at dusk.
Vespers, noted Corvaudon.
We meet back here when those bells toll and decide on our next step.
Your giant cannot go, the Norman lord said, pointing at Bjorn.
The big man grumbled and frowned.
Why?
Halfdan turned to him, nodding. There is no disguising you, Bjorn. You stand out too much. We cannot risk you going out into the city. The rest of us can just about pass for locals or Normans if we mess up our hair and dress right, but we can do nothing about you unless we paint you brown and cut down your legs. You will have to stay here.
Bjorn began to bluster and argue,
but Halfdan held a hand up to him as he turned to Fulk. "You too." "What?" "You are known, to your cousin at least. Walking you through the streets is too much of a risk." The Norman looked as though he might argue for a moment, but sagged and folded his arms. He looked across at Bjorn. "You and I must occupy our time carefully, arranging everything in here to form a small hidden area where we can lurk and not be seen, even if a searcher comes in through the inner door." Bjorn continued to grumble, but Halfdan ignored him. "That leaves 12. We split into 3s, each group formed of both your people and mine. Mark, you come with me. Ulver, Farlof, and Gunnhild each take a group." As the gathering murmured and started to plan, Halfdan moved close to Gunnhild and leaned in to whisper, "Take the man who wanted to sell us to the enemy and keep a very close eye on him. If he tries anything, you know what to do." Gunnhild nodded, her hand straying to the knife in its small leather sheath at her belt. Moments later, as everyone grouped up, Halfdan moved to the door and looked through it, up and down the street. Once more it was deserted. Listening, attempting to block out the chattering in the room, he paid attention to the rhythm of the city. There were sporadic shouts and bells, signalling that the search was indeed ongoing, but the majority of the city's noise remained the hum and bustle of the market. He turned to Fulk. "Your cousin's colours are the red cock on a white shield. What about a Tenulf?" The Norman pursed his lips in thought. "Red and yellow are the colours of Benevento, with a boar, though I cannot say for certain that a Tenulf uses his brother's arms, and likely his men are kitted as mercenaries anyway. They have been fleeing south and are unlikely to have been advertising their presence with flags." "Then we must note anything suspicious," Halfdan nodded. "See you here as the sun sets." And with that, he, Mark, and a Varangian named Svein shrugged from their chain shirts and deposited their helmets and shields in the back room, smoothing out their plain tunics, adjusting sword belts, and then stepping out into the afternoon sunlight. Without further ado, they pattered down the stone steps and turned in the direction they had yet to try. As they strolled down the street, the 3 men did their best to settle into a natural stride, as though they had not a care in the world. "Where first?" Mark asked quietly. "To the market, I think. You should do all the talking. You sound like a Norman. I keep struggling to find some of the words for your tongue, and I speak not a word of the Italian's language. Svein, like all those that join me in the south, has too much of a Greek accent. He and I shall remain quiet." The 3 men strolled along the narrow street and turned the corner, hoping not to catch up with that patrol. They breathed sighs of relief at the sight of a street devoid of red and white tunics. 2 old men sat on a simple bench outside a door, leaning on sticks. They looked up in vague interest at the men striding past. One nodded a silent greeting. Mark returned the gesture and said something brightly in the local tongue that Halfdan had no hope of translating. Once they strolled on, he murmured, "I wish I'd had time to learn a little more of the language." "Wouldn't do you much good until you're used to the place," Mark smiled. "Every city has its own dialect, and most of them are different enough from each other to almost sound like different tongues." They strolled on, occasionally nodding at people they met, more and more as they closed on the heart of the place, though each was just a commoner, no arms or armour or lordly colours about them. A number of times they caught sight of buildings that looked very familiar, suggesting they had become turned around more than once in their wanderings. The problem now was that, with the sun almost directly overhead, using the shadows for direction finding was almost impossible. The last corner they rounded led them to the marketplace. The noise hit them like a wall. The square was packed tight with stalls attended by the folk of Acerenza. Halfdan was slightly overwhelmed to begin with, uncertain where to start. He leaned closer to Mark.
keep your eye out for any trader who sells either weapons or arrows, or any sort of kit a man travelling for days might need. Those stalls may have seen our friend Atenulf's men. I think we should split up and look around, then meet up in about half an hour over by that big doorway. We could do with buying a few things since we now have no food." "You can't speak the tongue," Mark reminded him. "How do I say 'those' and the numbers 1 to 5? The Norman walked Halfdan and Svein through the words several times until they were content that they'd memorized them, and then the three parted ways. Halfdan meandered here and there between the stalls. Once or twice he spotted a white and red uniform in the crowd and turned away casually, being sure not to look panicked and suspicious. He found himself at a fruit stall and looked about. There were many fruits he recognized, and a number that were completely unknown. As the stall-holder came to him, he pointed at the apples and asked for 4. The man nodded and said something. Assuming it was a price, Halfdan reached into the purse at his belt and fished out a collection of small coins, holding them in the flat of his palm while he struggled to hold the 4 apples in his other hand. Noting which coins the man took, he flipped another at him and picked up a strange yellow fruit. The man shrugged, put away the coins, and then went on to serve someone else without a further glance. Trying not to drop the 5 pieces of fruit, he wandered on. As he reached the end of a line of stalls close to the edge of the square, something caught his eye, and he focused on a gateway. 3 bales of hay sat to one side, and the entry was coated with dried horse manure. A pitchfork stood against the wall near the hay. A sign above undoubtedly labelled the place a stable, though Halfdan could not read it. Turning, he spotted Mark after some searching, and took a moment to catch his attention, then waved him over. The Norman converged on him, his arm full of 2 large loaves of bread, and Svein was not far behind, assuming the summons was for him also. Once they were together, Halfdan thumbed over his shoulder. "A stable, I think. It strikes me that Atenulf will have plenty of horses, and carts too, for the transport of his gold. He will have to stable his horses somewhere, and even if that is with Fulk's cousin, he will need plenty of supplies if he is planning to move south. Can you make some subtle inquiries?" Mark frowned, nodded, and stepped into the gateway, Halfdan and Svein following on. They ignored the young lad sweeping the flagged yard, their Norman companion making straight for a man in a well-cut tunic and coat. Catching the man's attention, he rattled something off in the local tongue. There was a brief exchange, and Mark nodded a number of times. Halfdan's eyes, however, were on the other man. Even without being able to understand either side of the conversation, Halfdan could see enough in the stable owner's expression to formulate a solid and worrying opinion. After a few moments more, the man nodded to Mark, turned, and wandered away into one of the doorways leading off the yard. The Norman turned to Halfdan with a smile. "He has catered for a visiting lord's baggage animals, not the noble's beasts or the soldiers, but the pack and cart horses. He has a ledger that contains all his information on them. He's gone to get it." Halfdan shook his head. "I don't know what he was telling you, but whatever it was, that was only half of it. I saw his eyes. They moved constantly, shifting. He has secrets he keeps, and he was not happy to be talking to you. We need to go." "But if he has what we need—" Halfdan dropped the apples he was carrying and grabbed Mark by the upper arm. "He's not getting a ledger, he's getting the guards. Come on." With that, he turned and marched out of the stable yard, eyeing the boy with the broom warily as they went. With Mark and Svein at his heel, he emerged out into the market square once more. Immediately, his hackles rose up. Despite the din of the crowd, he could hear soldiers. His eyes swiveled to the right to see a small unit of men in the city guard's tunics jogging around the edge of the stalls. Shit! With the others in his wake, Halfdan dived between 2 stalls, pushing customers out of the way and leaping baskets of goods.
Assuming the others were with him but not sparing the time to check, he ducked this way and that, dodging, jumping, running at a crouch, and was rather relieved when he burst clear of the far end of the market square and looked left and right to see no soldiers coming to cut them off. He turned to see the other two right behind him. Svein, at the rear, had been tipping over stalls and baskets as he ran to provide obstacles in their wake. Consequently, the men in red and white were still only 2/3 of the way through the market, trying desperately to catch up. Satisfied they had a sufficient lead now, Halfdan charged on down the narrow street directly ahead. He reached the second turning and took it. As they ran on down that alley, a grizzled-looking man with a long face emerged from a rickety gate ahead, pushing a wooden barrow. As they neared the gate, the man turned off into the next, more major road and disappeared. Knowing they had only moments before the soldiers caught up, Halfdan took a chance, pulled open that gate and slipped inside, holding it open until Mark and Svein were through, then pulling it shut. It was only as the gate closed once more that the smell hit Halfdan, and he realized what this small enclosure was. 3 buildings had windows overlooking the small dead end, separated from the street by the gate, and all 3 clearly emptied their shitpots through those windows. The 3 men were standing almost ankle-deep in human waste. Though he was gagging and had thrown up into his mouth a little, Halfdan could only find gratitude that the man with the barrow had clearly been removing some of the contents, for otherwise it might have been up to their knees. They struggled to hold their breath and stay silent, and moments later they heard the guards pound past the gate. Halfdan waited as long as he could bear, and then pushed the gate open slowly and looked outside. The alley was empty, and he turned and led them back the way they'd come, to avoid the greatest risk of meeting their pursuers. In moments they were back out on the first street, breathing deeply to clear their lungs of the terrible stench. He ran on until they found a building that looked familiar. Moving more carefully now, guiding their route by the few landmarks they could pick out, the 3 men traversed alleys and streets until they saw the end of the one in which their hiding place lay. They approached the alley, and Halfdan almost jumped as a voice hissed from somewhere nearby. Jerking to a halt, he looked all around. They were back away from the centre row, and this street was deserted. It took him some time and a second hiss to identify the source. Brow furrowed, he crossed the street and tried to peer through the minuscule gap in the shutters of a house from which the noise seemed to have come. Unable to make anything out, he moved across to the door and reached for the handle. The door slammed open, smacking painfully into his hand, and as he swore and pulled back his arm, a pale, meaty fist emerged from within, grabbed him by the tunic front, and pulled him into the darkness. As the other 2 followed, Halfdan stared up at the serious face of Bjorn. "What's happening?" Fulk de Corvodon replied, stepping out of the gloom. "They found us at the place with the steps. We had to kill 3 men to get away. Fortunately, your big friend here seems to think that fighting fewer than 3 men at once is unmanly, so we didn't encounter much difficulty. But we had to run because others were coming. The whole place is out of our reach now, including all our gear. We had to find somewhere to hide where we could hopefully see anyone running past." "Thank you," Halfdan breathed. "We too ran into trouble. We found a stableman who had dealt with a Tenulf's horses, but he was suspicious and called the guard. We had to run. This is not turning out to be a good day." Bjorn snorted. "Maybe not for you. I had fun." His nose wrinkled. "It was bad enough to make you shit yourself." "Long story." Halfdan became aware that they were not alone, as other figures emerged from the gloomy shadows at the edge of the room. He was relieved at the sight of Ulfr, along with the 2 men he'd taken. "We had less trouble, but learned nothing," the shipwright grumbled. "We stumbled across a patrol and had to run, but they either didn't see us or weren't interested enough to follow. Saw nothing to the west, though, anywhere back toward the gate we came in.
Don't think the thief can be in that quarter. You heard what I told Fulk?
Ulver nodded.
You realise, of course, that the noose is going to continue to tighten all the time we stay here.
Halfdan nodded. Sooner or later they were going to get caught, but even if they managed to escape the city, they would lose their chance of catching the gold. Halfdan was perhaps unusual among his crew and friends for being less concerned about the acquisition of gold and silver than of survival and honour, but even he balked at the idea of having arrived here with saddlebags full of gold from Miklagartha, but leaving without a bean to their name. That was not merely a lack of success, but an abject failure. He found that a niggling part of his mind laid the blame at the absence of Ketil, Leif, and Anna. While none of them individually might have made a difference to all this, together they were a wolf pack. Alone, they were at risk. The afternoon wore on. Sometime, as the sunlight turned that late golden colour, Gunnhild and her party appeared. In that uncanny way of hers, she made straight for their door before anyone had to hiss to grab her attention. The three of them ducked inside, making the count of survivors now 11. She delivered a report succinctly. They had found a rich-looking house with a stable attached. The stable had been full of noblemen's riding horses. It seemed highly likely to be where a Tenelf was staying. They waited on, and Halfdan was starting to fret when someone called out. Varlov was staggering down the street, exhausted and nursing a wound on his forearm. They caught his attention and dragged him inside. He confirmed that his group had found the same place and traced the tracks of carts across town to a warehouse, but there they had met soldiers, and only Varlov had managed to get away. The sun went down on their first day of being trapped in Acerenza, and the situation looked nothing but bleak. Halfdan was assailed again and again by the image of a wolf in a gilded cage. Despite the protestations of some of the Normans, Gunnhild sang her song and cast her bones, but whatever it was she saw, she refused to speak of it, and her face remained grave. Not long after dark, they ate what little they'd managed to procure from the city. It turned out that the only thing Halfdan had managed to retain in his run was something called a lemon, and he spent almost an hour regretting biting into it. A fight broke out in the tense darkness after a while, as two of the Normans launched a stream of bile and accusations at the Northmen, stating flatly that they'd have been better staying under siege in Genosa than here, trapped in just a house. Bjorn had broken a nose before the arguing parties had been dragged apart by Fulk and Mark, Halfdan and Ulver. The tension returned an hour or so later, when the sound of shushing chain shirts and clonking scabbards and shields sounded in the street outside, as a patrol made its way past down the street. Halfdan should have seen it coming. All the signs had been there. He cursed himself for not having predicted it, as Amory, the Norman who had earlier suggested selling the Northmen out, and who had instigated the later argument, suddenly burst to his feet and ran to the door, shouting to the city guard. The room exploded into action. Amory never had a chance to regret giving away their hiding place, for even as he reached the door, Bjorn was on him. Both big, pale hands grabbed the man's head over the ears, and he wrenched his entire skull round, breaking every bone in the neck and almost pulling the head free in the process. He let the body drop, and by that time both Halfdan and Fulk were bellowing orders. They had to hold the door now. All they could do was defend and hope. Chapter 12. The street outside burst into life and activity. The trapped fugitives could hear men shouting orders in a weird mix of the largely intelligible Norman tongue and the baffling local one. With Bjorn already at the door, standing over the quivering body of Fulk's traitor, Halfdan immediately focused on that, while Fulk hurried over to the shuttered window. Between them,
Fulk and Mark held the shutters closed as men outside began to pull on them, attempting to wrench them open. The other Normans huddled beside them and managed to pull daggers from sheaths and jam them between the latches on the shutters, holding them closed for now. The twin wooden boards were not perfectly fitted, and as the guards rattled harder and harder, trying to dislodge the knife and open the aperture, the Normans began to jab their blades through whatever cracks they could find, discouraging the attempts outside. A few yelps suggested that their tactic was working, at least temporarily. There was no way to lock the door, and, though it was latched, the only thing holding it shut was Bjorn, who, the moment the Norman had fallen, had slammed his considerable bulk against the timbers, heaving it against the jamb. Outside, just as at the window, men were hammering and slamming against the door, trying to open it. Bjorn's weight was preventing entry for now, but the door shook and bucked with every battering, and it was only a matter of time before the guards managed to push hard enough to force a gap. The latch clattered up and down as men tried to gain entry, while Bjorn repeatedly slammed it back into place, even as he leaned on the door. Ulver and the two Varangians hurried over and threw themselves against the timbers, adding their own weight to Bjorn's, and, for the time being, this seemed to overcome the increased attempts to open it from outside. Still, it was only a matter of time, and there was no doubt in that dark room that the guards out in the street had sent men running for reinforcements. In no time, the patrol out there would multiply into a small army. Halfdan looked around, his eyes falling on a woodworm-riddled old table and bench upon which several of them had passed the last few hours. With a gesture to Varloff, the two men lifted the heavy table and carried it over to the door. With nods of timing, they prepared. Bjorn slipped aside amid the flurry of blows on the door, making sure the latch was still down, and in a heartbeat, the two men had slammed the table end-on against the door in his place. Bjorn now added his weight to the table, while others hurriedly located a piece of twine lying on the ground and used it to tie the latch in place, preventing it from being lifted without some superhuman effort. The bench was brought over and added to the weight against the door. Halfdan watched as the defence deepened every moment, his gaze slipping to the window, where Fulk and his men had added another dagger wedged into the shutter latches, helping keep them shut. The Norman turned, scanning the dark room, looking for Halfdan, until his eyes fell upon the Jarl.
"That's all we can do here. If you have a clever plan up your sleeve, now would be the time."
Halfdan chewed his lip.
"Nothing leaps to mind. We're trapped like rats in a dragon boat."
He pointed at the window and door.
"They won't hold for long, and when they get inside, we're fucked. There are 11 of us. I know we're better than them, but I'd bet there are enough guards in Acerenza to swamp us."
Fulk nodded.
"A straight fight is unlikely to go our way. On the other hand, if we're going to die, I'd rather fall to a blade like a man than starve to death in here. Maybe we should take our chances with them."
Halfdan raised an eyebrow.
"If I didn't know better, I'd wonder if you were related to Bjorn."
The big man snorted.
"Even I don't want to fight a whole city."
"Quite." "If you have all finished," Gunnhild said, standing with her arms folded in the gloom, carved half-staff leaning against the wall. The two men, and indeed most others in the room, turned to look at her.
"Yes?"
Halfdan asked. "As you have said, a straight fight is not the way. We will be overrun, killed or captured, and many will die in the process. Remember what the goddess has shown me. A wolf in a gilded cage."
Halfdan shrugged. "What are we in now if not a cage?"
The Völva shook her head. "I did not see a wolf run through with a sword. I saw a wolf in a cage. There is more yet to come, but we must go on. We must survive. Open the door and lay down your arms."
"What?"
Fulk held his arms wide.
"Surrender?"
"Unless you intend us all to die here, that is your only choice. You either die tonight or you buy us a tomorrow. When there is a tomorrow, there is always a chance."
Fulk snarled. "My slimy bastard of a cousin turns on me for shiny gold. The city plays host to the biggest thief on the peninsula, and you suggest we bow our necks beneath the swords of such men?"
Halfdan was looking back and forth between them.
"You know I trust you, Gunnhild, but there must be some other way." "No, Halfdan, there is no other way. You are a caged wolf or a dead wolf. Which would you prefer?" "No," Fulk barked. "I have no intention of bowing to the bastards. If I must die, then I must die. But I am Fulk de Courvaudon, Lord of Ginoza, liege man of William de Hauteville, and I do not surrender to criminal traitors."
Varloff stepped out from the edge of the room, looking a little sheepish.
"I am inclined to agree with him, Halfdan. If we surrender, they might just butcher us on the spot. If they are willing to turn on us just to hide their secret alliance, we're of little use alive. I have no faith in their nailed god, and if I die like a thrall, I will not sit by my kin in the Allfather's hall. Better to die with sword in hand, standing my ground."
Halfdan found himself wavering. It was a persuasive argument. He turned back to Gunnhild, a pleading look in his eye.
"A wolf in a cage, not a wolf on a spit," was all she said, brows creased, eyes piercing in the darkness.
He turned to Fulk.
"She is rarely wrong. You should listen to her." "No," the Norman said. "We will escape this."
With that, he dashed over to the other side of the room.
"See this alcove? The stone wall here is old. The mortar crumbled. We can pull this wall down. Your white giant could do it easily. There is always a way out, Halfdan."
The Jarl looked across at Gunnhild, but her expression betrayed a great deal of skepticism. He looked back to Fulk, then to Bjorn.
"Help the man."
He flinched as he glanced back at the Völva. The look he saw on her face was neither disapproval nor anger. It conveyed impressively the suggestion that whatever he was doing was utterly pointless, that she knew the end result, no matter what he tried. It was an extremely disturbing expression, and even as he turned away to help, he couldn't shake the after-image of it from his mind. It took perhaps 1/4 of an hour. The mortar might be crumbling and old, but the wall was thick and the stones large. Bjorn worked like a beast, with 3 others helping, while the rest continued to hold the shutters and door closed against the men battering them. To make matters worse, over that time, they heard repeated increases in the force outside. More voices adding to the cacophony, more fists pounding on the door. He was already estimating well above 100 men in the street now. Every heartbeat that passed tipped the balance more in the favour of the Lord of Acerenza. The sense of dispirited failure washed over them all as a pivotal stone was removed from the crumbling wall and Bjorn finally revealed their precious escape route. It led into a small courtyard, not more than 8 feet wide in each direction, formed of blank-faced walls, just as an unused recess where buildings met. There was no magical, gods-granted way out of there. Gunnhild huffed. "By our lives, we still have time." Halfdan chewed on his lip again, deep in thought.
"Can anyone remember what this place looked like from outside?" "What do you mean?" Fulk asked.
"Up top. If we climbed, could we get away across roofs?" A smile spread slowly across the Norman's face.
"Maybe. The city is carved up into small blocks of maybe 10 houses or so, separated by these alleys. There won't be a way down into any of the houses. The roofs are tiled and pitched, not flat. But if we could get across them, we might be able to jump across one of the alleys and get away."
Varlov winced.
"I think I'd rather fight here or give up." "What?" "I am not good up high. Even the thought of sloping tiled roofs and jumping over streets makes me want to shit myself."
"Live to fight again," Gunnhild said flatly.
"I'll go up and have a look," one of the Normans said, crossing the room. I spent my youth climbing every tree and wall in Fresnay."
The man pushed his way past Bjorn and heaved into the small space between buildings. Halfdan had no fear of heights himself, but as he looked up into that narrow space, even he shivered. The houses were all 2-story, and it seemed a very long way up from this angle. The Norman scanned the wall opposite, looking up, and selected a place that looked to Halfdan just like any other. Without further ado, he gripped 2 of the more jutting sections of stone and hauled himself up, his feet finding a toehold with ridiculous ease. The man scurried up the wall like one of the lizards Halfdan had seen all over this dry, warm land, climbing with short, sharp, decisive movements. In a time Halfdan could hardly credit, the man was at the top of the wall, some 20 feet up, and reaching up over the eaves of the building. He seemed to grip something out of sight, and, a moment later, hauled his legs up and over. Halfdan strained to listen, hoping to hear something positive from the Norman. Though all he could hear was optimistic murmuring from his friends at ground level, playing over the constant banging and shouting outside the door and window. Before the man up top could report back, Halfdan's attention was drawn back across the room as a horrible wooden crack boomed out across the dark room. The amount of dim light creeping in around the left hand of the 2 window shutters had increased worryingly. The wooden boards were beginning to give, and it would not be long before the window was open. Halfdan looked up again, a sense of urgency stealing over him. He almost leapt with relief as the man appeared at the edge of the roof once more. "Well?" "It's as Milord de Corvaudon said," the man replied. "Maybe 8 or 10 houses in a block. This one is at the middle of them. There's a whole street full of guards out front now, and I don't know what they're up to, but more are on their way and they're bringing a horse and cart." "What about escape?" Halfdan urged. "It won't be easy. I reckon the narrowest alley is maybe 10 feet across. I found no way down into any of the adjacent houses, and the other blocks look very similar. So there's a good chance we will have to jump more than one alley before we find any way down. Here and there are towers sticking up another story above the roofs, and they mostly have flat tops. If we could get to one, we might be able to climb it and then get down inside." "And then what?" Gunnhild demanded, arms still folded defiantly. "What?" "We are still trapped in the city, and the guards will just follow your progress across the roofs and trap you inside another building. You have seen this." "Halfdan," she sighed with strained patience. "It does not take communion with the goddess to see such things. Simple common sense is all I need. Men will die scrambling across the roofs and jumping alleys, and at best you will end up the same as we are now. There come moments in life, young Jarl, where the Toffelboard is inescapable, and the Jarl is trapped. Now is one of those moments." "I found a way past Ketil's men on the board," he insisted, rather petulantly if he was forced to admit it. "Your cunning cannot find you a way out here, and nor will your sword arm. But in the coming days, your Loki cunning and my sense might find us another way out, assuming we live that long." "I think we can," began the Norman on the roof, calling down to them with his hands cupped around his mouth, but then he stopped, mid-sentence, and straightened suddenly. Without a further sound, he slowly toppled forward and pitched into the open air, falling into the courtyard. Bjorn leapt back, knocking Halfdan to the side as the unfortunate Norman hit the packed earth floor and exploded in a messy tangle of broken limbs, blood, and brains. Halfdan stared at the corpse, and at the arrow standing proud from his back between the shoulder blades, having pierced the padded tunic that was all his protection. He had landed on his face, and so the arrow jutted up unbroken. "Shit!" "I think that answers that," Varloff said, a touch of relief creeping into his tone at the thought that he would not now be required to climb to the roof. "They have archers somewhere," Falk snarled. "Must be on one of those towers he mentioned." "Then the roof is not an option after all," Halfdan sighed sadly. Before anyone could say more, the window shutters suddenly gave way in an explosion of splinters and shards of rusted iron. The two men who had still been holding them closed fell away, crying out, one thrown clear by the blow, the other screaming in agony at the spikes of torn wood peppering his face. As the shutters crashed in, torn from their hinges, so too came death. Spears were suddenly lancing through the opening, and the tips of wavering swords. An unfortunate Varangian, who had reacted instantly and leapt forward to try and stop the shutters falling away, was taken through the cheek with a spear, smashing through his teeth and pinning the back of his throat. The man gave a strange-sounding scream, hampered by the metal filling his mouth, and fell away. In response, all those available now leapt forward, close enough to act, but not close enough to follow the last man to Valhall. Their swords slashed and stabbed, axes swinging, preventing anyone from attempting to climb in through the window, but equally they were doing no damage to the soldiers outside. Halfdan felt hope die. It was only a matter of time now. The door was taking a fresh assault. From the sound of it, was now being pounded with a tree trunk, perhaps what they had brought forward in that cart. It would not last much longer, and once the door was open, the tide of soldiers in red and white would not be held back for long. He turned to Gunnhild, the only one in the room so far not to have tried to do something at window or door. She had a resigned and fatalistic look on her face, but as she swung to meet his gaze, there was no recrimination or smugness there, just a simple question. He hated nodding his agreement, but he could see no alternative now. There was no escape, and to fight on was to die. Every man of the cold north wanted to die with a sword in his hand, spitting curses in the eye of his enemy, but not if there was still a chance of living. Only an idiot sought death as a favourable alternative. He turned to shout to the others, and his eyes widened. He ducked just in time as two arrows whipped in through the window, shots of opportunity taken between the struggling shapes. One arrow clattered off the wall, the other took a piece out of Ulfr's shoulder, causing him to cast a stream of eye-wateringly biological curses at the attackers as he reached up to nurse the bloody wound. They were done. And if he had ever to that last moment thought otherwise, what he saw through the gaps in the window sealed it. Behind the red and white figures at the window, and past that second group with the bows, he caught sight of a third wave of attack, and this one made him shudder to the core. Men in dun-coloured coats carried bundles of brushwood and armfuls of thin logs, and behind them a line of men with torches ablaze, creating a golden glow in the darkness of the street, enough to reveal what the future held for the luckless defenders. In that split second, his mind's eye cast him back over the months, drawing him over the space of a single heartbeat, right across the leagues of open sea, and back to the hippodrome of great and fabled Miklagartha. There he had watched impassively as that bastard Ari Karsten had burned. It had been a fitting death and well-deserved, and Halfdan had not shied from watching it, but he had not, until this moment, realized what it had done. That scene, the crisping flesh, the shrieks and wails, the popping of fat in the fire, had somehow buried deep in Halfdan's heart a new and brutal fear. He was, in that moment, unmanned, and he'd never expected such a thing. The Jarl of the Wolves of Odin feared no one. He would face man, giant, dragon, or god with a blade in his hand, and he had always thought that to be the pinnacle of bravery and as far as a man could go. But to suffer Ari Karsten's fate— "Stand down!" he shouted. Only he noticed just how much his voice wavered. "What?" came a number of shocked replies. Bjorn, Fulk, and Varlof all took a step toward him. "Gunnhild was right," he said. trying to keep the strength in his voice, praying to any god who might be listening that he didn't piss himself, for while he spoke commands, his mind's eye was still replaying scenes of Ari's death in the darkness of his soul.
"Better to fight, then," began Bjorn.
"No," Halfdan said. "No, it isn't. Because we're not going to die fighting. We're not going to take the bastards with us. They're about to burn us." He thrust a finger toward the window, and, as if to illustrate his point, the archers had parted in the street, and men were coming forward now with their kindling in the torchlight. Many eyes turned to this new sight, and the sense of fatalistic bravado in the room trickled away, leaving an aura of fear and hopelessness. Halfdan gestured to Fulk. "You speak their tongue well. Tell them we surrender." Fulk wavered for a moment, but Halfdan nodded toward the approaching men, and even at that moment a collection of sticks and straw came over the heads of the nearest attackers and through the window, loosely tied with twine so that it burst open on contact, scattering combustible material all around. Many more of those, and it wouldn't take much for the fire to gain a hold.
"Tell him."
As Fulk crossed to the window, waving his arms and offering surrender in the tongues of both Norman and native, Halfdan turned to the others. "Get rid of your Mjolnir or Volknut. Anything that ties you to the gods. Throw them away. Hide what you cannot get rid of," he added, pulling his sleeve down to cover the Loki serpent on his arm.
"What?"
Ulver said.
"Why?"
"Because this is all about greed. A Tenolf turned on his own people to steal a Jarl's ransom in gold. Fulk's cousin turned on him for just a share of that gold. But greedy men can be bought. There is always a chance we can argue a way out of this. But these men are all nailed godmen. Do not give them a reason to refuse us. Fulk can do any talking, and I will find us all a way out of this, I give you my oath. But if we want Christian lords to consider anything we say, we want to look as though we are Fulk's men, sons of the nailed god one and all." Gunnhild, her face displaying sourly just how she felt about that, had no choice but to nod her agreement. "The Allfather will understand. It is no dishonour to him, only a trick to outwit your enemies." As the wolves in the room reluctantly untied thongs and lifted them over their heads, muttering charms of protection as they threw the symbols of the gods into the corner of the room, Halfdan tried not to feel perturbed that Gunnhild did not seem to be following the same advice. She did not wear a hammer of Thor about her neck, of course, and her symbols of the goddess were all etched into her very being rather than worn as apparel, yet she seemed to do nothing to cover them. As Fulk continued negotiations at the window and the others prepared themselves, Halfdan watched Gunnhild with a frown. She stepped back into a corner, into the shadowy recesses, where he was surprised to see her bend at the waist and peel off her dress. A couple of the others turned and started to watch with interest until Halfdan gave them a glare. Yet even as he stopped others watching her strip, he turned back and guiltily did just that.
"Hold my belt,"
she hissed, and as he reached out and grabbed it as she made a swift flourish of her hands, suddenly her green dress was inside out. The lining was a drab brown colour, and with ease she struggled herself back into it. Once it was in place again, she pulled on a hood she seemed to have acquired from nowhere and jerked it up over her head, hiding her features in the darkness within. She took her belt, slid the pouches to one side, and then fastened it inside out, so that the pouches were largely lost in the folds of the dull brown dress and beneath her arm. Satisfied, she reached out and swept her short staff from the wall. Gripping it tight, she dropped the tip to the floor. Suddenly, it was a harmless walking stick as she effected a lean. Finally, she crossed to one of the Normans nearby. "Apologies. You can have this back later." And with that, she pulled the crucifix on its thong up and over his head, replacing it around her own neck and settling it against her chest. Halfdan stared. Mere moments ago, Gunnhild the Vulva, daughter of Freyja, who emanated power and confidence, had stood before him. Now, unless he looked hard, she was a lame old priestess of the nailed god.
"Fuck me with Odin's staff,"
Bjorn breathed, crossing to them, eyes wide.
"I'll fuck you with mine if you don't lower your voice," snapped Gunnhild. "The last thing we need now is for anyone to draw attention to me or to call on anyone but the nailed god. For now, Christ on his cross is your only Lord. Odin will understand, and, Bjorn Bertorn, pass the word. Everyone is to address me as sister."
Still wide-eyed, Bjorn stepped away and whispered as much to Ulfr. Halfdan leaned a little closer.
"Can you do this? You said you would pay a price for what you did. Dare you risk such a thing?" "My debt will be paid in the north, Halfdan, and it will be for me alone. Worry not about me, and you would be surprised how blind even the most perceptive of men can be when faced with their own faith. So just follow this. Just remember, sister."
The negotiations seemed to have concluded, and Fulk turned back to the room.
"Throw down your weapons, everyone. We have been promised that no one will be killed until the Lord of Acherenza has heard our case."
"Very reassuring," Farloff grumbled as he threw down his axe and sword.
"He is my cousin. He might be a treacherous bastard, but I will talk our way out of this,"
Fulk said, dropping his own sword. The others followed suit, no one very happy with the command, but all very plainly aware of what was at stake, given the kindling all across the floor and the torches burning outside the window. As the Norman lord pulled the door open, Ulfr leaned close and murmured something to him. Fulk threw a confused look toward Gunnhild and stared when he saw her. She turned to Halfdan.
"Give me your sword."
"What?"
"I cannot hide everyone's weapon, but yours is short."
Quickly, Halfdan slid his scabbard from his belt and refastened it. By the time he looked up, the buckle closed once more. There was no sign of his blade. He blinked. How she had hidden it so thoroughly and so quickly he had no idea, but he suspected he might not want to ask the question of her. The bustle of men moving drew his attention, and he looked back to see that Fulk de Corvodon had stepped out through the door into the open. Someone outside was demanding that he raise his hands, but he did nothing of the sort. Mark followed his master out, and Halfdan hurried across to be the third, gesturing at Ulfr as he did so.
"Escort the priestess out," he hissed.
The Jarl of the Wolves emerged into the city air, trying to look downcast and defeated, but not enough to draw specific attention. Some sort of officer was standing with a group of armed men, archers nearby, with arrows nocked and ready to raise. The officer was glaring at Fulk.
"Raise your arms," the man repeated angrily. "Mind who you speak to in such a manner," Fulk replied, brow knitted and eyes bright. "I am Fulk de Corvodon, cousin of your master, Lord of Genosa and liegeman of William Ironarm. I have laid down my weapon and will speak with my kinsman, but if you treat me or mine with anything less than the respect due our rank, when this is over I shall have you peeled raw, tied to the back of a mule and dragged across a salt flat."
Whether the titles impressed the officer or the threat perhaps suddenly seemed worryingly likely, the officer made no further demands. The entire group, now down to 9 bodies, shuffled out of the building and past the lines of armed men. Halfdan turned, close to Fulk, and saw Ulfr escorting what looked to be a brown-robed Christ priestess out of the building. As she emerged, Halfdan was once again struck by the sheer brilliance of the woman. She even moved like an old woman, her foot turned slightly in, walking on the outer edge, giving her a weird limp that accounted for the stick she thumped along with. Somehow, Even the intricate carvings in the wood seemed to fade to the eye, hardly noticeable. As she moved out with the group, the soldiers in red and white used their free hand to draw a cross on their face and chest in the usual manner of Christians. He marvelled at how no one seemed to see the real Gunnhild, but then reminded himself that even he had to concentrate on her and force himself to remember it was her, to see the stick in her grip for what it was, and to notice the seams visible on her inside-out dress. He hoped that when the light came and there was less obfuscation, she would still find it as easy to hide what she was. Moments later, they were being turned and marched away along the street. Halfdan looked about him. There really was no way out now. He was a wolf in a gilded cage, just as Gunnhild had predicted. Now he had in trust that innate low-key cunning that had seen him from a poor orphan to the Jarl of a ship of men. It was not over yet. Part 4. Flight to Freyja.